All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Best in Guild Talandre Tournament Championship Series. Man, that's kind of a mouthful for Throne and Liberty. I am Blue Squadron, joined on the desk today by everyone's favorite professional co-caster, not Gretton. How you doing, Gretton?
Not too bad. How about you? Thank you for having me back on. We're the OG duo, right?
Yeah, we are the OG
we did it first
duo,
together.
Of course. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just kind of depressing that you work so much outside of this,
I gotta quit my
can't
job.
use you all the time. Yeah, exactly. Can't quit your day job, so to speak. So still very involved with the NA East PvP scene, and I'll be honest with you, this might be the most competitive tournament that we have on the docket across all three of the regions. We certainly have a lot of great matches to look at today, guys. So be excited because we are jumping right into our first one. We're going to take a look at Out of Lucent versus Seraphim. Out of Lucent from the Carnage server, rank 1 in their alliance, alongside Ting Force 1, Potato Factory, and Declare. They believe they're rank 4 on their server, so not necessarily the most competitive alliance on Carnage, but they believe they're top 50% for the tournament. At least that's where they should end up being. And then their chat PvP was, we need Lucent, we have to win. Gretton, I'll let you introduce Seraphim.
Yeah, so Seraphim's on the Stellarite server, which has almost unironically become another mega server as of recently. They're in the Supple Alliance. As you can see, they rank themselves 3rd in their alliance, and they think they are the strongest alliance on Stellarite, which I know chat is gonna, undoubtedly agree with. They have claimed to won 3 sieges, and their chat PvP is out second round, we're an erotic Christian guild.
Yeah.
So on one side, Blue, we have someone who needs to win. They don't want to win. They need to win. And on the other side, they're like, yeah, we're going to be out second round, which unironically, we're in the second round, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, unironically, we are in the second round because our first, one of our matches for the day was removed from the docket. And so we put Tier versus Released in there, but we still have a full schedule today as it stands. Now, Seraphim was not allied with Supple until very recently. Supple decided to move over to the Stellarite server, I believe, in order to basically secure the castle win, because they're going to go for the siege win. In order to win the tournament, you're probably going to have to own castle. It might just be that close at the end of the day. I don't think that Seraphim has the benefit of that castle buff. Likewise, I don't think Out of Lucent does either. So I think that overall, this actually might end up being a relatively close match here. Gretton, do you have any predictions for this one?
I mean, I got to side with the erotic Christian guild. Just, I used to be in Supple. They think they're going to be out second round, and you were the underdog guy last time, so I think I'm going to be the underdog guy this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about pick ban here. We get, if for those of you that don't know, or maybe just joining us for the duration of this tournament, there is a pick ban where guilds are called into voice with one another. There are 4 bans, and then there is a pick. So whichever guild gets to pick gets to choose the map, but whichever guild gets to ban bans 4 of the matches. There is a coin toss to decide who gets what. Out of Lucent won that coin toss. They chose to pick Seraphim ban. Seraphim chose to ban Talus, Morokai, Adentis, and Chernobog. Interestingly enough, we're going to Pakalo in round 1 of the day, Gretton.
I could not be more happy. If you actually go in the Supple Discord, my name in that Discord is Pakil O'Neill, because I love Pakilo. He dunks on the fools. Shout out for my short kings out there. I actually love this Riftstone specifically. I love Riftstones that have like environment matters sort of landscapes to it. I hate flat plains. I feel like it's boring. Obviously on Pakilo, very different, and it's going to be pretty spicy going into this first match of the night.
Yeah, it absolutely is going to be spicy. Seraphim versus Out of Lucent is underway. Sadly, the spectators spawn in Narnia, so we have to make our way across the arena right now. Out of Lucent looks like they are in the yellow, Seraphim in the red. Seraphim is going to be the first one to the stone here. I do not quite see Out of Lucent. It looks like they've spawned over at spawn point 3. They're a little late to the stone. Tells them pushing the first ones up on that grapple, back off right there. And now again, you have Seraphim collapsing down on the grapple. Gretton, this is not where you want to be if you're Out of Lucent.
No, you're having a lot of trouble now having to push up this really small choke with a absolute behemoth of a blob from Seraphim, just being able to lock it down. We do have this little mini elevator here that Seraphim's doing a great job of maintaining high ground on. And on the side of out of Lucent, they're just kind of staying on the low ground. They don't really know what to do at this point. They got to kind of play back and forth. And again, this is where you're going to want to be able to have that sort of period of time in the prep phase to kind of test, okay, what works, what doesn't work, because once the clock starts ticking and you're able to actually cap the stone, you want to make sure most of your pushes are going to be up and around that rift stone, or else it's just going to be over before it even starts.
Yeah, absolutely. Out of Lucent chose this map, so I expected them to come in with a fair amount of strategy here. Hobo Knight out in front, locking down this low ground with the rest of his static, but you can see if we take a look at this high ground, again, it looks like Seraphim has locked down basically every high ground that there is in the match right now, and they're basically just making sure Out of Lucent has to rotate around. That's exactly what they're going to try to do right now. They're going to try to bum rush the stairs, which I'm not sure is going to work, but they look like it is going to work. Seraphim out of position, not rotating fast enough. Can Seraphim get over here to try to meet them at the top of the stairs? Zero balance, trying to clear the way for his guild. Look at Seraphim coming in on the backside of the fight, trying to do what they can to flank this one. Gretton, the top of the stairs looks good for Out of Lucent, but the bottom of the stairs looks really bad.
They did a beautiful job. This is Seraphim now letting kind of Out of Lucent push up that stairwell. And even if they caught them by surprise, a great presence of mind shot call from the caller of Seraphim to say, hey, just wrap and hit their tail and we'll meet you in the middle. And that's exactly what happens on both sides of this engage. All you saw was red, and they kind of just closed like the jaws of a dinosaur on top of Out of Lucent. I love the push from Out of Lucent. I love the tempo that they're showing already early on with still 2 minutes left. I like the fact that they're already getting creative with their pushes, but Seraphim is looking so clean on this defense.
Yeah, absolutely. They are. So part of that success probably has to do with the fact that they do have both Cordy crossbows that are allowed in the tournament on Thulu and Kill and on Duty. We'll see if you can find those for us so we can get those perspectives. It looks like Out of Lucent, though, on the other side, doesn't have any Cordy crossbows. Now, we've seen teams come up and actually win with no Cordy. So although Cordy is an impactful weapon, it certainly is not everything. A Cordy is only as good as your static party. You can see them firing from this high ground M9XX up here, this staff bow, firing down like a pigeon from the high ground, with the rest of these range classes just shooting fish in a barrel for Out of Lucent on the low ground, where the front line of Seraphim basically holds the line on the low ground here and on the stairs as well. Out of Lucent between a rock and a hard place, Grenton.
Yeah, and again, we have about just a minute left until the stone becomes active, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Out of Lucent try something a little differently here in terms of their push. It looks like they're actually coming through the middle of the Riftstone now, and they're actually pushing up that center where the grapple is. And again, Seraphim quick to respond. A little bit of the front line of Out of Lucent is able to get forward, but a nice Bellendir shield suck right there on the pin to be able to wipe what's left of the Out of Lucent ball. And they're going to, again, have to pull back. They're going to have to lick their wounds and prepare to try something different here as we approach the stone becoming active. And like you said, Out of Lucent, currently, they spent all their Lucent, like their guild name suggests, so they don't really have any Cordy expos, so being able to punish these clumps is going to be a lot more difficult for a guild like Out of Lucent, where, as you mentioned, Seraphim does have 2 Cordy crossbows, which is the tournament limit, but they are active, and they are going to be reaping havoc here as Seraphim's going to get a little cocky, a little bit of an ego push as they actually push onto the low ground, wipe up what's left of Out of Lucent as they come back now in force to defend the stone.
Yeah, here comes Out of Lucent up the other side. That Bellendussy suck is certainly extremely... Oh, look at that sleep on the stairs. Oh my goodness. Holding up almost the entirety of Out of Lucent's front line right there, installing them on the stairs. And now look at Seraphim coming up behind them. I know the Seraphim boys have shot called for these guys before. They are a very talented group of guys in this one. So I do know, again, I know them from the Snowburn server, interestingly enough. So I know that they are powerful. It does look like the stone has opened up right now, and Out of Lucent is doing what they can to try to shift the fight onto the stone so that they don't get collapsed on repeatedly on these stairs, on these ways up to the Riftstone. I do think that it may have been a little bit of inexperience. I think that Pakalo is a very dynamic map, but I do think that being in position first, especially when you're the disadvantaged guild, is super, super important. We're seeing that here as Out of Lucent was just a little bit slow to the Riftstone off the rip, and now Seraphim has just shown domination since the start of the match.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And it's actually interesting here that Seraphim is the one that had to ban, right? So Out of Lucent actually got to pick the stone. They chose Pakilo, and maybe they did it as a way of like, we're not really gear comparative to Seraphim perhaps, but maybe we can surprise them with this Pakilo pick. But Seraphim looks super clean on this. We do have Riamila, who is trying to get a cap off, but they will quickly die as Seraphim is just able to control every entrance. You see like a static or two of players up here on the north side, up on the south stairs, and their tank core is just sitting pretty on the stone as they have 35, 40 people now on the stone, being able to kind of incrementally gain that advantage. And like we've seen in many, many, many Riftstone fights, it's almost a disadvantage to cap first, right? You want to be able to be the one to cap back, especially with how long certain caps take. So I'm not surprised to kind of see Seraphim actually spreading out and not just full pushing the stone just in case they blunder, right? Because that is still possible.
Yeah, stuck on the low ground of the elevator right now is Out of Lucent. I was wondering how long it was going to take the Seraphim boys to respond to that. Finally, some flankers getting through to that low ground right there into the back line of Out of Lucent. You see the kill feed on the right side of your screen. Tells you everything that you basically need to know. If we take a look at the leaderboard so far here, you can see M9XX at the top of the defeats right now on a bow staff, which is not considered a particularly great metagame weapon right now by a lot of guilds, but it is certainly a win more weapon, as Invuln said on his last time co-casting. Top assist is again M9XX Worm right there, invincible as well. Again, the Cordy's not necessarily up there. There's Kill on Duty coming in at number 5 right there. But again, the Cordy crossbows, maybe not the top of the lobby in this one. So Cordy's only so effective, especially when your guild is being this effective. Out of Lucent certainly dominating damage taken, but that's not what you necessarily want to see there. Amount healed, again, very Seraphim heavy. Arcturus and King Douglas, though, for Out of Lucent. I love the Arcturus reference. Is almost certainly referencing Arcturus Minsk from StarCraft 2. So big W there, Grit, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, I was expecting M9XX a little bit, and it's so punishing, right? You could just stay up on that high ground near that Riftstone, and as Out of Lucent tries to run through those stairs, it's just, you know, duck hunting season, pretty much. But, you know, good presence of mind from one of the tanks to pull them down. M9XX does fall to that, and that's exactly kind of the tempo that you need to try to establish if you're Out of Lucent here, is you need to try to figure out a way to push through their annoying mosquitoes, right? So bow staff, you know, staff daggers, stuff like that that can really hit you from range. You got to be able to get your main ball past that line and start clashing. Because I feel like, especially when you're down, you know, Cordy crossbows, if you're down gear, whatever the case may be, you got to be able to actually hit and engage on your terms. And you can't hit and engage with half your ball at half health, which is kind of what we're seeing here as Out of Lucent just runs up the stairs. And Seton is the first to fall because he's decided to engage at 30% HP, and finally the rest of Out of Lucent is going to be pushing in. They try to do a little bit of a split push here from both sides, but Seraphim just matches them 1-to-1, and it's like they're hitting a brick wall here, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching OK during that engage. I got a bow staff on the side of Out of Lucent, and you could see the indecision he had. Is like, do I go this way? Do I go that way? Do I go this way? Who do I go with? And then he ultimately ended up running on up the stairs and getting nuked 100-0 before he was able to get even a lick of damage down for his guild. And that's the problem with being a DPS in a tough matchup like this, where your guild is getting a little bit turboed on this one, is that you just don't, everything is just super risky. Big pull in right there with a Cordy spin. Kill on Duty's going to pick up about 9 kills on that kill feed right there. It was absolutely ridiculous as all of Out of Lucent gets blendered into that choke right there. The rest of them coming up the stairs on the other side, trying what they can to try to get anything to interact with the stone. Ramalia is going to try at half HP and falling, doing the Lord's work, but it's going to get shoved off right there, and that cap is going to be thwarted, Gritton.
Yeah, and again, this is going to give Out of Lucent a little bit of time to regroup, but it's a kind of an odd choice. I'm seeing, you know, 1s and 2s push in from the side of Out of Lucent while the rest of their group is trying desperately to, you know, catch up and regroup. And we are seeing a little bit of what I like to call harassment from the Seraphim side, is they're just not letting them regroup. They see the 1s and 2s push up a little bit. They'll send a static or 2 out, and they say, hey, we can beat you guys shorthanded. And as you can see here, an ego push here from Seraphim is they just jump off the top rope like this is the WWE. And there's Kill on Duty again with a spin. And there's the rest of Seraphim right on top again. And they're going to just punch Out of Lucent in the mouth before they even have a chance to engage.
Oh, give him the tear! Give him the tear! Oh my, WWE indeed. From the top rope, Seraphim just died dives down from the high ground. Out of Lucent, chat said it, out of ideas here. I'll be honest with you. I think that Out of Lucent is doing a good job trying to push from multiple sides, trying to group up as a guild, showing resiliency, rotating around the map here. But again, Seraphim is just so dominant. They can jump on them no matter what Out of Lucent decides to try to do. Right now, they're split half and half. They're trying to come up on two sides of the stone. At one series, you see some of the statics coming up the grapple on this other side. The rest of them braving the stairs. But again, both of them meeting resistances as Seraphim has both of those entrances covered. And you could see it's just a red feed across the board right now, Gretton. Out of Lucent, despite their resiliency, is really struggling.
Yeah, and I want to shout out of Lucent because they're trying different things, which is exactly what you have to do in this position. Zero Balance is actually able to sneak a ninja cap off of, which is beautiful. Him and Ray Amelia, that's a tongue twister to say for some reason, were able to actually just sneak behind all of Seraphim as Seraphim was just salivating at the mouth for kills. So really heads up awareness play by the tanks there on the side of Out of Lucent. But again, it's going to be hard to find some follow-up. Zero Balance somehow still alive, even though he's playing Gladiator and he doesn't have an SNS on his back. Ultimately does fall. Ramalia is going to be next to fall as well, as Out of Lucent is desperately trying to scramble to get on the stone. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, and they're going to flip the stone back into their favor. But this kind of lets Seraphim know, hey, keep an eye on the stone or else we'll just ninja it.
Yeah, Tomadin actually getting into a good position for Out of Lucent here. You see him fire from the high ground. Oh, gets pulled down immediately. Kaidi74 says, I'm so sorry, my son, the crossbow dagger looking on from the high ground. Buddy, are you gonna... he's just watching all of his friends die on the stairs, like it's saving Ryan's... Saving Private Ryan is the way that I'm gonna say it just this time. And he's got that clip of ammunition over his shoulders and his friend is dying in the next room over. KD74 just not sure what he can do to contribute to such a slaughter on the low ground right there. He goes invisible and jumps off. Interestingly enough, really rough engagement for the crossbow dagger. In fairness, I would not want to be playing a crossbow dagger in this setup. Here's Crystalline. They're going to go for a brave approach to the Riftstone right here. They're going to land on the high ground. They're going to try to knock off Kill on Duty. That is one of the Cordy crossbow spinners on the side of Seraphim, but you can see he's like a Terminator standing up here, but he has no static. Can they get him? They do manage to knock him down. So Out of Lucent actually seeing some life on this one as they claim the high ground. We have Rickrolled, Cholap, and OK on the high ground there together. They manage to activate the lever as well, which brings them up even higher and keeps them isolated from the rest of the group. It looks like they are forced to abandon the high ground though, Gretton. A good attempt though.
And that's okay, though, because they're able to now start swarming the point. Unfortunately, they are losing the one-to-one trades, but that's exactly what you have to do. You locate who the Cordy players are. You got to send some, Assassin, Gladiator, anything that can do a lot of single target damage. You got to send them after them, put pressure on them. You can't just let them engage on their tempo. And as you can tell, that was actually the push that Out of Lucent was able to get the most amount of stone presence was when they did that. And they're going to, do it again. They're going to fly onto that high ground. They're going to try to win control of the high ground, and then they're going to jump down onto the stone and try to get something going there. And I feel like they started to find a little bit of a strat now that's able to work. The issue is there's 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. I don't know that they have enough time to actually fully flip the stone with how solid Seraphim has been looking on defense.
Yeah, Arcturus on this high ground as a healer trying to keep everybody healthy. Tempted Wolf is going to go down. It looks like they're right in front of him. And a lot of the Out of Lucent players really struggling on this high ground as Seraphim starts to respond to this push. In fairness to Out of Lucent, this is their best push yet. So honestly, again, their shot caller quite good, Gretton, if I have to say so myself. He's playing from a position where his guild is behind, and he's managing to find engagements where at least his guild can be on reasonable footing, flying them down to the high ground like this and trying to contest the point. They are trying to interact with the point as Ramalia on that low ground tries to get the interaction down, but it fails, and it looks like enough of Seraphim has finally responded, but now they're all stuck on that high ground, and now we're seeing Out of Lucent respond at the stairs. Once again, this guy is constantly trying to approach the stone from every angle possible. To Out of Lucent's credit, man, these guys have learned to adapt more than some of the better guilds I think I've seen in the tournament. It's just, sadly, I think they might not have the gear or the composition quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of differences on the comp when you were looking at the lobby screen. Obviously, in a world where Cordy exists, not having any definitely puts your ball v ball engages at a disadvantage. But look, again, Riamalia is able to actually get the stone flip off before they die. They have been on this stone more often than I think anybody in this lobby. And now Seraphim's going to have to pull a lot of people back, get feet on the stone. And this is where if Lucent had some sort of Cordy crossbow or any sort of big AoE pressure, this is where you'd want to kind of throw that in. Look how clumped up Seraphim is here on that stone. The issue is when you don't have that, you got to get creative. You got to start pulling things out of the playbook that maybe weren't there before. And that's kind of what we're seeing now, is they're flying through the sky, trying to own that high ground and slowly trying to inch away advantage, which again, with only 3 minutes and 50 seconds left, it might be a little too late. But as you said, huge testament to the strats from Lucent, because they move well, they engage well, they just don't have that punching power.
Yeah, absolutely. With only 3.5 minutes left on the clock, Lucent has run out of time in this tournament, it looks like, and they are going to get knocked out. It looks like in, I believe, the losers bracket of this one. But they certainly showed up in a big way, and they showed that these guys can coordinate with one another. They look like they're having a lot of fun. They actually do have 13 people on the point as they initiate a cap into the closing minutes here, but I think Seraphim might just be playing with their food a little bit at this point, having a good time with this one. And certainly I like the fact that at least they chose Pacolo, because they certainly made it interesting, Gretton.
Yeah, I love this stone. Like I said, I'm a big fan of stones where environment matters, and it's not just like a Talus, where it's like a blank slate and you're just engaging like you're out of the movie Braveheart or something. I don't know. So I like the pick. Execution was there, but at the end of the day, you just lost to punching power, which I would actually be in a okay position if I was like their guild leader. I'd be like, all right, cool. We played well. We picked a good stone. We moved well. We just got gear gapped, or we just got, gear check, whatever. Go next.
Yeah, exactly. Seraphim knows there's not very much time left. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And here they come flying in over the top of Lucent. This is actually a pretty good engagement for Lucent because flying in like that means that you land with almost no stamina at all. But M9XX is a monster, wiping out 4 people at the start of that engagement. That guy has some gear on, Gretton, at the end of the day. Lucent just not able to stand up to the punching power of Seraphim here, as I'm sure there's, look at all those blood devos going off as well right there. I do think it might be a little bit of a compositional diff. Brett, I'm curious, what is your ideal composition right now? Do you think that the meta favors more DPS or more tanks, or is it more of a healer's day? Because the current patch has changed a lot.
Listen, we're always in a healer's world, and we're just living in it. Let's be honest. But besides that, I think we've moved slightly away from the 2-2-2 setup in the sense of 2 Crusaders. I had to rethink of the name for SNS Greatsword, where now I wouldn't be surprised to see, and I might get, yelled at for leaking strats, but Crusader and a Steelheart. Having a Steelheart, I feel like, in your composition is insane with how Blood Leech aura works now, and just the amount of CC that you have as a Steelheart. So 2-2-2 for me still makes sense on paper, but instead of 2 Crusaders, you just tell the less good or less geared Crusader to go Steelheart.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a lot of complaining posts from the healers on Reddit and various forums and things like this, and in Discords and whatnot, which means that I think that AGS and NCSoft did something right, because I think that healers were just a little bit too strong before. I think that they got just a touch, and this is coming from a healer. So the fact that they've been nerfed down at least a little bit is definitely, in my opinion. I don't think that healers should necessarily always just be making the difference, regardless of what the DPS and how the front line is performing. It should definitely be a team effort on this one, and I think that they had a little bit too much impact before. So I think that honestly it brought it a little bit more in line with what I think people wanted overall. But let's be honest, you can never make everybody happy. 10 seconds left on the clock. Seraphim is going to take this one home and move on to the next round of the losers bracket. Certainly one of the stronger guilds we have down here in the losers bracket. Lucent will get knocked out of the tournament gear, but honestly, they didn't go down without a fight. You got to give them credit where credit is due. Invincible with 57 kills right there for Seraphim. Kill on duty, Puffy Smalls, Murasame at 25 as well, all picking up the top kills of the lobby, with Staff Dagger, Spear Dagger, and Cordy Crossbows rounding out that composition. M9XX with the top assists in the lobby right there. damage dealt, kill on duty again. And then there's an M9XX on a bow staff. You don't see that necessarily every day unless your guild is definitely winning in that regard. If we look at damage dealt, honestly, I want to see the top out of Lucent Tomadin down here on a staff, again a bow staff user. Top damage dealt on the side of out of Lucent. If we look at the top kills for out of Lucent, it's Tomadin again. That guy is an absolute gamer. Looks like the top kills of the top tank of the lobby. Again, look at all those healers, Gretton. Arcturus, King Douglas, eBay, Dirty, Arrowin, all healers. The first like pseudo tank we see is Zero Balance, and that's a Gladiator. We finally see a Templar coming down in here at like number 8 on Elixir. The amount healed, 14.6 million healed from Lionel Richie Beaks, Trey Boucher. So I guess a Trebuchet, Wapo, Musique, Lithium, and Elion, the top healers of the lobby. King Douglas, the top healer for out of Lucent. Certainly not the closest match we've seen, but honestly, you got to respect the resiliency.
Listen, they might be out of Lucent, but they're not out of heart, and that's what matters. That's what keeps guilds alive.
I respect it.
Yep. W showing from out of Lucent. GG's to Seraphim as they're going to advance and, you know, keep their tournament life alive. And yeah, I mean, I do want to touch on the bow staff a little bit because people invuln on the last cast called it a win more weapon, but I do think even in a world where Cordy crossbows exist, you do need range pressure that is more than just a spin every 40 seconds or however long Cordy can get down to. So having a good bow staff player with what I like to call like bodyguard protection is so slept on, and we see it there. Obviously, both the bow staffs that we saw on both out of Lucent side and on Seraphim side had Tevent bow, which obviously gives them that extra range, and then one had the Bellandir staff as well. So double arc boss does a lot of work. You're able to put a lot of pressure, and you do need to soften the clump, is what I like to say, before spinners come in, before your main ball actually clashes, because then if you're engaging at 100% and they're engaging at 75-60%, more often than not, even if you guys screw up, you'll win that engagement.
Yeah, absolutely you do. Let's take a look at some of the more brilliant engagements that we saw in that last match. We take a look over at the instant replay here. You can see out of Lucent trying to rotate as quickly as possible around here to catch Seraphim off guard, and they do for the most part. You can see the front line does manage to get up the stairs as quickly as possible, but this is why it's important to rotate really quickly, Grenton, is watch this. They get up the stairs, they think they've got it. Look, it's Seraphim just comes down on the backside, mops up the back line for out of Lucent, and again, Seraphim just had all the answers in that lobby the entire time. So I don't think necessarily the Cordies made the difference. Certainly it added a little bit of insult to injury though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I initially thought that Seraphim got caught with on the back heel on that engage, but when you look at the replay, they actually prepped on the edge. They said, hey, out of Lucent, look at this inconspicuous staircase that no one's standing on. You guys maybe should push it, Tiki. We're not looking there. And then they did, and they just hit them from behind. So I take back what I said earlier, because it looked like they got caught off guard, but it was 100% scripted, and it was 100% shot caller diff there. So really good job to Seraphim for that heads up play, as we were able to kind of showcase there in the instant replay.
Yeah, really, really cool heads-up play by Seraphim. And again, I think it showcased both guilds doing something that was really cool. Again, out of Lucent, constantly trying to adjust and do something different. You have got to try, especially when you're on the back foot as a guild. You seem to be the weaker guild in the matchup. You've got to try to catch your opponent by surprise, and that's what we saw out of Lucent doing consistently there. It was really cool, but Seraphim always with the upper hand, and I love those boys. I've had a lot of respect for them ever since my run-in with them on Snowburn, so that looked really cool. If we take a look at our next match of the day, we actually have a slight delay, so we're going to break down each of the matches for the day right now. We have a slight delay because the Arc Boss is going on server-wide right now. So let's take a look at CPQ. Can't Press Q versus Can't Press Q. I have also shot called for. Currently, they're on Stellarite. CPQ rank 1 in their alliance alongside Hailstorm, Cobra Kai, and Release. So again, to say that you're rank 1 expresses confidence overall in yourself as a guild. Hailstorm, of course, the digital boys from Black Desert Online, led by Loads there, so they have access to them because Hailstorm is not in the tournament. They should be able to pull from them a little bit, but I'll be honest with you, I expect CPQ to pull mostly from its own roster because those guys are some gamers, if I remember correctly here. They believe they're second strongest on Stellarite overall because I believe Supple just swapped into that their best in guild T1 finish. They were out round 2 to Left 4 Dead, and that was certainly a really close match, and I think that they just got out strategized, if I remember correctly. They were just spawning at the wrong location on Azrael. And then prediction, top 69. Nice. But obviously they're just beaming a little bit there. They said actions speak louder than words, so they didn't need chat PvP. Gretton, I'll let you introduce
Before I introduce that kind of reminds me of RIP the GOAT, but you know, Kobe Bryant, job's not finished. That's what Kevin Presky just said. We don't need a yap about where we're going to finish. We'll show you where we finish. So they got a hurdle to get over, which is Also, for any Canadians, shout out on YTV, W show when I was a kid growing up. But besides that, they're also in the Supple Alliance. And like you said, right, Supple was able to transfer in to Stellarite. So they're claiming that they're the first strongest alliance on that server. Camp Rescue is claiming that they're the second strongest alliance on that server. So a third ranked guild from the best alliance loses to the best ranked guild of the second strongest alliance, right? Don't check the math on that. But I think that's how it's going to go. Prediction, top 50 would be great. So a little bit of insecurity there from but I'm excited to see both these guilds kind of duke it out here 1v1 after obviously the arc boss, because everybody needs their $1,000 weapons. Am I right?
Right. You never want to skip an opportunity to get those. Hey man, yeah, like if you pick up like 1 or 2 arc boss weapons from the boss itself, technically you could trade that sucker out, immediately level it up or like tag it over and use it in the match. So I mean, you just never know. Guilds trying to get the edge wherever they can in this one. I think that CPQ has advantage here, but I'm not going to count down and out before I've seen them get a chance to go toe to toe with them. Looking ahead to the next one here, we have Doom versus Nemisis. Doom from the Adrenaline server. Again, Adrenaline was considered for a long time to be a little bit more of a dead server here, but Doom rank 1 in their alliance with Omnia Imperio, a Hispanic guild, if I remember correctly. Rank 2 alliance on the server. No siege wins, but they said Doom has arrived. Yep, we're the last Latino guild. Forged okay, so it's a Latino guild, I apologize. Forged in fire and ready to fight. So honestly, RPing a little bit on that, which I respect. I respect that hustle.
Dude, if you're gonna RP, you gotta full send it, and I love it. I love that they're full sending it. Every time I fought in either Latino guild or any South American guilds in any games or played with any of these players, these are the most dedicated and refuse to lose. They will bang their head into the wall 50,000 times if it means on the 50,000 and first time they break through the wall. So I'm excited to see Doom compete. They're going to be going up against Nemisis, which is on the Carnage server. They are the underdogs, like Ruby in that football movie is their like strength on the server. But they do claim to be the best guild in the Underdog Alliance on the server. And their chat PvP is Black Pyre is the worst semi-competitive guild in the game. Our loot distributor, Chaperon, has given all of Jibo's loot. Please do not target Jibo. So maybe some loot drama there within that alliance, and they just wanted to set the record straight. Not much that I know about Nemisis, but I have heard of Doom. And like you said, Adrenaline, a little bit of a quote-unquote dying server, but guilds are still on there, guilds are still fighting, guilds are still competing. And all it means if you're on a server that isn't super populated is that you might be a little bit more rusty unless you're able to set up war games with other competitive guilds.
Yeah, you also have more gear, I suppose, in there. Jibu certainly not happy with the loot distribution going on in Nemesis, but at least you know who the gearlets are. Jibu, like honestly, you can just buy your gear, buddy. If you're a broke boy, just say so. It is what it is. What it is. You know what I mean? Like it is. You do what you got to do. But I think that this one actually could be very close. Certainly, we'd love to see the Latino Guild show up and represent them and their culture here. Looking ahead to the next match, and this is going to be one of my favorites. This is my most hyped match of the entire day because there is a lot of lore in this matchup. Hikikomori versus Villainous. Hiki from the Ivory server. Hikikomori, the rank 1 guild in their alliance alongside Ormong and Bubble Blowers. Rank 3 on their server. Prediction is top 20. They said Hiki might not be the strongest guild, but we will always be the #1 cutest guild on the internet. Interestingly enough, you know what? I'll let you introduce Villainous real quick, and then I'll give you the backstory about why this matchup is so crazy.
Sure. I mean, I remember before I took a little break from TNL, I got a couple in-game mails, I think, from Hiki, though, saying that they're the #1 cutest guild on the internet and they wanted to recruit me. So W to continue your marketing strategy this far. But you're going to be fighting against Villainous, also on the Adrenaline server. They think they're the second strongest, but Villainous says, hey, we're the best in our alliance at least. And their chat PvP super simple. We hope to win in the first round, which
they didn't.
I don't think they did, right? Are we in the losers in this, or are we in the
we're
winners?
in the losers. This is the losers bracket.
So they didn't win the first round.
But they did beat Owowis, though, in the first round of the losers bracket. So technically, they have exceeded expectations. So now, second round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, exceeded expectations, but they are a chill adult gaming community. Okay, and that's what's important. But Blue, please let the viewers at home know what's the lore here.
Yeah, so these guys, the rivalry between these two guilds goes back all the way to Black Desert Online about 7 or so years ago, maybe 6 years ago now. Villainous and Hiki were both very top tier guilds on the PvP scene of Black Desert, and Hiki, always known as the guild that would take over a region. They would win Siege because they were a very strong Siege guild at the time, and they would put a what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna go with lewd anime girl making interesting faces on their guild icon when they would win Siege. And this, of course, is plastered all over the in-game banners and everything, all over every town. So whenever Hiki won a Siege, you could see anime girls basically everywhere, all over the game. Villainous, of course, on the other side of it, again, they constantly were fighting each other, trying to, both guilds get super competitive with one another. Villainous is definitely more of an adult community in terms of like how they approach things, much more manly approach to things. They're not trying to be the cutest guild in any respect, very traditional adult male PvP community over there. Yeah, so you have like the kind of the femboy cutesy approach on Hiki, but is also super competitive. Just because they're kind of, you know, cutesy and femboy doesn't mean that these guys can't pump at the end of the day. And then Villainous on the other side, more of the traditional approach. And again, these guys go back a long way. The leadership cores between these two guilds know each other from years ago, Gren.
Yeah, all right. So tons of lore there. Obviously, as someone who's played maybe a whole of 2 weeks of BDO, didn't know that lore, but it's kind of nice to see two complete polar opposites in mentalities and guild culture being able to go up against each other again. And who would have guessed that the guild named Villainous is all big macho adult, you know, male mentality, right? Like, I would never have guessed that in a million years.
I mean, they still have it. Even adult men love anime, even if they're not weebs. But like, I mean,
look, they have someone in their alliance called Arise. So Spot the solo leveling fan.
Yeah, there you go. And again, but Hiki on the other side, I swear, would kick people from their guild if they took a waifu unfairly in the waifu bot. Is kind of the situation that you're looking at in this case. But certainly my favorite matchup of the day. So we'll see. Hiki had a really tough draw in round one where they were basically just running it down. But Hikikomori actually does get stronger the more ayayas that get spammed in chat. So we'll see how Villainous is kind of and Villainous, honestly, the funny thing is Owowis was the guild that Villainous knocked out of the tournament before this. It's like both ayaya spamming like femboy catgirl guilds in the tournament. Villainous has an opportunity to wipe them both out of the tournament as the villains that they are, you know, like the anime antagonists, like, you know what I mean?
Cue the music. Long black hair anime villain descends from the sky with a katana in hand. Camera pans to their face, eyes glow blue, and it's time to fight or something. I don't know.
Yeah, super sick. So we'll see if Hiki can stand up to the might of Villainous there. We look ahead to our next match of the day. It's going to be MiHoYo versus Lords of the Dead. MiHoYo from the Snowburn server, rank 3 on their server. I assume that obviously they're referencing the VTubing agency. I believe that MiHoYo is the VTubing agency, right? Yeah, I think it's the VTubing agency. Rank 3 in their alliance with Seraph. Obviously, Seraphim has left their alliance, but they didn't update their alliance for us this week. So we're not sure exactly if it's just 3 guilds in their alliance now, but they are with Cursed as well. Rank 3 on the server. They've won 5 sieges. The prediction is top 10, and all they said was smiley face. I'll let you introduce Lords of the Dead there.
So MiHoYo is just the company that made Genshin, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, no. They made Honkai Star Rail too. So I have them confused.
Yeah, but like Genshin, Honkai, that stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, Lords of the Dead, so insert edgy name here. They've been around for a super, super long time. They're on Cordy Right, which is very appropriate as server name for this tournament, if you do ask me. They're the 4th strongest alliance on that server, which is interesting. They are in a 3 guild alliance. They think they're the best They've been around for apparently long-standing community for 30 years. Blue, fun fact about Grenton, I might look like I'm 40, but I'm turning 30 in exactly 23 days. Just so you know.
Oh, yo, I just want you to know that everybody says that your 30s are like, oh my God, you're over the hill, you're declining. Your 30s are way better than your 20s. You have more money, you've learned all the lessons, you don't have school anymore for in most cases. Like, it's just objectively better, and you're still young enough to do a lot of the things that you could do in your 20s. Yes, you get a little bit older, but at the end of the day, my experience with my 30s has been vastly improved. If it makes you feel any better, I'm turning 33 in 6 days.
Well, it doesn't make me feel better because we look the same age.
Yeah, but you're still pretending to have hair, though.
That is true. I'm going to Turkey next year. Want to come?
No, I'm thinking about going to Korea next year, potentially. Interesting.
We could stop in Turkey and then go to Korea together.
Okay, well, that might be doable. That might be doable overall. If we take a look at the next match, I think Lords of the Dead versus MiHoYo might be pretty close. Overall, again, this is the losers bracket match. We look ahead to the next match again. Animal Crackers versus Touch Tengu's End. I believe that Tengu, there's been some interesting things going on with their alliance. Tengu might be showing up by themselves today. I'm not exactly sure, but I know they had a ton of fun in round one. So Tengu from the Snowburn server showing up today. I don't know if they're actually going to be with Touchgrass or Endgame today, but this is Tengu returning to the tournament again. Strong fighters. These guys are super resilient. They believe they're 5th on the server alliance-wise, so they don't think like crazy amount about themselves, but they said, what's your favorite hot pocket for chat PvP? So Gretton, what is your favorite hot pocket?
I'm in Canada. What does that mean?
Oh my, wait, do you guys not have hot pockets in Canada?
I don't think we call them hot pockets.
Why do you hate
Is it just
freedom?
like a breaded thing with like pizza stuff inside?
Why do you hate freedom? I don't understand. Yeah, it's just it's just breading basically outside of like a pizza fill. It's like think of a pizza roll, but it's like way bigger, and you just heat it up in the microwave.
We have one that's like a triple cheese one. So it has like pepperoni and then 3 different kinds of cheese inside. And I'm a sucker for cheese, so that's the one I like the most.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, no. So I just like the normal pepperoni one too. Okay, I'll let you introduce Animal Crackers over on this other side.
Dude, pepperoni's so slept on. Anyways, Animal Crackers. At first, I thought their guild name was Animal Crossing, so that's my bad. Also on Cordy Right, they think they are the strongest guild on the server, or alliance on the server, but also strongest guild because they're the strongest in the strongest. And everyone knows that in Throne and Liberty, 2 positives don't make a negative, like in, regular life. They've won 6 sieges, and their prediction is top 3. That doesn't mean they think they're gonna win, but they think they're gonna podium, which is a pretty big thing to say in my humble opinion. And everyone knows I'm the biggest humble king in the world. NA East is the most competitive region, so if you're gonna top 3 in the most competitive region, then you're pretty much gonna top 3 in the world. And they need quacks in chat for power. So chat, can we get your best quacks real quick?
Yeah, well, when we get to that, they're going to be asking for quacks in chat. I'm sure of it on that one. But honestly, Animal Crackers had a good showing in the first round, but they had to fight Exodus in the first round of the tournament. And again, we're talking about a guild. They think that they're going to be top 3, and they had to fight what was basically, or what came down to, they could go on and win the tournament overall. So like, kind of a tough matchup. I would expect Animal Crackers to come out and beat Tengu in this match. Tengu's just ideas just to show up, have a good time with the boys and stuff. And from what I saw from Animal Crackers in that round 1, yes, they were getting dominated, but also they were rotating around. They were playing well with one another. Their shot callers certainly had a good understanding of how to rotate the offense around and try to get the flank squads down, try to get creative engagements in. Sadly, it did not work because Exodus are just Terminators walking around, but hey, they did their best on that one. Next up on the day, we're gonna have Tier versus Released. Tier is certainly one of my favorites in the tournament. Ivory server, and they are ranked 2 in their alliance alongside Hellowing, Exodus, and Corrupt. So this is like Team Black Desert over here.
Was it like Nippon Steel?
Yeah, it's like strong like Nippon Steel over here. So there's a lot of Black Desert, ex-Black Desert players, and they have been trying to prove themselves in Throne for quite some time here. And they basically go head-to-head. They have such a big rivalry with the Supple Alliance overall. So Tier, again, Supple's chat PvP is targeted directly at Tier. So watch it. We're going to get to see them fight for the first time today, or a second time, I guess, today. And the best in guild T1 finish, they finished 4th. They have 5 sieges won so far. We expect Tier to go pretty far in this tournament run.
I just realized Tier doesn't have chat PvP. That's surprising for a BDO guild.
Hey, they're chilling. Okay, they're chilling.
I respect it though. Listen, I love Tier. Tier has been some of the most fun fights that I've had against guilds have been against Tier. Everyone remembers when War Games first started. They were grinding. They were just in there all the time. Them and Take Care were just grinding War Games all the time. So I'm excited to see them fight again against Release on the Stellarite server, quote unquote super server. Second strongest on that server. Everyone knows. We now know that the Supple Alliance claims to be first from the previous guild cards. They want to finish in the top 10. They finished in the top 10 in the T1 best in guild, but for some reason they think they're going to do worse in the tier 2 best in guild. So maybe lack of Cordies, who knows? But apparently Tiny Tim's tanks are recruiting. Just wanted to let you guys know. Floating that out there.
Yeah, we are. They are in fact cooked on this one, but we are going to see Tier versus Release, and I think that Release has a bit of a tough matchup here. They got a bye in the first round of the tournament, and then Good Fight pulled out of the tournament, which meant they got a bye again. So this is the first time that we're going to see Release fight, but they should be one of the stronger guilds in the tournament, and certainly they're allied with Hailstorm, so they should have a pretty strong roster. And then Hailstorm is not actually in the tournament, and then any of the fillers they can pull from Cobra Kai and CPQ, which are also strong guilds. So I would not count these guys down and out. But Tier, I believe that Vert is in Tier, and a few other big streamers for the Throne of Liberty category are also in Tier right now. So certainly one of the more hype matches of the day for everybody. Looking at our last match of the day, it's going to be Velocity versus Infamy. Velocity, known as one of the stronger guilds in North America East. I would agree with Gretton's assessment that NA East is definitely the most competitive server, it looks like, between the 3 tournaments. The second, of course, being close second to EU. I'm not sure that the EU scene is quite as competitive as NA East is in terms of how close the guilds actually are, which actually, in contrast to the first best in guild T1 tournament, EU, of the top 3 guilds were basically a coin toss as to who was going to win on any particular day. So really, really cool to see them duke it out. Very close matches there. And now it looks like NA East might just be the same thing. Velocity, one of those guilds, hailing from Snowburn, rank 2 in their alliance with Take Care and Dwagon on that one. Alliance strength on the server, rank 1. They think their best in guild T1 finish was 3rd, so they played alongside Press W. In that regard, they think 3rd to 6th for this tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely more guilds in this tournament, so not crazy to see them predict a little bit lower finish than they had in the Tier 1 tournament. But they're going to be going up against Infamy. So Infamy's on the Ivory server. Little weird. They both have Dwagon in their alliance card, so gotcha, I guess. I don't know. Someone's cheating on someone, I guess. But
yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I can't.
They don't know.
They
don't know. They don't know what their alliance is on the server, Blue. They're like, I don't know. Are we the best? Are we the worst? Time will tell. We did win 5 sieges. Their prediction is top 10, and much like Hiki, they too believe thigh highs belong on guys.
Yeah, so interesting. I do not. I feel strongly that is not the case. I'm just going to be honest with you right now. Not a big fan of the thigh highs on guys. It makes me
How
confused.
many subs to see Blue and thigh highs?
Nope. Well, we're not going to play this game. That's crazy.
Okay.
I do think that, again, the leadership cores have to tell us what their alliance is, if there's any updates. And Infamy and Velocity did not update as far as I'm aware. Actually, I think Velocity may have, but Infamy didn't. I'm not sure at the end of the day. But either way, all I can do is what they tell us. I think that this matchup should be relatively close, but I think Velocity definitely has the upper hand here.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity's always been a really strong guild. Any guild that's kind of been through the, the trials and tribulation of Throne and Liberty over the last, however long it's been, almost a year now that the game's been out. Any guild that's kind of stuck together for this long or absorbed other guilds that either fell or blew up or whatever the case may be are usually pretty cohesive and play pretty well together. So Velocity has been gaming together for quite a long time. I mean, I remember fighting them on Amos, I think it was, like way back when. I say as it was like maybe 6 months ago, but like that was obviously in the grand scheme of things super long ago when it comes to Throne and Liberty timeline. So I'm excited to see them fight again and being able to watch maybe some familiar names that I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, so those are all the matches that we have prepared for today. A friendly reminder that we're going to be about to see Can't Press Q versus Uh-Oh. And so again, what's your prediction for this match overall, Grin?
Listen, I got a shout out Uh-Oh. Again, one of my favorite shows growing up. Only Canadians will know, so sorry, Blue. But there was a guy who'd like spill goo on people. It was really cool. Anyways, so Uh-Oh, I think is gonna give Can't Press Q a little bit of a run for their money. Can't Press Q, obviously a very solid guild, but like I said, today I'm the underdog. I'm taking the underdog position today.
Okay, so you're going with Uh-Oh.
Yep.
All right, I got my boys in CPQ. Let's go, boys. Yeah, again, I shot call for these guys, so of course I'm gonna want to see CPQ come out and win this thing. At least do their best to try to win this thing over in the losers bracket of this one. So again, I think that I'm curious who is shot calling on the side of CPQ this time, because I know that they have some pretty solid shot callers in that alliance overall. As it does look like the pick ban has happened. Let's talk a little bit about that as we move back to the caster desk, as I think that both guilds are starting to fill the lobby now, Gretton, on both sides. So it looks like Cordy has died, and now people are like, it was Peace Cordy, so of course that's going to take forever. So Peace Cordy has died, so now people are filling the lobby back up right now. It does look like that Villainous, wait, is it? Oh, no, okay, that's Villainous. My gosh, I was like, wait, did I just look at the wrong match? No, Can't Press Q won the coin toss. It does look like they chose to pick Uh-Oh banned. Uh-Oh banned Leviathan, Pacolo, Manticus, and Daigon. Definitely don't want to see those Talandre maps in this round. And the choice on the side of Can't Press Q was Talus.
I sleep. I hate Talus. I think it's such a boring map to pick. It's the safe pick though, so obviously, if you're in the lower bracket here and you're up against the wall where any loss kicks you out of the tournament, taking a safe pick, all good. But I want to see more craziness like Daigons or Pakilo or stuff like that. So not what I would have picked if I was in charge, but that's why I'm casting and not playing, because I probably would already be eliminated. So
yeah, well, I mean, Talus is a super wide open Riftstone. There's 2 spawn points equidistant on either side of the Riftstone proper. So again, very even Riftstone overall, and theoretically, the strongest guild should win. But that's not necessarily always what we see here. A lot of times, because Talus has such a small capture box, Brenton, we see people favor like a really frontline heavy meta, but I'm not sure that we're going to see that necessarily on this patch, because frontline is not as strong anymore.
Yeah, frontline definitely got a little bit of a beat stick. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Talus is played with these two guilds. It's going to be a lot easier for guilds to spread out, right? Because like you said, it's a wide open arena. There are 2 spawn points on either side. That's why I kind of made that little bit of like a Braveheart analogy, where you could just kind of like set up and like wall of death into the enemy if you really wanted to. You know, results may vary. But I'm curious to see how they decide to take these engages, because this time both guilds actually have a Cordy, 2 Cordy crossbows. So we have Zing and Grim on the side of Uh-Oh, and April and Scorpion on the side of Can't Press Q. So this is where we're going to be able to kind of see what they're actually doing in terms of how they decide to engage, how they decide to actually peel back, because there's not really anywhere to run. And after your Cordy crossbows spin, they're kind of just sitting there with their thumbs in their mouths, hoping that their tanks and healers can keep them alive long enough to kind of reset and pull back.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like the lobby is just about full here, so we'll move over towards the versus screen. Let's look at the Cordy situation in this matchup. It looks like there are 2 Cordy users on both sides. Uh-Oh has Zing and Grim, and it looks like Can't Press Q has Scorpion and April. So 2v2 in terms of Cordy on this one. And again, both of these are really strong alliances coming into this one, so I'm hoping to see a really good match between these 2 guilds. It does look like, if we look at the lobby here, Grenton, pretty much everybody is a part of Uh-Oh. They've got, like, again, everybody's in the exact same guild here, and again, on the other side, Can't Press Q, every single member is representative of Can't Press Q, so neither guild really pulling from their alliances at all here, just fully represented by their guilds. I love to see that. You don't see that, like, super often.
Yeah, and the comps also look more or less the same, right? There's a couple more daggers on the side of Camp Rescue, a couple more great swords on the side of Uh-Oh, one more wand on the side of Camp Rescue, but one more spear on the side of So like very minimal differences in terms of the comps, which means on a flat map like Talus, it's just going to come down to who not only macros better, but what individual statics are able to kind of pull out the clutches for their individual guilds.
Yeah, and we always say this to like, bro, Cordy's actually really good on Talus because everybody has to stack up on the point. Sadly, you are going to be spending on a lot of tanks, though. And I do see a fair amount of tanks on the side of CPQ over here. It does look like the lobby is full, but we're holding because we're trying to double check with both guilds that they are ready, and they have both because they have extra people in the lobby. We want to make sure that they have their composition already set and ready to go here. A composition is only, a Cordy crossbow is only as strong as their static group. Okay, I have to mention this. Dizzy Giraffe. Do you see this guy right now in the lobby?
Yep.
The SNS Dagger. You used to run SNS Dagger because that weapon loadout was considered bad, and you were like, "No, it's not. I swear." How do you feel that SNS Dagger is in the current metagame?
So I would say Omegalo SNS Dagger in war games until you hover over their weapons and they're running double Delulu weapons, so Delulu SNS and Delulu daggers, which can be absolutely terrifying together. With SNS Dagger, you're able to stack quite a bit amount of attack speed, quite a bit amount of crit. So that Annihilation Blade not only hits fast, because the most atrocious thing with Annihilation Blade is the wind-up time and how it locks your character in after. But you're also able to get a decent amount of damage off of it with the daggers in your offhand. So yeah. Then on the other side, with the daggers in your offhand, you're able to kind of just lock people down with the little like water bubbles that it puts it in. So W choice from SNS Dagger.
Okay, buddy. Has spawned in and gotten to the Rift Stone first on this left side, but you see on this right side, here is Camp Rescue. We're going to see a really big engagement right at the start here. Gretton is both guilds basically posturing up, getting in position, forming ranks with the tanks out in front. You can see Boom with that counter barrier running out in front right there. There the tanks start to dive in. The back lines are both very safe on both sides, but who will get the most damage? Now JP dives onto the back line for on the side of right there, and it is back and forth, but it does look like starting to get the upper hand of the first part of this engagement because their flankers get through to the back line. Grim with a big spin over there. Zing gonna get a kill feed as well. Camp Rescue in a lot of trouble on the first engagement. Gretton.
Yeah, and you see that big clump of people that got locked down right next to the Riftstone? I'm going to give you one guess into the class combo that was able to pull that off.
Okay,
go ahead.
Chill. Okay, just stop.
Go ahead.
Stop it.
Dizzy Giraffe, my goat, standing there tall and proud.
A wand dagger, okay, could do the same thing, but be more effective, right? Like, for sure.
Incorrect. But we're seeing the second win now come out of the side of Camp Rescue as they're now threatening the southeastern part of this Riftstone. But look at is just going to plant their feet and they're going to trade it blow for blow here, Blue. They are not pulling back. They're letting their regroups sort of trickle in here from the back from that 1.1 while their front line, and again, Dizzy Giraffe at 100% HP, just saying, is standing there tall at the front of the main ball and able to just create this space for his entire guild to just regroup behind. But April, one of the Cordy crossbows, is able to get a couple kills there. Maybe let that guild squeak back in here on the side of Camp Rescue.
Yeah, Weeb Commander here with the Spear Dagger leading the way for the Ayaya Enjoyers on the side of right now, doing what he can to throw down damage. I'll be honest with you, the fight is actually quite back and forth. Definitely favored, but look, Gretton, how long it is taking to kill even just a few members. Like, the kill feed is just, where's the kill feed? Like, no one is dying. On either side, we just don't see very many kills on either side. So I'll be honest with you, despite the fact that we are seeing come out on top in the early stages with the kill feed here, I don't think it matters too much because, you know, people are having a chance to just run straight back to the stone, and the fight is so like spread out. It's just a long skirmish. It ultimately comes down to all of the statics in this chaos, guys. This is ultimate the Joker from Batman. Like, this is just ultimate chaos kind of a match. You need to basically communicate with your static party and make sure that everyone is able to play together and target down all of the same target. All of your DPS in the same party need to be on the same target here. Ant's under a lot of pressure, but catching a big heal on this side over here for if we take a look at the leaderboard with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go to see who is leading, initially Can't Press Q and are very back and forth. Certainly a little bit more favored in the defeats right now, but on the assist damage dealt. Again, Can't Press Q taking the top 2 slots. The next 3. Can't Press Q 2. 3. Or 2 back at him the other way. Damage taken. And Can't Press Q back and forth once again, but on top. Amount healed, and this is where we talk about who's going to win the lobby. Has the top 3 healers of the lobby. Can't Press Q healers coming up short. Dragon White trying to carry his guild right now alongside KDA down there as well. But again, the rest of the Can't Press Q healers need to step this up if they're going to be competitive in this.
I do want you to open up the scoreboard again real quick for me because the top damage might surprise you.
Stop it.
Yeah, what is going on? Tevent Wong Templar is just saying, dude, hold my beer. Katie, who? You can hold that silver medal. I'm going to go for gold. And putting in work with the amount of clumps that are able to kind of be formed here on this wide stone and just able to continue to curse bomb over and over and over again. Chugsy is doing an absolute stellar job on that Templar.
Yeah, absolutely. As both guilds go head to head in this fight right now. 25 seconds left on the cap. So I'm going to keep the leaderboard shut right now because the action is just about to begin. Look at every single player of the lobby. He is basically in an all-out bare knuckle brawl. It's like 2nd grade mob ball soccer on the point right now. No one's health bar is going down. There's just not enough damage. And this is going to make for a very interesting Talus match right now. There are people dying on the right side of your screen. Thunderhawk getting a big kill feed right there. And Can't Press Q going for the cap on the point right now. They're going to get it. I'm sorry. Gets the first cap on the point right now. Can't Press Q going for their cap. Can they get it? Gets interrupted right now. And look how close it is, Gretton. 19 to 19, 20 against 20 right now. Head to head. And that's what I'm saying. The kill feed is not coming through fast enough for either guild to really make a difference right now. It's going to come down to who has the guts, the sheer presence of will to say, I'm going to play for the team. I'm going to plant my boots on this point and make sure that we have more contribution than our opponent.
Yeah, and it kind of is exactly what we're seeing doing here is they're doing their best to just keep feet on the point and make sure that Can't Press Q, hey, you want to go hit our back line that's off in Narnia? Go ahead. We're just going to get some more points. But with a guild v guild that is this close, we're saying there's so little kills compared to the other match that we saw earlier. It's important to maybe not be the first guild who caps, I would even argue. Now we have Can't Press Q who's finally able to join the cap as they're going to get that initial 15% bump for just capping. But again, they are able to do that. Boom, all of a sudden kill feeds yellow for a bit. Now we see Pre-Fire able to kind of trade one, and boom, there's JP getting a triple kill, right? So Can't Press Q is doing a really good job of staying spread, but they're going to need to have to clump up if they want to get actual contribution here on the stone. And every time they do that, guess what happens? They get punished by
Yeah, and certainly, definitely more clumped up and more organized, knowing exactly what they need to do on Talus. Please keep in mind that Can't Press Q chose Talus, and they are not performing well against right now, despite the fact that they absolutely can stand on the point. We have E-Girl Waifu representing women everywhere right now, standing on the point and has been alive for quite some time. Gives themselves a heal right there to stay alive, because if you're not alive, no one gets any heals. But you'll notice consistently on the point, always standing inbounds on the point, despite the fact that it puts her at a disadvantage in terms of position. She is standing on the point. You put this in contrast on the other side to the Can't Press Q healers, who again, we have Inuyasha right here. They're also doing a great job healing, but look, they're not contributing to the point. This is a big deal, Gretton. You need to be able to step forward. They could absolutely step up and get onto the point right now and help continue contributing, because look at the percentage right now on the right side of your screen, 61% and climbing on the side of with 13% and falling on the side of Can't Press Q. Now, certainly Can't Press Q will have the opportunity to come back and flip this one back around, but it certainly looks to me like has the upper hand and is more organized, at least at the start of this match.
Yeah, what do you do here if you're do you just take the cap and say, hey, we're gonna stand tall for the next 12 minutes, or do you kind of play the devil's game, right? Maybe the queen's gambit, if we want to bring chess into it, where you kind of let the red side on Camp Rescue, you let them kind of gain an advantage. You let them kind of drain your contribution a bit because you know you're beating them at a macro level. You know you're beating them when push comes to shove. So what is the strat here if you're do you just say, no, we want to lock in this cap, take it, and then go 1-for-1? Or do we want to kind of give them this false sense of hope and allow them to kind of get back into this and not completely drown them out? But unfortunately, Blue, looks like we are going to get our answer to that question as completely locks out Camp Rescue from the cap, and now Camp Rescue actually has to go and re-interact with the stone if they want to be able to get a cap. And now with that as well, is going to secure the cap, which is going to allow them to take a more forward advantage to actually contest this backline from Camp Rescue.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the strategy is absolutely to take it early here because matches are shortened in this case. They're 15 minutes plus the 5 to get ready set. That is 20 minutes total. But again, you can see there's only 11 minutes left on the clock, and oh's frontline can basically just prevent Camp Rescue from taking the stone, and that's what you see Call in position here to do. Abolisher in position as well, basically just trying to keep the fight off the stone, trying to keep the front line from Camp Rescue from focusing on the objective, and they're doing a great job of it so far. Batman is going to try to go for that cap right there. We'll see if Dizzy Giraffe can perform and try to interrupt him. He cannot interrupt him. Batman just steps right up and gets that point. A huge failing on the side of but we need now again, this is going to be super back and forth. 10.5 minutes on the clock is what Camp Rescue has right now. They just need to slowly get percentage, but that means that all of these backliners over here need to grow a pair and step up onto the point. Gretton, look how many red health bars are basically floating around on the outside of the fight. We see a tornado go down on the side of there. That's not very common that you see that, but a tornado went through as well. And again, Camp Rescue just not stepping onto the point enough. And you can see it's just one person makes the difference. 16 to 17, 15 now to 20 on the side of they just look more coordinated. They look like they're more selfless, more team-oriented players versus the side of Camp Rescue who are too scared to get get a low KDA because their guild, no, they don't want to look bad in front of their guild, and shuts the door on that cap immediately. Gretton, Camp Rescue's frontline has their work cut out for them because the rest of the guild just won't commit.
Yeah, and I want to just draw your attention here to the #1 damage by a long shot right now is this Staff Dagger player Goldfish on the side of I'm locked into him here on my POV, and you can just see how you can even see just how,
there you go,
look how forward he's playing. Obviously he's taking a lot of damage, has a lot of trust in his healers, but this is what the backline of Camp Rescue needs to be doing. He's able to draw attention away from other squishies, able to stealth here obviously because he has daggers, but he's the top damage in the lobby, and look how active he is as a range player. He is up here, he is in there, and he is not scared to be able to unload his damage. He has trust in his healers, has trust in his tanks. Look at him, he's now on the other side of the map where Camp Rescue is going to be spawning from because he's just bloodthirsty. He's able to target these low health players. He's able to get around there, drop the meteors. Obviously that Bellandir staff is putting in some work here, but this is what you have to do if you're a range player. If you're a range player, it doesn't mean you have to stand off in the other dimension. This is how you can get active and still help your guild.
Yeah, it does look like that. Again, the leaderboard's very back and forth on this one, but certainly more organized. Again, they always just have just enough people on the point to beat Camp Rescue, and Camp Rescue are just too tentative. Their backliners, their healers, their DPS are just like, we don't really, man, we want to stand over here. We don't really want to go anywhere near the point right now, and that is a serious problem on the side of Camp Rescue. They finally do manage to get a lot of people on the point. They're keeping this cap alive right now, and it's starting to climb 20% and climbing. 8 minutes on the clock. They certainly have enough time to make this happen. 30 people now on the point, as it looks like their shot caller has finally just said, all of you people need to get on the point right now or we're kicking you. They're like, okay, and we're starting to see the red health bars. You can see it all at once. The red health bars basically stepped forward and all got on the point at the same time. I'm locked onto Chugsy right now, as this is one of the only SNS. This is a Templar, and he's one of the top DPS of the lobby because as we know in Throne and Liberty, you can choose to build the way that you want to build. If you want to build Templar in a heavy DPS way, which is an SNS wand, you can do that. And this guy is showing that build diversity right now. He is absolutely pumping with what I presume, I guess, is Curse Bob.
Yes, he's running Tevent Wand, right? So he's able to apply an additional curse on top of the regular kit that Templars have. And then when he detonates that, Tevent Wand does go kind of crazy. I was once hit for 30k as a tank by a well-timed curse bomb. So Chugsy able to put in a lot of work. And the cool thing about Templar is you can have your Kikanita too, where you don't, even if you build full damage, you're still a Templar. You got SNS passives and you got healing. So you'll never be as squishy as someone else. And we can kind of see him get active here and not really be scared to push in and to create some space and AoE pressure for his guild. But you still need people to secure those kills. You still need people to actually execute.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Gretton. 6.5 minutes on the clock. CPQ is about to cap the 50% marker. My boys are rallying and can't press Q. They cap over 50% now and climbing very consistently with 33 people on the point. Can't press Q starting to rally. Is saying exactly that. Right now as CPQ 36 people on the point. You can see as the match goes on, guys, you're starting to see more and more people cluster into this tiny space. It is a target rich environment for the Cordy spinners on both sides. Ultimately, again, Cordy spinners are gonna have a great time. Grim does get one kill on the back of that Cordy spin right there. Battling tooth and nail, 33 to 34. It is one set of boots on the point more than your opponent is the difference right now. Both of these skills fighting for life as we climb over 61% in 1 minute. They're getting about 10% a minute, Cretton.
Yeah, now here's the rally from the side of as they're gonna try to get boots on the point now, and they're able to put them back down to 60, and they're kind of hovering around that 59, 61%. And now it's gonna be about who can mosh better. Done is the day of pressuring backlines and flanking. It's now who can just mosh better, who can keep their clump alive, who can put enough pressure out to push through the enemy. And it looks like right now the rally is coming from the side of but Camp Rescue is just doing such a good job of staying strong on this eastern side, or western side, excuse me, of the stone, where they're just saying, hey, this is our spot. You want to come in here, you're going to hit a wall of tanks, you're going to hit our AoE, you're going to hit everything. But is just relentless. They are like the Borg. I feel like one dies and 5 more show up out of nowhere. They are doing such a good job of keeping pressure on this point. And where I said it's dangerous to be the first one to cap, we're seeing why right now, Blue, because there's only 4 minutes left. If you lose this stone, there's no getting it back. So this is the cap that's going to matter.
This is going to come down to the final minute of this match as desperately battles to keep Camp Rescue off the point, and Camp Rescue trying to inch their way forward across the finish line of this one. They're still at 60%. Well, now they're at 58% and starting to fall a little bit as the Camp Rescue rally. Again, I think that Gretton, right now, I would be calling it's time for Guardians right now. It seems a little bit early, but as you said, there's only 4 minutes left. There's no way, if they get the cap right now, they get a big surge onto the point right now, there is no way that is going to be able to stop them. And now here we go, 66% and climbing with 39 people on the point. Can they get 2 times as many people on the point as their opponent? Because that is a super big deal. You climb twice as fast. No, they're not able to, just barely able to do that. Finally able to get right back on top of it now as they just barely keep them under 70% with 3.5 minutes left to go. Suddenly, I don't think that Camp Rescue is going to have enough time at this rate. They've got to press Guardians and go. Big kill feed for Camp Rescue right there, Gretton.
Yeah, huge kill feed. I think you're right. You do need to just send it all right now. There's 3 minutes left. You cap, you win. You can pretty much go AFK for a minute and a half, then put your feet on the point and you'll still win. So you have to get this cap within the next 30 seconds or 40 seconds at the longest, or else it's just going to be too hard to get back. And they're pushing up, Blue. 37 to 25, 30 to 28.
Oh my God.
It is back and forth. They're able to break that 80%. And now all of a sudden, here come the reinforcements for just needs to play the waiting game now. They need to come back in waves. If they come back 1s and 2s, they're going to get wiped. And now look, dominating position from Del getting 2 kills, Zing getting 2 kills. Look at the wall that is creating, and boom, out of nowhere, Scorpion says, hold on, I'm going to spin. Give me 5, boss. And then he gets 5 kills, and he's able to kind of swing that back into his momentum. But Neth and Hood Monster are back. Is not relenting. They're continuing to push, and look at the respawns. Now, Camp Rescue is actually respawning from the side of because they're able to get onto the point, onto the back line of and create some pressure. But there's only 2.5 minutes left. They're below 80% now on the side of the cap, and it's now or never. There's only 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 80%, and now Camp Rescue gets a huge wipe. No, that's not good on the side of Camp Rescue. They're all running back, but stacks onto the point. Their percentage is falling super fast right now, Gretton, because they have less than half the amount of people on the point. Camp Rescue trying to rally into these final minutes, but a massive slip up right there on the side of CPQ, down at 68%, under 2 minutes to go. I think that they have waited way too long to pull the trigger right now, as I'm starting to see Guardians come out into the final 2 minutes now on the side of Camp Rescue. It is just way too late. Again, that's why you wanted to pop that earlier. They finally have 40 people on the point. Once again, they start to climb one more time. Technically, they do have enough time to make this happen, but they need to stay on top. They're climbing back to 77% right now and climbing. Do I see 80% one more time with a minute and a half left on the clock? They have got to rally. Knows all they have to do is just keep running out to the point. You die on the point. You die for the guild. You bleed on the American flag if that's what you have to do to keep the stripes red at the end of the day. And that is exactly what is doing. 1 minute to go, Gretton. I think they've got it.
Yeah, is doing such a good job of controlling this top right corner, this northeastern corner of the map. And I know you memed on him before, but Dizzy Giraffe has just been an immovable wall there. On that push where they were able to get a huge swing, Dizzy Giraffe and his static were able to just create a wall off the point. And look at this huge difference now in the side of and Camp Rescue on the point. A respawn wave is going to come through, but all the tanks from just step up to meet them. They don't care about dying now. The tanks do not care if they die. Zing and Grim back and back are just getting so many kills off each other. And look at the huge clump that is making. Their entire tank line is standing on this western side of the stone, and they do not care. They said, hey, Camp Rescue, send everyone here. Our tanks will die on this hill, and we will win. There's 20 seconds left, and they are falling below 50%. Just did a masterclass on how to defend this Talistone, because they gave Camp Rescue so many false senses of security and false senses of hope, and at the end of the day, it just didn't matter. Look at this absolute dominance that we're seeing here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is with the dominating guild performance, gonna knock Camp Rescue straight out of the tournament in the losers bracket of this match. Unbelievably back and forth, close match for both guilds right there. Look at that leaderboard. Unbelievable. With the stronger strategy. And again, I do think that capping early was the important thing there. I think it just took a little bit too long for the Camp Rescue boys and girls to really realize that, like, okay, we have to play as a team or we're going to lose. There was too much selfish play on the side of Camp Rescue. Their members, and we highlighted it 2 or 3 times in that match. I guarantee you they're going to go back and look at that replay, Gretton, and say, okay, what could we have done better? They're going to see all of these people not stepping up to be on the point because, quite frankly, they've maybe never had sex in their lives. They're just playing for themselves the entire match like that, until finally we saw them flip the switch. They get all the way to 80%, and that is what I expect out of Camp Rescue. I expected to see them work together in a much stronger fashion than we saw in this match. Sadly, again, we didn't really see them come together as a unit. The way we saw the entire time, start to finish, was a class act from Camp Rescue really started to shine into the final 10 minutes of that match, but sadly, just too little too late. But a good fight to both teams. It looks like the top kills of the lobby are going to go to Scorpion from Camp Rescue. Not every day that you see the top kills of the lobby lose in the match.
Take a look at Goldfish. We did a little zoom in on them earlier in the match. By far the most damage in the lobby, right? Not even close. 2.5 million almost above Chugsy, and only lost by 3 killing blows to a Cordy crossbow. So for those of you who are saying Spellblade is dead, Omega Lol is what I will say in response. Goldfish just showed you guys that, hey, look at the top 5. A Gladiator, a Spellblade, and 3 Cordy crossbows.
Yeah, absolutely. The top kills of the lobby for again, Goldfish, as Gretton just said, top assists of the lobby dominated by right there, showing how well they were able to work together with Grim, Manchief 69, Archie, and Neff coming in as the top ones in that one. And again, we're seeing a healer come in at number 4, which is very impressive there. Damage dealt in the lobby. We already highlighted Goldfish. What a great game for him. Chugsy in at number 2 for Camp Rescue. And again, Chugsy being number 2 on what is a an SNS wand.
That's a
not
Giga Chad move.
something that is an alpha move right there. Is not something that you see every day in front of the Cordy crossbows. What an absolute Giga Chad right there on the side of Camp Rescue. Damage taken on this side again. Vado, Crazy Chung, and Cordy crossbow user. Interestingly enough, that is not a Cordy crossbow user. He's just trying to get people to focus him on the side of Camp Rescue. The top 3 tanks of the lobby, Starcade, Cred, and Grim. The top 6 tanks of the lobby right there on the Cordy crossbow on Grim. Some of the highest damage taken in the lobby right there. Not sure if that's necessarily a good thing. Amount healed 19.7 million on the side of Sissels. Zyre Wolf, Zafira, Zyro Aura, Lumineus, Dioxin, and Pandemia. Man, these names are killing me. But you can see this is why looks so dominant right here, guys. Look at the healers, the unsung heroes of the lobby. I said that when the match started. I said looked like they were winning out in the healer front. I think that their healers were just stronger at the end of the day. Gretton, what a match.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When you were spitting those healers' names, it sounded like you were trying to like summon an entity or something. I don't know what.
Trying, bro. I'll be honest.
Yeah, that was crazy. Listen, that was a. Let me just take a look. My office is currently at 88.5 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm screaming here like a bozo. So that is you guys are probably gonna maybe kill me with this with these close games. So please take a chill pill. Get an AC unit. It got delayed. Omega low, I'm Canadian. I don't know what to say. But what a crazy match. Blue, I think, what is it? I guessed correctly on this one. You guessed correctly on the other one. So I think we're 1-1 right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, buddy. Look, I had every faith in Camp Rescue, and they're great players, but sadly, again, we didn't see them come together. It's very important to be playing together the entire time. Had that strategy. I think Camp Rescue chose Talus, and I think that they thought that they were prepared for Talus. But again, for the first like 10 minutes of the match, the 5-minute prep phase, and then the 5 minutes into the match, we saw a lot of players playing for themselves, not really trying to contribute to the objective overall. And I think that's what ultimately made the difference. I think that had they been playing that way, you see they got to 80%, Gretton, on that point. Yep. I think that, again, at 5 more minutes of everyone just being selfless and saying, okay, I'm going to still keep doing damage, but I will stand on the point for my team. 5 more minutes of that, they absolutely, I think, are able to flip that the other way at the end, even if has the upper hand in that matchup. So absolutely tragic to see Camp Rescue get knocked out there. They are a strong guild, but we will see push on through to the next round of this tournament.
Can I give you homework, Blue?
Okay, go ahead.
Can you watch 1 episode of before the next broadcast?
What is
It's like a game show. It was like an old game show in Canada on like YTV, and there was this guy called the Punisher, and he would just like pour goo on people, on contestants. That's all I remember from the show. Just watch it. It's like, look, your chat, they love it. It's all good. Just trust me, watch it, and then report back.
Okay. Interestingly, I thought it was like some Korean game show. Apparently, it's no.
It's a Canadian game show. That was like when I was growing up. I watched that. Look at the throwbacks. I'm showing my age, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, all right, right on. Well, let's take a look at our next match of the day. Good fights to both of those last guilds. They certainly came out and gave us a great showing right there as we look ahead to Doom versus Nemisis. Doom from the Adrenaline server, the last Latino guild left in the tournament. Rank 1 in their alliance with Omnia Imperio. Rank 2 overall on their server with no siege wins, but they were forged in fire and ready to fight. You love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, both these guilds look like they're going to be ready to come out here and trade blows. Both the lobby's already full. Like, they're ready. They're sitting here. They want to beat each other up. And Doom, I always am going to root for Latino guilds. I have had, like I mentioned, so much fun playing against and playing with Latino players, Latino community. So this is I'm doubling down on Doom right now. That's who I'm picking. Too bad for you, Blue. You have to pick the other one.
That's okay. I'll take Nemisis.
Okay.
I'll take Nemisis every time in this matchup.
Look at the comps as well again. 4 crossbows notably on the side of Nemisis, only 2 on the side of Doom, but 4 more dagger players on the side of Doom compared to Nemisis. So we saw a little Spellblade craziness in our last match. So curious, we do have a Spellblade on the side of Doom, who is rocking Queen Bellandir staff. So can they pull a goldfish 2.0, or will, you know, the extra pressure of the crossbows on the side of Nemisis be too much to handle?
Yeah, we got to give it credit where credit's due. In that last match, we saw a lot of unique like classes right there. So anyone that's new to Throne of Liberty got to see that, you know, you can make just about anything work with the proper build and the proper strategy. You can absolutely make almost anything work. So it's really cool to see these NA teams come out and try something different at the headset of this one. It does look like that we have gone through pick ban. Doom won the coin toss. They chose to pick Nemesis ban. Nemisis chose to ban Malachar, which we don't see very often anymore, but you got to be careful. Leviathan, Daigon, and Azrael. And we're going back to your favorite Riftstone, Talus, Gritton.
Listen, you can't win them all, right? Like, at the end of the day, wait, Can't Press Q picked Talus, right? Let me scroll up. Yup, and they lost.
Yep.
Just saying. Doom, I got my, you know, imaginary money on you here. So please don't pull a back-to-back like Can't Press Q did. I think Talus is a very good stone if you know for a fact your tanks and your front line is just better. If that's not the case, in my humble opinion, don't pick Talus. So we're gonna see that here as we're already loading in, and both guilds probably gonna make a little bit of a break for it if I had to, you know, guess.
Yeah, if I had to guess on this one, I would say that both guilds are absolutely going to make a run for it. We got Doom in the red right now, and they wasted no time spawning in and running for it. Like you said, Nemesis on the other side, but they are really spread thin right now. Explicit looks like he had to back up a little bit right there, as it looks like Nemesis just wasn't quite as ready to go. Man, these Latino guilds, Doom is just, they are pumping. You can see them already throwing down healing circles. They're already buffing each other up. You see the healers on the back line starting to stack their healing buffs over there. We have not seen Blood Devo popped yet, so we don't. I'm not expecting an engage in the next like 5 seconds or so, but both guilds posturing right now. Actually, a static on the low ground on behalf of Doom. I'm not sure that's necessarily where you want to be standing, but it looks like Nemesis is going to pull the trigger, and pull it they will. Look at all the pulls going into the middle right there, and you see an engage on the outside of the fight.
Oh my god!
Absolutely crazy, and an engage in the middle of the fight, but it's Doom getting the upper hand, Gretton.
Yeah, Doom with 2 Cordy crossbows, Travis and Trompo against Ganning on the side of Nemesis, and they just pulled a masterclass of a counter engage there. They let all the tanks crash onto the stone and just said, haha, we're gonna walk around you and just destroy your backline, and destroy the backline they did. I blinked blue and I saw no more yellow. And look at the tempo. This is why I love Latin guilds. They will punch you in the face and then grind your teeth into the curb afterwards. They are not letting you regroup. They're saying, hey, you guys want to take the portal? You're free game, baby. Let's go.
They were forged in fire indeed. Look at this wave of Doom washing across the stone on top of Nemesis right now. Nemesis took a tough engagement to start this fight, and Doom has just been punishing them ever since. When the first engagement does not go your way, it snowballs super hard, guys, mainly because your statics, you lose 4 members of your static, and they're running back versus the other guild who has all of their statics still stacking heal buffs on each other, still calling out Blood Devo cooldowns, still calling out DPS targets, all standing right next to one another. The other guild scrambling to try to regroup right now, and that's Nemesis. You see Moonlit in the middle of everything gets blown up. Now he got Blue Diamonds doing what he can as a healer to try to keep his front line alive, but he is slowed, and he is doing his best, but he is now taking a lot of damage. He's getting focused now too. Nemesis really struggling to get presence on the stone right now.
Yeah, and just like I mentioned in the pregame lobby, right? We have a Spellblade in the lobby, little boy. I'm locked onto him. Look at how forward his position is. Now he's going to pull back a little bit, probably from the call of his caller, but he is absolutely cranking in terms of damage. Second currently in terms of damage, second currently in terms of kills, and he is just playing so forward. And you have such a free time to do this as a Spellblade because you have the passives of Dagger that let you disengage. So you're just able to kind of go hunting. You can go duck hunting as much as you want here. And that's exactly what's happening. He's able to just go pick his engages and create value for his team. This is where I think a map like Talus, you'll have Spellblades with hands, of course, that'll shine more than Cordy crossbow players because they have more consistent AoE pressure, and they have the single target to secure kills, where Cordy will have that one spin, then they got to go reset, come back with another spin. And we're seeing little boy, look, the no fear. He's on the front line on this section here, and he just doesn't care. He's going to get some heals. Ultimately, he finally does fall, but he's just able to create so much pressure for his guild.
Yeah,
okay.
So it looks like the front line of Nemisis doing what they can right now, but Doom looks like an unstoppable force, meeting a very movable object on the side of Nemisis. I don't think anybody thought that Doom was going to come out this strong in this match. Blue Diamonds pushed into the corner over there. Ashell on this spear dagger, creating a lot of pain on the side of Doom right here. The DPS for Doom really showing up, as well as the healers. We take a look at the leaderboard with 38 seconds left to go before the cap actually opens up. It's Black Anfa to look at Doom. Oh my gosh, the top Nemesis member all the way down at number 16 for Silch right there, and it's an SNS bow. What is happening? Who? What? We'll talk about that here.
Fatty, is that you?
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that. And it's a little fatty GG and S. There's no shot. Anyway,
he's an SNS bow gamer.
Oh boy,
look, he's in the chat. He's an SNS bow gamer.
Okay. Damage dealt again, dominated by Doom. Velnashi coming in on the staff dagger as well for the top on Nemesis, but they are struggling in this one. Claustrophobia top on the damage dealt right now for Doom, so they're even winning on the damage dealt right there. Heals, look at the heals on the side of Doom. Their healers just have such an easier time making things happen right now, but unbelievably enough, again, the top DPS of the lobby for Nemesis being a bow. Oh wait, no, there's also a wand dagger user. Superjack is now
Dark
the top
Blighters
for Nemesis.
Rise up.
What is going on?
I also want to highlight, by the way, that SNS bow somehow has Delulu bow. So like, sure, I guess. Who's given them Delulu bow? That has to be the guild leader, right?
It's a choice. You know, when you get the Delulu bow and you hand it to the guy who's like, yeah, I need that for my SNS build. That's crazy, bro. That's literally crazy. I mean, hey, you know, you do what you got to do on this one, but hey, Nemesis certainly trying out a different composition than we are used to, but it looks like Doom is going to cap the stone here. 94%, 31 people standing on the point. They've wasted no time in securing this cap right now.
Oof,
and
yeah.
Nemesis really struggling as they trickle on. They look like they're at least spawning from both sides to try to keep Doom at least on their toes a little bit right now. Sour Muffs on the back line right now, trying to get the healing down, but you can see he's being hunted down by the spear users on the side of Doom. Does manage to get to the, oh goodness, that was a tornado. That was a choice on the side of Sour Muffs right there. But Nemesis going hard right now. Again, this is like I'm just gonna say it. These guys are the anti-meta. Basically, everything that you do not consider meta, we are seeing on the side of Nemesis. I've seen a tornado. I've seen the wand dagger. I've seen the SNS bow with the arc boss weapon. I've seen, like, you almost seen it all.
Do we consider greatsword dagger meta anymore in this? I think so, right?
It's definitely a little bit meta. Yeah, you want to have at least 2 or 3 of those, I think, in your composition.
we got some of those. We got some crossbow daggers. Yeah, we got a crazy comp here from Nemesis, and it looks like Doom is just, they're establishing tempo, and they are just not giving Nemesis room to breathe. Usually you'll see guilds, when they cap the stone, they'll kind of let the opposing guild spawn in, right? And kind of like take the engage and absorb their push and then be able to fight back. Doom is like antsy, and this is actually pretty common with like Latin guilds, is that once they wipe you, they're like bloodthirsty. They're like, all right, where are you spawning? We're gonna send 2 statics. We're gonna beat you up. We're gonna wear you down. They don't let you regroup. They don't let you catch your breath. And it looks like Nemesis just doesn't know how to handle that.
Yeah, interestingly enough, what I find most interesting about the Latino guilds is that they all hate each other.
True.
And honestly, again, you could tell how much pride that they have in themselves for being the last Latino guild in the tournament here. And they're just mad at the other Latino people in their community for not being in their guild. They want nothing more than to kill the other Latino guilds. So the fact that they are the final Latino guild standing in the tournament is both impressive and I'm sure a huge boon for them. They've already taken the win, but honestly, I think they're going to take the win in this one too, even though it looks like Nemisis did manage to get an initiate on the point right there. I was locked on to Silch for quite a bit of time there, the bow SNS that we were talking about before. And I'll be honest, Gretton, I don't think that I actually saw him do damage the entire time. I was quite locked on to him.
Listen,
I don't
little,
mean to
little
be
fatty
mean,
copes and says Omega Lol, it's a shot caller build like Templar's, just not like 30% at least better. But he's just going to walk around and he might shoot a tornado from time to time. Like, that's all that's going to happen if you're an SNS bow player.
That's interesting. I mean, like, certainly you can do more. I think that the build can absolutely succeed in something like Saradoma Island or some small-scale PvP and even Arena. You could make a case for it working there. In large-scale PvP, it is a difficult build to make work. But hey, man, if you've got the Delulu bow, you might as well give it a go. McDo's going to try to get a cap on the point, but going to get interrupted by the front line of Doom. Again, Doom showing extreme amounts of precision in this match. Their front line is doing their job, interrupting caps on the point. Their DPS are doing their job, locking down the priority targets on the side of Nemisis. And then their healers are obviously dominating the lobby as well. So the Latino community really showing up here on the side of Doom.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of crazy when you look at it in the grand scheme of things. They're playing so different than Uh-Oh and CPQ were playing on this stone. Doom is actually just surrounding their own stone. They're saying, hey, we'll adapt to wherever you want to push us from, but we're not going to let you get on the stone for free. Finally, now, Nemisis is able to get a pretty good kill feed and establish some presence, but again, all of a sudden, they get punched back twice as hard. So it's very difficult for the side of Camp Rescue, for the side of Nemisis to establish presence like Camp Rescue was able to do in the previous match towards the end. They just can't get through this wall. And take a look at the top kills again, or top damage rather. It's a Spellblade. In the top 5 of damage dealt, there is 3 Spellblades. It just shows you the consistent pressure that they're able to put out when they are piloted by a player who has good hands and has played the class to its highest performance, right? So that's exactly what we're seeing here on the side. Abraham97 is doing a great job of he's in their ball. He's just like off in Narnia, but like in the ball of Nemisis, and for some reason, they're just all ignoring him.
Yeah, Omadon right now in the thick of it on the staff dagger right now, but look at all the heals he's getting. He's gotten low 2 or 3 times already, and he's still standing on the point for his guild. This is what I wanted to see out of Camp Press Q a little bit more in the last match, that you need to have the courage as a DPS player to step up on the point and contribute. And right now, that's exactly what he's doing, because he believes that his healer will be there to heal him if he does take damage. And that is exactly what we saw as he continues to pump down damage over into Nemisis right now. Nemisis struggling to get onto the point, because I think, again, everyone on that side is doing really, really well. Jibu over here we go. This is the guy from the scorecard, the chat PvP. They said Jibu doesn't have enough gear. They said Jibu doesn't have enough gear. Please don't focus him. And then they focused him. Honestly, a little BM, but in fairness, I think they're focusing everyone.
Yeah, they just, like I said, blood in the water at this point. There's 8 minutes left in the match, and it is such a dominating matchup right now on the side of Doom. They're just all over the place, but also nowhere, but also everywhere at the same time, where anywhere you look, you see yellow, and within a few seconds, there is at least 2-3 members on the side of Doom who just shove their nose into that clump, and it just makes it so difficult to stabilize on the side of Nemisis. I would personally like to see like a full reset if you're Nemisis. Just everyone stay on the platform, heal up, top up, take the portal together, and then take another engage, because I don't think you're going to win like that.
All right, yeah, I completely agree with you. Right now, as we finally got that picture-in-picture squared away one more time, we see yet another tornado move across the point one more time for Nemisis. To Nemisis's credit here, they are getting actually a fair amount of caps on this point. It's just they're getting snuffed out immediately as Doom is just mowing through them like grass underneath a lawnmower right now. As the kill feed on the right side of your screen, Brawl Magic, a slight interruption to our regularly scheduled red programming on the right side of your screen over there, is again Doom just showing dominance in this matchup. We are seeing kills here and there for Nemisis, but they are certainly running behind in this matchup. You certainly have to think, okay, maybe their composition could be a little bit better, maybe their gear could be a little bit better, but I think that Doom, again, they showed early on they were the first ones to the stone. They were ready to go. Their statics are clearly working better together. You can't just write this one off as just gear.
No, they're just playing so much better. And they're McDo, by the way, don't know if they're French Canadian, but that's what people here call McDonald's. So maybe named after that, hashtag not a sponsor. He's able to just continue to interact with this stone and get caps off, but it just doesn't seem like Doom cares. They're just like, okay, cool, now what? You know, like he gets the cap off, there's 9 people on the stone, Doom has 30. Okay, so what are you gonna do now?
Yeah, it's just a little bit rough. McDo is an interesting name. I don't know what the backstory is on his name. You see Uriel on the right side of your screen trying to do what they can to try to step onto the point. This is the wand dagger that we talked about before in the lobby, and you can see how much he is struggling as well to get anything done. As look at, he's just not going to catch a heal. He's just going to go down right there to what looks like an SNS build on the side of Rock Black. This is a Crusader. Died to the tank is a little rough right now, but Crusader can pump. Yeah, it's deceptive. Crusader can do a fair amount of damage. Yes, they're meant to be tanky. These guys can absolutely do damage. Just because you're a tank in Throne does not mean you can't do damage. We saw, I mean, we saw Templar in the last match. Yeah, nuts with it. Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. Comes down to your build. Take a look
here in the pip if you can. Abraham again, still probably top damage. Look at the forward position. Another Spellblade. Look how high up he is in front of his guild, just able to continuously pressure the side of Nemisis as they try to pull up. They have to dedicate, look, they have 3 people on him now. He's like, all right, cool, 3 may be too much. I'm going to pull back. Now I got a shield. I'm going to go back up forward again. And he's just able to take this offensive position all the time. It's what we saw Goldfish do last time as well.
Big kill feed on the side of Nemisis right there. You see they have 19 to 20 on the point right now. They're actually starting to rally a little bit with 5 minutes left to go right now as they got a fair amount of boots on the point here. Now, they got a huge kill feed right there. They actually have more, because of that wipe, they have more people on this. Oh, never mind, it's gone. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled programming again, and that's the problem is when you're running behind in the points, it's very difficult to stay on top. You can't make a single mistake, and that's exactly what we just saw right there. Is, you know, they make a mistake, and that's just the end of it. They had a brief glimpse of greatness, and that just shows you again that they absolutely have it in them. It's not a gear diff. They have it in them. They could win. They definitely are just not coordinating as well together. When they do execute well together, Nemisis is showing moments of brilliance where they're able to get caps off on the point and stack a lot of people on there and wipe Doom actually off the point. You do not see that in a matchup where the gear is just overwhelmingly dominant. But Trompo with another big kill feed. Ooh boy, Gretton, only 4 minutes left to go. I don't think Nemisis is going to be able to pull this one out.
Yeah, come to the north here if you're not already there, but like this is what I'm saying. Tempo from Latino guilds are actually insane. Like they're just able to, look, they're all the way up here. They don't even care about the stone anymore. They're just like, hey, you have to beat us here first and then cap the stone and then beat us on the stone again, by the way. And that's exactly what they're doing. Both sides are just abandoning the stone completely and just creating walls that Nemisis has to push through, and they're just unable to do it. Either on the north or south, Portal 1 or Portal 3. It doesn't matter where you come from if you're Nemisis. There is a sea of red, bloodthirsty Doom Guild members waiting for you. And McDo is doing what McDo does. He's trying to get a cap off. But again, cap doesn't matter when your entire guild can't get through either side of this Doom defense.
Yeah, and again, it was Doom feeling like a Dark Souls boss on this one. You get through the first line of defense and you kill the first part of the boss, and then you're like, oh god, this is phase 2 as they have to get through the second wave of Doom right there. Doom does manage to let them through though. Nemisis getting one more cap here with 3 minutes left to go. I certainly think that this is going to get squashed one more time, but Nemisis showing just how brilliant their guild actually can play together in this matchup. But I do think that Doom showing more strength than Nemisis here. Certainly the stronger guild will move on in this matchup.
Yeah, and Doom, again, this is just a masterclass on a different strategy that we didn't see in our last matchup here on Talus. This is more of a, we're just going to swarm everywhere and our individual players are just better strat, where the other one was more, hey, we're gonna out macro our opponents here. So I like to see both guilds, or all 4 guilds, kind of take a different approach to the stone, and we're seeing 2 different ways to win Talus, which again, I think is a rather boring stone to fight on, because once you lose tempo, like we saw here, it's very hard to get it back unless you're able to swing on a mistake that your enemy is making, and Doom just doesn't seem to be making a lot of mistakes here, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. It does. I love how G-Boot, they said G-Boot doesn't have any gear. The dude's wearing Tevin daggers. Absolutely.
Yeah, but he does not. He doesn't have
obnoxious.
like Delulu daggers, and he probably needs like Delulu staff also.
Oh yeah, it's true. His gear is only worth like 15,000 US dollars. That's fine. True. On this one, Claymore doing what he can on the point for Nemesis. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. It does look like Doom is gonna take this one home. The Latino community lives on to see another day as they stomp straight through Nemesis repeatedly here. McDow's gonna try to go for one more cap on the point. You have to admire.
He's gonna get it.
Yeah, you have to admire Nemesis's resiliency here. But I think that Doom, their statics are working better together. They had more strategy coming into it. Their composition is better, and I think their gear is also better as well.
Yeah, this is just this last minute is just gonna show how Doom decides to play the game. If they're just gonna swarm the stone, they're gonna be able to just every corner, they're just gonna pick their fights, they're gonna win their fights, and then they're gonna go hunting. But this is actually the best that we've seen Nemesis keep up on the stone, and I wish it came before the last 30 seconds, because in that entire time I took to explain what was just going to happen, there is still yellow on the stone, where previously I would blink and then it would just be Doom on the stone. So again, they definitely learned from this last 15-20 minutes of fighting here on the side of Nemesis, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to overcome the side of Doom. The Latin Guild able to kind of push through this lower bracket, and the final 10 seconds will tick away, and unless the game breaks, there is no way that Nemesis will be able to win this, and Doom will proceed and eliminate Nemesis from the Best in Guild tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at this leaderboard. Oh boy, that is a lot of Doom on that. Look, oh my gosh, the top Nemesis member coming in at number 21, Brawl Magic on the Gladiator. It looks like Great Sword Spear on the top defeats right there. It does look like that again. It looks like Black Anfa for the Spear Dagger at the top of the defeat leaderboard on behalf of Doom. The assists on this side, Abraham 97 on that Staff Dagger, the Spell Blade coming up clutch right there. 3.5 million damage dealt. That's in contrast to this over 7.5 that we saw in the last match. Abraham 97 again on that Staff Dagger, looking really good. If we scroll down, we can see Nemesis's Valshani on again another Spellblade coming in here. Peerless's Obsidian Razors, the dagger choice on that one. Damage taken 1.7 million on the side of Silch. The SNS Bow, the best tank of the lobby with that Delulu. With that Delulu. Honestly, again, little fatty GG's like, see, W, easy. Easy. Claymore 182 on the SNS Greatsword right there. Link as well. The top tank of the lobby for Doom. Claustrophobia right there. Amount healed coming in 12.4 million damage healed from Sabiba right there. Lixra, Amenza for Doom, the top 3 healers of the lobby. Chaperone, the top healer for Nemesis. The Latino community showing up, Gretton.
Yeah, listen, you might lose your match as a guild if you play SNS Bow, but you'll be the most damage taken in the lobby. So small wins there on the side of Nemesis. But like you said, the Latin community really showing up in force. Doom putting on a really good showing for their guild and their community. I'm super pumped to see them continue on in this tournament, because I, as a shot caller, and you fought against me when I was shot calling, you know I'm a very aggressive shot caller. I don't like giving people tempo. I like always running it down at them, and Doom does exactly that. So it makes me really happy to see another aggressive guild that doesn't go engage, reset, engage, reset. I like the tempo that I saw from Doom, so I'm excited to see them move on into this Best in Guild tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the instant replay from that last match real quick. Again, I believe this was the first engage that we saw Nemesis versus Doom. Nemesis, they've got themselves ready, set. They had everything ready to go, but look at the flankers from Doom get onto the back line. You see this static party from Doom. Look at them reaching around the right side of that fight, and they're the ones that clean up the back side of the fight for that one, because the front to back team fight looked like Nemesis. It might go their way, but oh my gosh, man. The flankers on the side of Doom, yeah, I mean, they collapsed down very rapidly and made sure that that fight was going to go their way.
Yeah, they just saw, again, blood in the water, right? The right side of that screen, you had them push up and were able to get a flank, but even on the hillside, they were on like a delayed flank. They waited for the right side to make contact, and then Nemisis is going to panic because they just lost a huge amount of healers and DPS, and then all of a sudden there's another Cordy spinner, there's another flank squad that's going to come through, and that's exactly why we saw an entire Nemesis main ball get absolutely decimated in what took, a couple seconds, where their tanks had a beautiful engage on the side of Nemesis. They actually were able to lock down the front line of Doom really well, but in tier 2, the game is much less frontline dependent and more how well can you protect your backline, and that's what we're kind of seeing in these matchups where Talus is a big open stone, is that it's a lot more difficult to protect your backline because they could just get hit from every single different angle.
Right. And again, I wasn't going to put it up, but everybody in chat was putting it out. So I'm just going to blame chat for this. But there may or may not have been a 10 kill Cordy crossbow in that lobby. Look, I'm not going to put your fingers as to who it was, but you know what? It is what it is. Happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? It is what it is. We look ahead to my most exciting match of the day, because these are ancient BDO titans going toe-to-toe with each other. Villainous with an opportunity to wipe Ayaya Femboys out of the tournament all on their own. They wiped out a Wowis in the last round despite all of the Ayaya spam in chat, and now they're up against Hikikomori, who is the cutest guild on the internet. Villainous from the Adrenaline server, rank 1 guild in their alliance alongside Silver Dawn, Days, and Arise, rank 2 on their server. 4 sieges won, and they were just hoping to win the first round, so everything after this is just a bonus for Blargo and the homies.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a fight for sure. I mean, I'm seeing on the side of how do you pronounce? Is it Hikiko?
It's Hikikomori. You just call them Hiki. You just call them Hiki for short.
Okay, they're actually pulling from their alliance. It looks like we have some people from Bubble Blowers. We have some people from Oremong Order. So they're definitely, they're pulling their best 48 in because, like you said, they need to keep the femboy dream alive.
That's right. I'll blow your bubbles, Gritton. If you catch my drift. Yeah, huh? Yeah, so Villainous versus Hiki. And again, I'll reiterate this one more time so that everybody understands. These are ancient BDO guilds from back of the day. Hikikomori, known as like the anime weeb guild, cutest guild on the internet. They always have been. And in many ways, both in the BDO community and in the Throat of Liberty community, across many games, these guys are legendary. These guys always have some sort of lewd anime girl as their guild icon if they're able to, at least in the BDO world. And now, again, that's not possible in TNL, so they do what they can. Yeah, certainly the rank 1 cutest guild. And they used to go toe-to-toe with Villainous. They used to be rivals kind of with Villainous. Villainous on the other side of things, much more traditional PvP guild, adult gaming community, a lot of alphas in that community. Blargo leads a great community over there. So again, Blargo is the GM for Villainous, coming out here, and he's gonna try to stomp through Hiki one more time for the boys, because they beat Awawis in the last round. They take out Hiki in this round. Again, it will be basically complete domination. So if you're an anime weeb man, or you want to see Hiki win this round, I suggest you spam Ayaya to give Hiki power during the match, because it can get a little bit crazy. It does look like the lobby is ready to go, so we're gonna head right over to the versus screen on this one. It looks like pick ban is ready. I'll let you go through pick ban. This one's actually a little interesting.
Yeah, so we actually have a Villainous that won the pick ban, and they chose to pick, naturally. Hiki actually decided to ban Daigon, Leviathan, Manticus, and Azrael, which is super interesting because Villainous said, hey, we're not going to go to Talus, even though it's open. We're going to go to Grand Alon.
Bro, of all the matches that you could go with, it's Grand Alon on this one for Villainous. This should be a pretty close lobby. We saw, again, Hiki had a really tough matchup in the very first half of this tournament here, where I believe they went up against Supple Abyss, and they got absolutely turbo blasted. But you know what? They managed to cap the point over and over. They had an industrial grade helmet on. And were able to run onto the point and get the cap repeatedly there. So again, Grand Alon is a stone where you have to be able to push through narrow choke points if you're the guild playing from behind. And I think that Hiki is absolutely able to do that. We'll see if Blargo is able to shot call and outposition Hiki here, as it looks like we are ready to go. Interestingly enough, there's only 2 Cordy crossbows in the lobby, both on the side of Villainous. It's Brandismo and Cumin. Hiki has no Cordy crossbows, but they do have the power of friendship, Grenton.
Yeah, friendship and anime. It could do big things for sure. and we're going to be porting in here. And again, Cordy crossbows on a stone like Grand Aelon, very potent, very impactful. But we've seen time and time again where we can have, I mean, time and time again, we did see a Cordy crossbow drop 10 kills. So like, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Villainous is absolute blitzing to the stone, and already we're gonna have an engagement
Hickey's
here.
here too, Gretton. There's an engage on the high ground. There's an engage on the low ground. The flanker's trying to get in position. Hickey actually manages to get in position on the stone first, and it is a very back and forth blood fight off the rip of this one. But it does look like, again, Villainous battling back the other way, but Hickey getting advantage here because they were in position before Villainous was. They spawned a little bit closer to the stone than Villainous did. Interestingly enough, Villainous was the one that chose Grand Aelon, but they were the one that spawned at the further spawn point. And look at the back and forth kill feed.
Yeah, and this is exactly where it's going to be a little bit weird when you're on a stone like Grand Aelon, because you want to take stone control, but you're in prep phase. So when you take stone control, you kind of LOS yourself sometimes from being able to hit the regroups, and it's just allowing the side of Villainous, excuse me, to be able to push up and get some presence on the stone, but they're just hitting walls. They're finally able to get a little bit of a foothold here on the southern side of the stone, and they're slowly able to push through. But the side of Hiki, they're staying spread. They know they want that initial engage, so all they have to do now is buy time until their regroup show up, and then they could just, again, wipe Villainous as long as they keep them clumped up here on the southern side.
Yeah, Hikikomori with the Ayaya bonuses from chat here. Villainous doing what they can to fight the anime weeb onslaught right now, but Hickey putting on a clinic up on the stone right now, and Blargo's boys are certainly having a tough time in the yellow there, but both guilds managing to get a coalition of players that are able to stand on the stone consistently. I'll be honest with you, I think that this is going to go back and forth basically the entire match long. You see Villainous with a big kill feed coming back towards Hickey there as Hickey starts to lose control of the stone, but Bella and Gumu bringing it back on the side of Hickey over there. Bella with a big kill feed over there on this side of Ayaya, and look at that, these cute guys are coming, and there's Bella firing one more time there. Let's see if I can't lock on. There we go. Bella on that spell blade, on boots on the ground POV of one of the best killers on this anime squad over here, on these cute boys over here. Techniques firing in there. Look at the damage they're able to put down, and they're under almost no pressure. They see the healer right next to them, always trying to make sure that they have enough health and buffs to stay active the entire time. And again, Cumin trying to dash forward. There we go on the side of Villainous. That's one of the Cordy crossbows right there waiting for his buffs. We'll see if he can't get a big spin off on Hickey. There's the opportunity right there, but I don't think he has the buffs ready to go. He tries to dash in. There's the spin right there. There's the big kill feed for Cumin. There you go, baby. That's what you want to see on the side of Villainous right there. So both guilds trading blow for blow right now. DPS for DPS, pound for pound, Gretton.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job of choosing these engages. When you have these Cordy crossbows, you got to just create clumps as much as you can and enable your players to do that. When you look on the side of Hiki, they have a lot of spell blades. And if you actually take a look at the top kills, spell blade, spell blade, spell blade, Cordy crossbow, Shadow Dancer, spell blade. So we have a lot of spell blades here on the side of Hiki, able to spread out and create this pressure. But every time Cumin or Brandissimo have their spin up, they're able to kind of pull that tug of war back in their favor. So what you were saying earlier, I think, is very accurate, where it's going to be this back and forth. The stone's going to become active in 1 minute, and that's where we're going to see a lot more players having to play on this cobblestone area and not kind of play this LOS behind the pillars. They're going to have to get active. They're going to have to put feet on the stone so they can actually cap it for their guild. Otherwise, we might see another situation where, like we saw Camp Rescue, their ranged core was just staying out in Narnia, and we're never able to get a considerable force on the point to be able to swing that back in their favor.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're seeing a crazy dynamic go on the leaderboards. We're seeing Hikikomori and their alliance, guys. This is Bubble Blowers. That's a Hickey alliance. Villainous, Bubble Blowers, Days right there from Villainous. Ormonger, again, that's Hickey right there. So Hickey leading out in defeats and damage dealt. But if you look over at damage healed, it's Villainous overwhelmingly dominating the healing leaderboards over there. And I would argue that that is a little bit more important in this kind of a matchup. But we're seeing that Hickey's DPS is absolutely trying to target down Villainous as quickly as they can, but the Villainous healers are doing a great job of keeping their guild on their feet. Oh my
Cumin and Brandissimo span on the same clump, and they are just gone, and they did it with a perfect time as the stone now becomes active. That was time bomb from the tank and 2 Cordy spins on 1 clump, and I've never seen a group of players evaporate so fast in my entire life.
That was unbelievably good coordination. Villainous knows that they're lower in DPS overall, but where they take advantage is they do have 2 Cordy crossbows over the top of Hiki. Hiki does not have any Cordy crossbow users in there, and so at a very critical moment, Villainous was able to take control and make sure that they could get the point. But I'll be honest with you, they still have not, despite the fact they have 27 people standing tall on the point right now, they still have not been able to initiate a cap. Jabussi, an interesting name for a player, Jabussi going for, and then Brother Monkey trying to get a cap on the point right now, but Crimson Nova gonna try to interrupt him. No, he doesn't get the interrupt off, and now Villainous is on the board. Hiki gets knocked off the board, and the Ayayas are coming up short as the stone opens up, despite the fact that they lead the kill leaderboards, despite the fact that they lead in the damage done. They're losing out overall on the stone because Villainous has better coordination. Their healers are keeping them standing more. The Cordy crossbows are coordinating with each other. They coordinated that wipe. They waited.
Yep.
They both Cordy spun at the exact same time on the same people to make sure Hiki would be wiped off at that critical moment. Such good coordination on the side of Blargo's Villainous's guys.
Yeah, and I'm kind of locked in here on Brandissimo. I'm waiting to see how they decide to do their spin again, because that was beautiful. Cumin is right next to him, and they're going to go around the flank now. Look at this. They're going to come in, and they're going to spin again, and they're just all going to just wipe this clump. It's just gone. Cumin's going to spin on top of that now as the rest of them are low HP. The healers are like, oh, the spinner's done. We can finally catch a break. Cumin said, hold my beer. I still haven't spanned yet, and he's going to be able, to create such a big advantage for his guild. And look, they're not even able to break that 20-person mark on the point, as we have a 95% cap now on the side of Villainous, and they're going to get this cap locked in here in the 12th minute of play, and now all they got to do is hold it.
Oh my gosh, Villainous getting wiped off the point right now by Hiki, though, as John Aldino getting a huge kill feed right there. As everyone got knocked up, you say Tornado is really bad, but I'll be honest with you, if you're not running any Cordies, yeah, I mean, the Tornado is not necessarily the worst on Grand Alon. So the Tornado knocked everybody up, and then John able to get a massive amount of kills, I think, with Focus Fireball potentially right there. I wasn't able to see exactly what skill it was there. Hiki grouped up in the forest right now. Blood Devos go out, and then he runs out almost out of range of his guild. So Bella picking up these kills. Oh my goodness, picking up a few more from Villainous right here. They're trying to pull people in. There's Cumin going in for a big spin right there, but he gets killed. Oh, wait, no, I guess the spin may have got interrupted right there. He stopped spinning there, and now he's really low on health. The spin's not doing super well on the side of Villainous on that push, and now you're seeing again Hiki's normal DPS is outplaying Villainous consistently on this one as Hiki makes the climb up to the point now, and this is the point where it's going to be really hard for Hiki to get through. There's the Tornadoes going through. Look at everyone in the air on the side of Villainous that actually made it so that Hiki could get onto the point. As bad as you might say Tornado is, it did make a good path for Hiki to try to get through onto the point here, but Villain is still standing tall, Gretton.
Yeah, and that Tornado both helped and messed up the side of Hiki there, because it just allowed the front line to restabilize on the side of Villainous and push that that kind of choke pretty effectively. And again, look at this stone presence on the side of Villainous. They're owning this. They do not care. Their spinners, while even that last spin didn't have a lot of kills, it created so much pressure and chaos on the side of Hiki that they have to pretty much pull their entire push back to deal with those 2 spinners. And if you get 10 kills or you keep 30 people busy, I think you've succeeded in your role as a Cordy spinner. So we're seeing Villainous just able to invest only a static or 2 of players and keep all of Hiki kind of busy while the rest of their main ball is able to. Oh my god!
My god! I was
and as I say
on
that,
to Cumin. I was circling him on my screen when that happened. We all got to see it. Unbelievable spin right there, and that is why Cordy Crossbow is so important. This dude is legitimately Cumin, and like honestly, the Cordys are hard carrying Villainous right now because these guys are wiping the majority of Hiki before they can get close. Hiki certainly with the higher DPS, but showing why, again, Bella doing what they can on the backline for Hiki, putting down damage on that spell blade, but like certainly you can't come up with 10 kills before the fight even starts like that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Either you get a boatload of kills, or you keep an entire main ball busy. And in the ideal situation, which we just saw, you can do both. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. I feel like if they didn't have those two spinners on the side of Villainous, Hiki would actually be dominating this. Like, Hiki's spell blades are playing so well right now. They're just getting absolutely mowed down by the Cordy spinners. Once they figure out how to live that, as I say, as Brandissimo picks up another 3 kills, and Cumin comes in on the top, but they're able to actually find a kill on Cumin. But they need to just figure out a way to deal with these Cordy spinners, put some Great Sword Daggers on them, put some spell blades on them, figure out a way to lock them down so you can do exactly this. Now we can pressure the stone, we can get some footing. Now we're seeing a red kill feed a little bit. Blargo's going to be the first one to answer back on the side of Villainous, and they're going to be able to restabilize, but it's a back and forth. It's more of a tug of war now here, Blue.
Yeah, Villainous actually losing out. Look at their health bars. Look at those yellow health bars. No Face really low as well. Monkey getting low as well. Jabussi low. Estria Knight going to go down as well on the side of Villainous right there. Hiki winning out there. And again, I was just about to highlight the fact that Hiki was not actually able to get ready set there. They had their flankers in a great position on the grapple when their main ball trying to push up, but sadly the main ball took too long to push in on the fight. Fortunately, Bella able to reposition and actually get in on the point right now as Hiki initiates a cap on the point, but only 16 people on the point compared to Villainous, who is already regrouped and put themselves back in a dominating position on this one. Hiki certainly really struggling to get anything going now, despite how close the match actually was in the opening moments. We take a look at the leaderboards right now. You can see it's still really close. You see bubble blowers again. This is Hikikomori right here, still at the top of the leaderboards right there on the side of Hiki. On the assists again, Bella at the top of that one. John Dinaldo, whatever his name is, top of the assists as well. Damage dealt again, also favoring Hiki as well, despite what is going on the side of Villainous. Villainous, look at that top damage taken. Normally when you see damage taken in the lobby, like one guild getting damage taken like way higher than the other, normally you think that guild is losing, Gretton.
Yep.
But Villainous actually winning despite taking so much damage, and this is where you see it. Villainous's healers have all 10 fingers on both of their hands for all of their players, and Hikikomori's, sadly, I think that one of their hands is occupied doing something else with some choice anime up on the second monitor. I think that they probably need to close that anime, if not just for a few minutes, and focus on the main monitor so that they can put both hands back on the keyboard.
Yeah, I mean, listen, close the tab, lock in. There's 7 minutes left. Surely we can lock in for that amount of time. And we're seeing the regroup now set up here on the northern side from the side of Hiku. And maybe that's exactly what the call is. Listen, lock in, close the suspicious stuff on the other tab. Let's do a couple good pushes, see where we're at, maybe pull this stone back. Like I did mention, capping first, kind of a disadvantage. When you're this dominant, like we've been seeing Villainous so far, not a disadvantage, but if they do lose the stone with only 6 or 5 minutes left, it's going to be a scramble for them to get it back. We're going to finally see Hiku start pushing up here, and they're going to be wrapping to the southern side of the stone, trying to get a couple kills, but these flying squads from the side of Villainous are doing a really good job of thinning the numbers of Hiku. And Brandissimo and Cumin go for another spin. They only get 4 this time, so this is now or never. We have the cap from the side of Big Lovable Guy, accurate lore name for this guild for sure, they're able to actually get some feet on the stone now.
Yeah, as it looks like Hiki tried to approach from all angles right there. And to Hiki's credit, they are coordinating super well with one another to try to approach from multiple angles. But sadly, you saw the spear dagger engagement all on his own was the bold strategy, Cotton. And I was just going to see how it worked out for him, but he ended up diving in. And unlike the Cordy, where you end up getting 9 or 10 kills, he ended up going down pretty quick there. So you get a Hiki engaging with their spear daggers to try to create some disruption right at the start of the fight, but it just doesn't work quite as well. It's not as impactful as that Cordy spin. So despite the fact that they're winning in DPS, they're winning in defeats overall in the lobby and kills and whatnot, Villainous just standing tall because their healers and their coordination with their Cordies, just utilizing those to the best of their ability. This is probably the most impactful match worldwide. We've seen Cumin and his partner here be, who is that, Brandissimo? Yeah. Cumin and Brandissimo getting a big kill feed on every single engagement. Now Hiki battling back, Renton.
Yeah, this is a really good feed here from the side of Hiki as they're able to actually get some presence here on the stone. Now we actually have a cap starting to come off from the side of Red Legacy, and this is exactly the tempo you need. This is where you got to make sure that you lock into where those Cordy crossbows are, and you got to shut them down. But Moonborn gets a huge stun, and they're just going to wipe that clump on the southern side of the stone. This is the area of opportunity that Villainous needs to now regain tempo, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do here.
Yeah, Hickey up at 30 people onto the stone. They finally get their footing. They need to wipe Villainous off consistently right now. This is when when Hickey needs those Ayayas, man, because these guys are going to try to push one more time for the stone with 4.5 minutes left on the clock right now. Again, Villainous trying to battle their way back in here. Jabussi pushing his way, shouldering his way in. Bella needs to step up onto the stone right now, despite how good they are actually at DPSing. They just need to take one more step forward right now. Now you're getting pulled in. How does that feel? Right there. They need to be all standing on the stone. You can see the difference is literally one person right now. Villainous and Hickey are one player separated from one another, and you're seeing some of these players staying outside. Togami, Brother Monkey, Solo over there on the backside for Villainous, not on the stone, is affecting them greatly, but fortunately Villainous swelling back onto the point. Again, those Cordies coming up big on their side. Hickey swelled up to 25%, but sadly, I think they're starting to lose a little control now.
Yeah, and we saw a Guardian push. Actually, I saw a bit of Guardians being popped on the side of Hickey, so they won't have it obviously for the rest of the match here, but that might have been what kind of gave them the extra gust that they needed to take the stone. Villainous does a really good job of retaking, and now again it's back to, can we kill those Cordy crossbows before they can spin and then set up on the stone again? Unfortunately, I'm not sure that they'll have enough time with only 3.5 minutes left in the match, but never say never. It's not over till the last till the fat lady sings. As I say that, Cumin gets another 7 kills on his spin, and Villainous is able to stabilize, lock out Hickey from a stone cap, which means that now Xavier, who's trying to spin the stone, will need to recap it, and then they'll need to full cap from 0 back to 100 in the next 3 minutes, or they too will be eliminated, and then Villainous will have taken, both Weeb guilds down?
Both of the cutest guilds in North America absolutely destroyed by Villainous. But honestly, again, Hickey putting on a great showing. And again, this match could have gone either way. It wasn't necessarily a compositional diff. It's certainly not a gear diff. It's not any of those things. Oh my gosh, big Jean-Aldino just did so much damage to all the Villainous boys right there, but sadly they don't have a cap initiated. Big lovable guy is going to go down. Diff is the best CC on the side of Villainous, and again we're seeing this is why it was so interesting to see these guilds. They're ancient Black Desert guilds, so like we know that they're both guilds are going to be super coordinated. Villainous knowing we are more coordinated than you are, despite having less DPS overall in our composition. We know when to put the DPS down in a way that it's going to make it really impactful for our guild. Cumin with another big spin right there once again. Honestly, I've got so many replays of him spinning at this point. I don't even know which one to choose from, but I like they're absolutely insane. Him and Brandalicious or Brandissimo rather doing a great job in this lobby. Big sleep right now on the stone, but no one able to really capitalize on it on the side of Hickey right there. Despite Hickey again having the DPS, having the kill feed, having everything in their favor, it looked like. And again, Villainous, most damage tanked in the lobby. That guild is normally supposed to lose. Like every single match worldwide in all 3 tournament brackets that I've seen so far, whenever there is a guild that is dominating the damage taken like tab, that guild is losing. But in this fight, again, you're seeing Villainous have the highest damage taken, but they also have the most damage healed as well. And they're just coming up with this win. They're just out strategizing Hickey right now.
Yeah, and I definitely think if Hickey did have even one Cordy crossbow, this might be a very different match. So even if, again, big if, because Hickey's currently in the process of capping, even if Hickey does get eliminated, I think you walk away from this with your heads held high, because you're putting so much pressure on a guild that is extremely coordinated when it comes to their Cordy pushes, and you're still able to punch them back. Jean-Aldino playing out of your mind. Bella playing out of your mind. Velka playing out of your mind. Faux Pappy playing out of your mind. All these players are doing so well individually, they just don't have that extra oomph from the Cordy crossbow to really seal the deal. And I think that's ultimately what's going to cause them to fall to Villainous here in round number 2 in the lower bracket, and unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament. But like I said, Blue, heads held high. Hikikomori, definitely a guild. I would be very proud of this performance if I was a shot caller or leader in Hiki.
Yeah, sadly for them, the Weeb Destroyers over in Villainous over here. Weebs detected with the flamethrower emote. And they are just waiting they're just waiting their way through all of the players in Hiki right now, as there's only 4 seconds left on the clock. Hiki does have a cap going, but only managed to get it to 15%. It's going to be Villainous taking it all the way home. But again, look at these leaderboards. Cumin manages to get to the top. No surprise there. 83 kills. Brandissimo at number 2. Again, that's the Villainous Alliance at 55 kills. That's both Cordy crossbows. And again, they hard carried the lobby, in my opinion, for Villainous. Bella, Chaos, and Janaldinho coming in at number 3, 4, and 5 here. Again, 2 Spellblades on that side of Hiki. And then Daze, Chaos from Daze right there as well. If we look at the assists right here, again, Bella at the top of the assists right there. Cumin and Techniques right there. Again, the healer Techniques coming in at number 3. Very impressive. 7 million damage done for Bella and Janaldinho. Again, damage dealt. Look at Hiki at the top. And again, this is Hiki as well as this Ormong order as well. 4 of the top 5 DPS in the lobby are all Hiki, and they still lost. Damage taken. Look at this. Normally, this is the guild that loses Luxor's Nullface, Moonborn, Cold Cake, and Techniques, rounding out the full top 5 for the top tanks in the lobby. Some of them healers, of course, as well. But again, Villainous just dominating the the damage taken leaderboard. If you look at the amount healed, it's, again, Villainous heavy. This shows you the impact on the match. 12.6 million damage healed. Vanathor, the unsung hero of the fight. Techniques also 12.5 million. And again, top 3 on assists. No slouch there. Apricot as well. Silver Dawn's Terizmu. And then Bubble Blowers, Leaf Disciple, the top for their guilds respectively. But Villainous with just a stronger strategy at the end of the day. Gretton, what a match.
Yeah, an insane match from both sides. I'm not gonna lie, and this might seem a little odd to say from the side that lost, I was much more impressed watching Hikikomori play that matchup than I was Villainous. Villainous, I will say, those 2 Cordy crossbow statics, absolutely insane. They're playing textbook how they needed to play, and I hate saying this, that matchup definitely looked like a Cordy diff. On the other
100%.
side, Hiki did so well. They, in my opinion, had better macro, had better engages. Their individual DPS players, as we saw by the leaderboard, were just doing so much more work. But at the end of the day, the healers on the side of Villainous, Cordy crossbows on the side of Villainous, takes it home, right? Offense wins games, defense wins championships. That's what they always say in regular sports. And the same is true rather in Torn Liberty, when these healers just giga carried Villainous.
Absolutely. Speaking of Cordy crossbows, let's take a look at one of the instant replays from that last match here. You can see me locked on to Cumin at the start of this. There's Hiki right there, grouped up on the low ground. You can see I'm locked on to Cumin. I'm circling him with my mouse at the top of the screen there. You see him dive into everyone right here, and he's just basically, oh, look at that Cordy spin. And again, it is just a Cordy diff on this. Unbelievable. And again, that was the story of basically the entire lobby right there. It was just Cordy spin after Cordy spin after Cordy spin, basically making it so hard for Hiki to really make anything happen on that one. Just absolutely insane, Gretton, as we've got yet another instant replay. We'll take a look at one of these other spins that we saw as well. Again, Hiki trying to regroup on the low ground right here. As you watch the kill feed on the right side, it looks like they're getting a lot of kills onto the point right now. They finally dive up, but again, there's the Gretton with the picture-in-picture right there. You can see the Cordy come in. Look at the impact. It looked like Hiki had advantage in that push right there, but again, you can see the Cordy coming in with a big flank and just making the difference in that match.
Yeah, and again, this is just Cordy diff, right? There's a reason that's capped at 2 in this tournament, is so that we don't see 10 Cordy crossbows running around out of 48 players and doing that every single minute for 10 minutes straight, until by the time 4 Cordy spins are done, the other 4 are off cooldown. But they're still super impactful, and unfortunately not having any was the ultimate downfall of Hiki here. But we're going to be obviously moving into the next match, which you were very excited about.
Yep, we are 4 matches in, which we have 4 to go on this one. MiHoYo versus LOTD. That's Lords of the Dead. MiHoYo from the Snowburn server, rank 3 in their alliance. I'm not sure that their alliance card is necessarily up to date. I only could go off of what they could tell me at the end of the day. Rank 3 on their server overall with 5 siege wins. Their prediction for the tournament was top 10. So MiHoYo thinking very highly of themselves in this lobby. I'll let you introduce Lords of the Dead.
Yeah, I mean, Lords of the Dead, I saw someone in chat saying they were also a Latin guild, but I don't think that's true. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Alliance strength on the server is currently at 4th. They've won 4 sieges. And again, we got into a conversation about our age earlier because Lord of the Dead, they've been around for 30 years, so technically longer than I've been alive and probably 95% of chat. So I'm excited to see them go up against MiHoYo here in the next match. And honestly, Blue, I'm going to be very transparent here. This is probably one of the stones I'm most excited about. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at pick bans yet, but I'm super pumped.
Oh my God, you are not joking. Pick ban is kind of a clown fiesta. Yo, what happened in here? We'll move over to the versus screen, and since you were the first one to see it, I'll let you cover the pick ban. This is pretty nuts.
All right, so LOTD wins the pick bans. Okay, let's get that out of the way. Obviously, they choose to pick. Chat, if you can guess what stone they pick, I will give you $1 Grenton dollar. But MiHoYo ended up banning Digon, Manticus, Pakilo, and Leviathan. I will give chat about 10 seconds for the stream to catch up. If you can guess what stone they got, or what stone LOTD picked, I will be very impressed.
They're eventually gonna pick it, bro. They're oh my God, the turnover.
First time chatter.
First time
20.
Giga Chad. Oh my God. Naito with the Cherno bug. I'm not going to give him VIP. But you, bro, what are we talking? I'll give it. All right, screw it. You can have the VIP.
VIP him.
Okay, fine, sure. Yeah, sure. That was impressive, to be honest with you.
We're going to Cherno bog.
Yeah, we are going to Cherno, and Cherno is a super back and forth Riftstone. It is going to be a 48 versus 48. This should be very close, by the way. MiHoYo versus Lords of the Dead on this one. I'm very excited. This is the losers bracket, guys. So everybody that loses right now is knocked out of the tournament. Sadly, we don't get to see the cutest guild anymore. Hiki is gone. There is no god anymore, but unfortunately they still have their anime. It is what it is. And now MiHoYo versus Lords of the Dead is going to be decided on Chernobog of all places right now. It looks like the lobby is ready to go. So it looks like, okay, let's talk a little bit about, let's look at the Cordies. There's only one Cordie on either side, which is big on a stone like Cherno. Cherno, very target rich environment for Cordie crossbow, but we are seeing faint smile for MiHoYo and Rat Rizzler. Oh my gosh, that guy definitely plays Zenless Zone Zero. That guy plays Zenless Zone Zero, the Rat Rizzler over here. If you know, you know. As both guilds, oh my gosh, bro, cue the Benny Hill music on this one as both guilds pile up towards the stone right now. Unbelievable back and forth fight. Oh my God. Unbelievable. I mean, this is just a clown fiesta.
Yeah, this is exactly why I love Chernobog. Elevation matters, environment matters, but at the end of the day, you have no choice but to push through chokes. You have no choice but to clump up, and it's going to be a healer diff here. Both sides have one Cordie crossbow each. Faint Smiddle on MiHoYo and the Rat Rizzler himself on LOTD. And that's going to be your TSN turning point when it comes to these engages, is how effective their spins are. And then the follow-up from the rest of your group, because you don't have 2 Cordie crossbows to finish off the clump. You have 1 to either finish or start the damage, and you need the rest of your guild to push through.
This is a clown fiesta, Gretton. I cannot believe that in a, basically what is already going to be a close match, you decide to coin flip the Chernobog in the losers bracket. Like this, and you see a lot of yellow health bars on the side of the fight right there, the red clustered right in the middle. And guys, the reason that this fight looks so goofy is because the spawn is right here on my screen right now, and everyone is spawning in right there and just running straight up to this stone. The reinforcements on this stone are so quick, but again, we see a lot of Lion King style pulls off the side of the edge, as we should see a few of the tanks move toward the edge. Yes, I killed Mufasa, as he just Scar just dumps them right over the side and then forcing them to run all the way around. That's certainly a strategy you see a lot on Chernobog, as the tanks just constantly trying to flip people off, and again, the reinforcements always coming through, so even if you get a big kill feed, it doesn't last very long.
Yeah, exactly. And we're just seeing the regroups. They're all kind of spawning here at Portal 2. It's the closest one. It's just right on that ramp on the south side, and they're just all going to be waterfalling back in. There is a little bit of a grapple on this eastern side, where it looks like right now the side of MiHoYo has some really good presence, but when you look at the actual stone, that's where LOTD is just kind of owning it. And in the next 2 minutes, that stone's gonna become active, and then here comes the wave that is LOTD to that grapple side here on the eastern side. The tanks from MiHoYo doing a really good job of, like you said, playing Lion King on that edge, just pulling people off, try to keep numbers in their favor. As I say that, I just see 4 red names fly off the side of my screen. But unfortunately, they still need to kill people. You can't just be throwing people off, because the run back, if you don't get them fully off the hill, isn't that far, because there is kind of a wall back there in the war game. It's not like a regular Redstone fight where you actually fall all the way down. There is a wall, kind of the border of the map. So you have to kind of still eat your cake. You can't just have it. And Rat Rizzler is just going to punish that corner of the map. And if you take a look, there's just no pressure from the side of MiHoYo, aside from those tanks just pulling people off. So they're going to have to kind of figure out a different strategy here, Blue.
Interestingly enough, we saw Levi start to fall off the edge there, and then he used the dagger, the leap strike from the dagger to get himself right back up to safety right there. So that was pretty cool. McDanky, I'm not sure understood the homework assignment. I've seen this person basically run into the middle of everyone on repeat like Leroy Jenkins, with basically 0 HP. I'm not sure if his healer is just absent, or maybe he's just a brazen tank. He's got tank disorder on that one, but like he just basically keeps running in at like half health and just diving into the middle of everyone on repeat. I'm not sure which guild is actually winning, because right when I think Lords of the Dead starts winning, I start to see MiHoYo pushing back through. And again, you see them player DPS on the side of the fight. 42 seconds left on the clock. Let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard before things open up right now. You're seeing Lords of the Dead. Oh my gosh! Lords of the Dead, a defeat's looking good. Lol XD at the top of the leaderboards with the Greatsword Spear. A crossbow dagger in at number 2 on defeats is insane in 2025. The assists, Quacken, Cuberto, Sliz TNL right there. Again, LOTD favored. MiHoYo, though, in damage dealt, definitely battling back right now. Despite the fact that they've been killed many more times, they definitely are able to keep up with the damage dealt. MiHoYo with most damage taken so far in the lobby in the healed. This is where it's going to make the difference, is Unhinged. I'm not sure which alliance Unhinged is actually with, but I think it's Lord of the Dead is their own thing. So I'm pretty sure that is MiHoYo with the Unhinged alliance right there. Has them better healers in the lobby, and it is MiHoYo that initiates the cap first, Brenton.
Yeah, and it's going to be the on the side of so Lord of the Dead's going to have rename, trying to get a cap off here. And I actually want to mention, it's the first, I think, Steelheart that we're seeing, Cuberto, and he's actually doing a lot of work here on the side. You have a lot of on-demand AoE with Spear, and you have that heal. We can see the side, some of the Shadow Dancer, like Quacken, using that Blood Leech Aura to perform heal cuts, which is obviously super important, because like we saw last match, healers carried, right? So anything that can nerf them and make their lives more difficult, super important. And we're seeing Cuberto doing a really good job of that on the side of Lord of the Dead, but they still haven't been able to get a cap off until now. There we go. Lord of the Dead finally able to start their cap, as they're going to jump up here to 15%. And it looks like the side of MiHoYo is just, they're able to keep boots on the floor. They're 30 strong. They're not really deviating from their strategy. And it looks like, nope, they're just able to wipe the entire clump that is Lord of the Dead on the stone. I was going to say Lord of the Dead is inching back into it, but they made me eat my words.
Yeah, player DPS actually on the bow dagger on the side of the fight, wedged between the tent and the little crate on the ground here, is honestly been doing a great job of just keeping himself from being the focus. He's contributing to the point. He's not being the focus of the fight. He's constantly dancing around the edge, and he's consistently putting down DPS for his team. We'll see if he can catch a heal here. There we go. His healer finally kicks it into gear right there, as it looks like there's a staff dagger right behind him. Heen is also really low. We'll see if Heen can catch a heal as well. And again, this is where the win is is made. Player DPS, they're both going to stealth on the side of the fight. They need heals really bad. Heen finally catches a heal right there. We'll see if player DPS can as well. But again, the healers on the side of MiHoYo taking a second, but managing to keep their guild alive. And that's the difference. 28 to 23 right now. MiHoYo showing why they're able to stand on the point just a little bit longer. But oh my goodness, Quacken just took a huge kill feed on the side of Lords of the Dead right there as they surge onto the point. 29 people, 32 people to 14. They have 2 times as many people on the point, Grenton. They climb twice as fast when that is the case. Only 11 there from MiHoYo on the other side. Look how quickly the percentage climbs for Lords of the Dead, and look how quickly it declines on the side of MiHoYo. This is why Chernobog can absolutely be a coin flip. Oh boy, we're in for it on this one, Grenton.
Yeah, and we're seeing the reinforcements now come in from MiHoYo, but look, the tables have turned. The pendulum has swung. Use whatever metaphor you want, but Lord of the LOTD is now able to actually push forward above that 50% mark, and it looks like the side of MiHoYo is going to fall below 40. So what seemed like an insurmountable advantage on the cap is completely swung in the other direction now on the side of LOTD. The reinforcements from MiHoYo not really able to properly regroup, and LOTD is picking them apart. Like, it's methodical to this point how carefully they're choosing their engages and just continuously able to climb now above 65%. And they're still climbing at double-digit increments now. They're at 30 people compared to 15. Now they're at 72. Blue, this is now a clinic on how to kind of capture Chernobog. But like you said, it's such a risky stone that we can blink and all of a sudden MiHoYo is now at 70% and the side of LOTD is at 20.
Yeah, I was just locked on to a LOL XD right there, one of the top killers and DPS of the lobby overall, and he was doing such a good job on the side of Lord of the Dead of staying alive until the end. Caster Curse gets blown away right at the end there, just stepped a little bit too close to the sun in the middle of everyone. That's not where you necessarily want to be all the time. But now again, 32 to 27. MiHoYo trying to get back on top of this one, all the way back down to 30% as Lords of the Dead rally through. It looked like MiHoYo had their number at the start, and now Lords of the Dead is going to cap over 90%. Can they secure the stone? Do you want to secure the stone yet, Gretton, at this stage? Because I think that the reverse cap is definitely has potential to pick Chernobog as a coin flip when you know the match is already going to be close. You're in the losers bracket. It is like basically winner take all at this point, and to just say, you know what, screw it, we're going to Cherno. Unbelievable right now. 92% and climbing for Lords of the Dead. I certainly favor them if they're able to get the cap off, Gretton. I think the first cap matters so much more than trying to reverse cap in this kind of a setting.
Yeah, when it's this close, I feel like it's depends how early you can cap, right? They're able to cap with 10 minutes left, which I think is a short enough amount of time where it's not going to really come back, and I might be jinxing it here, but it might not come back to bite you in the butt on the side of LOTD, because you're not really giving them a whole lot of time to cap back. We saw that cap took 5 minutes, right? And that was with only one swing. So all you have to do if you're LOTD here is not let that swing happen, which obviously is a lot easier said than done, but it is something that's still very doable, right? You just got to kind of outlast now for 9 minutes. What I would do here if I'm LOTD, I want to drain this cap fully. I want to force them to continue to recap. And then when we're in the final like 4 minutes, then I don't mind kind of like playing tug of war with the progress bar and just keeping them around that 30-40%. But if you were to cap sooner, 12 minutes, 13 minutes left in the match, then I think it is very dangerous if you're the first one to cap.
Oh my gosh, bro. I was following thick anime waifu there for a second because I'll be honest with you, the name caught my eye, but they just got one shot immediately. The moment that thick anime waifu stepped onto the point, they immediately drew attention in their direction. And that's the problem with having a name that is that distracting like that. You're immediately going to just too thick is right. You're going to attract too much attention and you're going to get blasted down on this one. But MiHoYo climbing up to 25%, and they've got 8.5 minutes, over 8.5 minutes to go on this one. Finally, Lords of the Dead pushes back the other way on this. 35 people on the point, trying to knock that percentage back down, but MiHoYo doing a great job of making sure that they consistently keep people on the point right now. I will say for what it's worth, look how many people from MiHoYo are just standing outside the point. Look at these people standing, firing from this high ground right now. I'll be honest with you, I don't think that that's the play, Grunton. To stand on top of that rooftop, you're not contributing to the point. You can only hit people that are really close to that side of the roof over there. I don't think that that's the play. As you see Lords of the Dead coming out on top consistently as their DPS are not afraid to step onto the point and contribute to it. MiHoYo finally getting back on top of this one as they try to start pushing damage down. But again, I think the difference here is the people consistently standing on that rooftop are kind of griefing MiHoYo right now.
Yeah, a little bit. And we're seeing just really good tank play, which is very rare to see now in this current meta, because it's less about what the tanks are doing and more about what your spinners and stuff like that are doing. But the tanks on the side of LOTD are doing such a good job of locking down clumps. I'm seeing so many dev smashes come out that just lock down like 8 people from the side of MiHoYo, and then either, you know, tanks are running time bomb or the DPS are just doing a really good job of following up, but those clumps are just evaporating from existence. This kill feed has just been consistently red, and like I said, they're going to do a very good job of pushing MiHoYo fully off this point, forcing them to have to recap. 7 minutes left, so they've essentially wasted 3 minutes of time with that cap, and if you just copy paste that for the next 7 minutes, you're cruising into the next round rather easily. We have Bojack Horseman from MiHoYo now capping the stone, gonna get them that 15% instantly now from the cap. But again, look at that kill feed. It's a little bit more back and forth this time, but still a lot of red coming through from the side of LOTD as they're just going to kind of close that vice grip that they have. They were spread out a little bit. Okay, they capped, bring the boys back. We're going to crash the stone. We're going to clean up the yellow names on the stone, and then we can go out to playing wide.
Major Chillax playing Staff Spear on the side of Lord of the Dead. And okay, he's dead. I don't know. He's died immediately.
Well, they are the Lords of the Dead.
Yeah, they are Lords of the Dead, and certainly he is going to respawn and come back to this one. I was like, oh my gosh, I wonder which one, which weapon load is actually, which weapons he's actually running there, as I haven't gotten a chance to really check his weapon loadout. Thick anime waifu, trying not to attract too much attention to themselves on this spell blade right here. Goes invisible, doesn't want to let anybody see. Oh my goodness, big pull in right there on the side of MiHoYo, trying to make everything happen right now. Lords of the Dead certainly slamming the door on yet another MiHoYo cap right there. And again, MiHoYo is forced to try to cap again. Time is starting to run out despite how close this match actually is. Lords of the Dead seems to have prepared a very, what normally is a coin flip match, but they definitely have the number on the side of MiHoYo. They probably were thinking MiHoYo is probably not prepared to come to Chernobog like this, and so we're going to throw them a curveball. We know the match is going to be close, and we're going to prep this ahead of time. They probably had the strategy going into it ready to go. We see a spin coming down there for Gubio right there. I'm sorry, for Faint Smile rather right there. And again, I just think that Lords of the Dead strategy and their overall teamwork is just winning out a little bit over MiHoYo, just giving them this edge. MiHoYo's frontline really struggling now, Grunton, with 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, and this is the downside, I guess, of going to Cherno, is that once you kind of lose that snowball, it's really hard to get it back, especially if you're losing out on tempo. We do see another cap come through. This is the 3rd cap now from the side of MiHoYo since LOTD did cap in the 10th minute of the, or sorry, the 5th minute of the round, 10 minutes left. There's only 5 minutes left, and it did take LOTD 5 minutes to cap, and that's when they even had their overwhelming numbers advantage. And look at these clumps that LOTD are just making. It is just a meat grinder of MiHoYo being put into this LOTD war machine. And even though Velvet's able to get a couple kills, mortality as well, it is just answered back in tenfold from the side of LOTD. They're just doing so well at controlling the space, and it's like they're playing almost keep away from the stone. They're just not letting MiHoYo get there healthily, and by doing that, it's just easier to clean up on the stone, easier to keep your number advantage. And now as we see, MiHoYo is now falling below that 3% mark, and they're going to lose out on this cap again.
Yeah, once again, MiHoYo coming up short. XSplit coming up here, the old streaming software a lot of people used to use, coming up the hill there and just getting blown away. McDanky gonna go, or I'm sorry, YSL gonna go for the cap on the point right now. Haida Fumetsu trying to get a cap as well, but MiHoYo does initiate. technically they have enough time. If they stay on top for the majority of time remaining, they can swing this back the other way. There are certainly a lot of yellow health bars on the point, but there are certainly a lot of yellow health bars off the point. Look at these guys over here. All basically just none of these people on this right side for MiHoYo are contributing because they just can't get a heal. Where are the healers for MiHoYo right now? They must be on the left side of the point. They just don't want to heal any of the DPS, and that's going to cause your DPS to take too much of a step back. MiHoYo with 33 people on the point, though, climbing over 28%. We might just be seeing it, Gretton. 36 people on the point. Can they wipe the rest of Lords of the Dead? 32% in climbing. They have enough time with over 3 minutes left remaining. If they just stay on top of this, they will manage to come up with this one. Lords of the Dead in a lot of trouble, Gretton.
Yeah, but this is now the reinforcements coming through from LOTD, and they're able to kind of get that swing back in their favor. Red Cat and company able to get a handful of kills, and there's the swing that they needed. This is what I'm saying. Chernobog is so risky. The respawn is so close, and when you invest so many CDs and so much, positioning and quote-unquote effective HP into being able to win that engagement, you're just letting them regroup so much faster, and they're able to kind of hit you again. So you got to kind of stagger your cooldown, stagger your engages, and that push that we just saw from MiHoYo was kind of an all-in situation, and we're seeing it kind of come back to bite them on the clapback now on the side of LOTD. The reinforcements are just coming in, and if you look, MiHoYo as well, their reinforcements are coming in. They're opting to split between the right side grapple, that eastern side, and the main choke, which is this little stairwell coming up here into the stone. But again, they get absolutely stuffed on that eastern side, and their group is able to actually get up onto the stone, but after they LOTD manages to stuff that eastern side, they just pivot, they turn around, and they're going to clean up what's left here on the stone blue.
Yeah, Gubio, interestingly enough, not listed as a Cordy crossbow for us, but is running SNS crossbow. If you could check his weapon loadout, maybe they just forgot to tell us. It's Gibio, running an SNS crossbow right there. I saw him spin, so I'm pretty sure that's a Cordy.
No, he's running Burkhan's crossbow.
Oh, interesting. So Burkhan crossbow, SNS, you don't see that very often. Left, and again, under 2 minutes left to go. I think that MiHoYo has run out of time. I think you're right. They tried to all in to try to make something happen, but unable to do so. In this case, MiHoYo gonna come up short. LOTD with a huge gamble coming to Chernobog like this in the losers bracket, but ultimately winning out in the what comes down to almost a coin flip, because I guess they must have prepped this ahead of time. They were like, okay, we know where our statics are going to stand. We know that our players are going to commit more to the point. We know that MiHoYo, maybe their DPS just don't have as many healers, and I think that that's ultimately what's happening here. Is what you're seeing is MiHoYo's DPS are very afraid to step forward and get up onto the point because they just don't have a crazy amount of healers. People in chat said, people in the audience rather said that there's just not a healer in every single party, and that might be one thing, but as a healer, especially when you're low on healers for your guild, Grant, and I think you can agree, you need to be clicking on low health bars. Everyone's health bars should be on, or not just onus. It's not just your party that needs heals. You need to be looking over. You see 4 or 5 DPS on the side of the fight that need heals. You need to be clicking on them and trying to heal them up.
Yeah, and it's exactly what we're kind of seeing here. Is last 30 seconds, it's again all but lost from the side of MiHoYo. But when you take a look at the healers, right? Like the healers have been putting in work. It's not like the healers haven't been healing. It's just that maybe the target selection's off. Maybe they're just not able to deal with the pressure that LOTD is able to put forward, right? LOTD is able to really push and engage quickly, put a lot of pressure on your members, and if your healers are stunned because they got dev smashed or they got tripped, then they can't really heal, right? All they can do is stack healing touches afterwards, but the time will elapse. LOTD will win in a rather convincing Chernobog, which again, very interesting because LOTD picked this map.
Yes, they did. Lords of the Dead Quacken. Rank 1 on defeats on the spear dagger right there. A crossbow dagger from Spot coming in at number 2. Certainly someone to keep an eye on. You don't see crossbow dagger doing that crazy. Lol XD number 3 in kills right there. The assists again, and that was on the gladiator class. Great sword spear right there. On the assists, you see Cuberto, Tentacles, and Quacken. Interesting name right there. But Tentacles getting a healer right there, getting the assist done. Damage dealt 4.2 million damage dealt on behalf of Quacken on the spear dagger right there. MiHoYo is Splotty. And again, look at MiHoYo actually has more damage dealt on the leaderboard overall. Look how many more people they have on the leaderboard, despite the fact that LOTD ended up winning. And we're going to get to the tab that really matters here in a moment. Damage taken. Again, it's very back and forth. You see Lords of the Dead on here. Cuberto.
Look at that
top
Steelheart.
damage taken right there. Again, yeah. So Steelheart coming up big right there. Amount healed, though. And this is where you see it unhinged in the Lord of the Dead Alliance. So those are Lord of the Dead players. The healers from Lords of the Dead really making the difference, despite the fact that their DPS was coming up short consistently in this fight. They were just able to out heal their opponents. A coin flip, but they were ready for it, and MiHoYo wasn't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, again, we just see it. Healers just carry, right? And if you're not able to pressure the healers, they get to free cast, what we just saw. And if they're able to free cast, then guess what? The rest of the entire ball of that guild that you're fighting just isn't scared of dying. The best way to quote unquote crowd control an enemy player is to put their health below 20%. Because most players, unless you're an absolute giga god, when your health goes below 20%, you panic. And when you panic, you stop doing damage, you start running away, maybe you morph and drain your stamina. But if the healers are just keeping everyone above 60%, above 50%, it doesn't matter. You just continue pressing W, continue moving forward. And that's exactly what we kind of saw on LOTD's side, is they were just not scared to push forward. They were not scared to take the engages, even if they were, shorthanded or risky. And ultimately, it did pay off. They are going to be moving forward. Unfortunately, MiHoYo will fall and be eliminated from the Best in Guild Talandre tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look ahead to our next match of the day, good fights to both teams. I think MiHoYo came out and had a great time. They had certainly a great showing, but fortunately for them, they can go spend all of their money on those wonderful anime waifu gacha games that people seem to love so much. So again, another weeb guild knocked out of the tournament. Gretton, an absolute tragedy on this side. Up next, we're gonna have Animal Crackers versus Touch Tengu's End. I believe this is just Tengu now, is they've had some alliance difficulties in the last 24 hours. There's been some reshuffling. Oh, no. So I'm getting some mixed reports as to what we're going to see here. But Animal Crackers, the heavy favorite of this round here. Cordy Wright server is where they're hailing from. Quack, rank 1 in their alliance. Pandemonium and Wolves of War backing them up as well. Rank 1 on their server with 6 sieges won. Their prediction for the tournament was top 3. They were knocked down to the losers bracket by Exodus, who is one of the favorites to go on and win the tournament potentially. So they're down here to win the entire losers bracket, and they're up against Tengu. I'll let you introduce them.
Yeah, Tengu, like you said, a little bit of some alliance issues in the last 24 hours. Tengu themselves, that guild individually, says they're the best guild in that alliance, but 5th on the server on the Snowburn server. And as we found out last time, we didn't really know, by we I mean me because I'm Canadian, what a hot pocket was. So I was educated today, and hopefully Tengu's able to educate us with some interesting strats to go up against this Animal Crackers lineup, because like you said, they're only down here because they lost to Exodus. It's not like they lost to a guild that came out of nowhere. They lost to a very good guild, which is indicative that, hey, they're probably a pretty solid guild as well. And I'll be honest with you, if we're looking from a pure EV standpoint, if I was in this tournament, I would much rather run through the lower bracket than have to run through the upper bracket, where you have, guilds like TC, guilds like Supple, and stuff like that. Running through the lower bracket, definitely a little bit easier, a little bit higher risk, obviously, because you only have 1 cushion. You have 0 cushion left, actually, if you lose. But this is kind of the most exciting matches I feel like happen in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I actually think that, okay, so both guilds have kind of agreed to make this fight a little bit fun. I think Tengu only has 37 players for this one. So I think that Animal Crackers has kind of agreed, yeah, okay, we'll try to make it fun for them. So we're going to see a bit of a back and forth skirmish here. 37 is still a respectable. They only were able to pull 12 to the first lobby. So being able to pull 37 this time is pretty cool on behalf of Tengu. And that shows you why it's important to come out to the tournament, is other guilds can look at it and be like, you know what? That looked like a fun group of guys to go play with. Those guys had the exact spirit of PvP, which was, you know what? We're going to show up. We're going to have a great time. Even if we lose, it's still going to be a fun time. Interestingly enough, bro, these pick bands, Gretton, they keep going interesting ways. is the way that I'm gonna put this as we look toward our versus screen here. I'll let you cover pick ban.
Yeah, so again, Tengu, they end up winning the pick, and Animal Crackers decides to ban Talus, Manticus, Daigon, and Azrael. And for some reason, Tengu says, okay, let's go to Chernobog, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to see Chernobog back-to-back, which I think is like the first time it'll ever happen in Best in Guild history.
I've never seen Cherno back-to-back like this. Such an out-of-pocket pick. To see it 2 times in one day and to see it back-to-back matches is pretty crazy. This NA meta, I'm sure the people watching from EU are like these NA losers. Picking Chernobog. But like on the other side, I'll be honest with you, Gretna, I would way rather see Cherno than watch Azrael and Talus basically every single Riftstone, which is what we're seeing on the side of EU. There's almost no map diversity over there. They don't want to risk necessarily anything. I'm sure that, again, so that format, the format for EU is going to open up to a best of 3 format as we enter the quarterfinals. And for NA, it's a double elimination, but there's no best of 3 until the grand finals in the 3rd place match. So like, I think NA is at least willing to experiment a little bit more in this best of 1 format. Then we're seeing EU on the other side. If it was you and your guild, what map do you favor the most right now in the Talandre tournament? If you were going to pick a map.
With my shot calling style, if I were to pick a map, I would probably pick either Pakilo. I love Pakilo. I love how the stone's laid out. Or if that got banned on me, I would pick, if I had to pick a tier 1 map, I would pick GA. Those would be the 2 maps that I pick.
Yeah, okay, yeah, right up my man. The Talandre maps. And I'll be honest with you, we don't see those maps enough. I think we've seen Leviathan once. We've seen Pakilo probably 3 times. And then we've seen Manticus.
Yeah, Manticus is really cool too. The issue is with Manticus, it's always gonna get banned, right? So like, Pakilo has a chance of like squeaking through the ban phase, which I think is a really good stone to fight on. And then if we're like, Daigon's kind of meh to fight on. It's like a really tough stone to attack if you lose. But if you're a guild that is really confident in the initial engage and like blitzing the stone, I can see Daigon's like almost like a Malakar. Where you just got to win that initial engage, or else you're just playing from such a disadvantage. So that's why I think like GA, there's retake potential. Pakilo, there's retake potential. And Pakilo just lets you get super creative. Like we saw in the first match of the tournament today, is you can do like this off the top rope WWE stuff. You can, do split pushes. You can use the elevator, where it kind of keeps even if you lose the first couple engages, it'll keep the defenders thinking, where they're not just not able to just, oh yeah, they're always going to come from the south, or they're always going to come from this point, right? So that's why I like stones like that.
Yeah, absolutely. As the final people are joining the lobby right now, we're waiting for Quack to go ahead and assign their officers. If they don't do so in the next 30 seconds, we are just going to do it for them on this one, because they are just sluggishly assigning who needs to be able to cap the Riftstone here, as you're able to do that in each war game lobby. Chernobog, the map of choice. And when you're going into a 37v48,
yeah,
it could be a little rocky. Fortunately, again, Tengu coming out and showing why it's important to just show up and have a great time fighting in the tournament. Win, lose, draw. That is the kind of mentality that you want to have as a PvP community, as a PvP guild. That's what gets people to stick around in your community, is the willingness to show up and lose. You can't win every time, but you know what? You show up, you do your best, you have a great time, and other people want to do that as well. So yeah, waiting on one more here, Gretna, and then we're gonna get started.
I do want to highlight Animal Crackers has 20 wands.
What?
Yeah, they have 20 wands in the lobby.
Yeah, that's insane. What? I'm counting them now. Oh my goodness. Right now, I don't see any crazy. I'm dizzy on the crossbow dagger right here. And again, we're seeing a lot. Who are the Cordies? Who are the Cordies in this lobby? It looks like Animal Crackers has 2 for Arc, and Escanor are the 2 that they need. There we go.
Ooh, there's also a player by the name of Hairy Feet on the side of Quack, who is playing Paladin, which is Great Sword Wand.
Ooh, Great Sword Wand. That is not something that you see every day of the week. We are spawned into Chernobog for the next match of today. We still have 2 matches after this one to go here as we see Animal Crackers meeting the stone first here. I'm sure that Tengu is like, okay, well, we're just gonna chill for a sec. We're gonna let them get ready, set, and then we're gonna go over there as well. I'm seeing eat food spammed.
Eat food.
Yeah, eat food spammed in the lobby right now on behalf of Animal Crackers right there. There you see them all. They're all buffing up. Nature's blessing going down for all of them right now. Where is Tengu?
Wait, Tengu's in our alliance.
Oh, it is.
That's why we saw eat food.
No way.
That was Yinum saying eat food.
Did my boys from wait, they don't have a shot caller. We're both we're both on the desk. They don't have a shot caller, bro. What
It's all good.
Oh god,
we'll
my guild went into battle with no shot caller. Oh god, look away. Okay, so Tengu's gonna come up here. An interesting approach to the stone right here. Legendary Dasu gonna get pulled in right now, and he's not really taking almost any damage at all. It's taking them a while.
Seeker, by the way.
Yeah, to even take down his health bar. Gets pulled in one more time, and Dasu might be, I was going to say, in a lot of trouble, but he's healing himself through all of it. Doesn't care, runs right out of 15 people. And
Seeker, by the way.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. On behalf of Tengu, the rest of Tengu on the low ground down here. This is an interesting approach. They don't want to come at it straight on like you normally would on Cherno like this. But you look at all the people up on the high ground. Easy Boy and these 2 or 3 extra statics up here for Animal Crackers. They know this map super well. They were able to run all the way up here on top of the machinery, and now we're just pelting Tengu's flankers on the low ground right now. A good look for them. They've clearly prepared Cherno. They've got a static over on the other side where it does look like the Tengu's gonna try to push up the other side as well, but Ark is gonna jump into the middle of everyone on this Cordy right here. We'll see if he can get a good spin off. No, he's gonna die. No, he's still alive. He got 2 kills though, and now he's gonna die as Tengu cleans up the right side of the fight here of Animal Crackers as the left side again getting pelted repeatedly. Oh man, Tengu not looking so great on that left side, but it looks like Animal Crackers may have overcommitted to that left side, but that's okay because they have more people than their opponent, Gretton.
Yeah, and I mean Tengu's kind of splitting, which is interesting, right? When you're down this many numbers, I like the thought process, I like the strat, but I don't think really have the numbers to do an effective slip push, which is kind of what we saw there. They were able to just slowly choose and engage the side of Animal Crackers. Now they're just kind of owning the stone, owning the high ground. So Tengu now needs to kind of just figure out a way to get like boots on the stone. They're going to be taking the Portal 1 and regrouping here on the southwestern side of the Rift Stone. But again, they kind of have to walk through the high ground of Animal Crackers. This is like a little stairway of death on the south side if you're fighting against good tanks or good range DPS, which Animal Crackers definitely seem to have.
Yeah, Yennefer on the high ground is that bow staff right there. You see Jenna, a healer for the main ball. Oh my goodness, taking a big focus fireball right there. 3/4 of their health getting Baja blasted right there. You see the rest of Animal Crackers waiting up on this high ground. Here's Izzy Boy. We saw him on the high ground before. The front line, not much to do right now on the side of Animal Crackers. The Yennefer gonna move down here. I believe that's probably a Witcher reference. Maybe I'm reading the name wrong. I could be. Black Wicked, look at all these people stacked up on this high ground right now. It looks like Animal Crackers gonna pull the trigger. Izzy Boy and Black Wicked diving into the middle of Tengu. Tengu kiting down the hill, doing their best. But look at the flankers coming in from Animal Crackers as the main ball comes down the hill. The flankers come from that other side, that high ground on that other side. What a beautiful looking engage for Animal Crackers. Yes, they outnumber their opponents, but also the strategy looked really good there, Grim.
Yeah, I mean, the strat was there. Again, they kind of hit the top rope where they just sent a flank squad to fly down. Tengu's going to have to pull back, obviously, as they lost 95% of their main ball. But when you're attacking a stone like Cherno, you can't just linearly, words are hard, you can't just linearly attack because the high ground is so punishing. You have to try to get up there as fast as possible, which is what we're seeing Tengu do now. They're kind of using that 5-second immunity bubble to get up the stairs and try to take the fight on more even ground. So this is kind of what I like to see, but unfortunately, numbers disadvantage and just positional disadvantage here on the side of Tengu, they're just getting completely wiped up here.
Oh, Arc with a big spin right there on the side of Animal Crackers. You can see him on the low ground off to the left side of your screen here. I'm trying to click on him, but he keeps getting flipped, and then he's like he's got like ADHD, dude. This is spaz. There we go. He keeps moving around. Look at him. Mouse moving his character around right now. Kind of a sick weapon loadout, if I do say so myself. Good die going down right now. It does look like the stone has opened up, so Animal Crackers, he says, I'm normal. Yeah, okay, buddy. The stone opens up, and it looks like Animal Crackers obviously going to take control of that. We're going to take a look at what Tengu is doing on the low ground right now as they're blasting back a few Animal Crackers who are hard griefing their guild. Doggy dove into the middle of everyone, and that's exactly what that play basically amounted to. Absolute dog water. As he's moving with his static right there. And here we go. More dive bombers landing on the side of Animal Crackers, and a big spin for Arc. There's the pull in right there. The rest of Animal Crackers reinforcing, and Tengu getting shoved right back down the hill.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough. I mean, you are down essentially 2 statics of players, but when you have Cordy crossbow players on the side of Animal Crackers that are this bloodthirsty, it's really hard to get anything going, because they're going to just see red and just dive in, because they know that even if their entire static dies, they're still up a static of players, even if they get 0 kills. So they're just able to play a lot more aggressive and a lot more careless than they would if the numbers were evenly matched at 48v48. So it's going to be, again, a very, very tough position for Tengu to be in to even get any sort of footing on this stone. And 13 minutes left, and we already have the first cap here from Animal Crackers.
Yeah, Animal Crackers getting that first cap down, and I'll be honest with you, Tengu, for what it's worth, was initiating a cap off to try to go the other way. There were like 3 people up here on behalf of Tengu, and again, we saw Arc run up the ramp. I was like, there's no way he's gonna do it. Sure enough, gets full buffed up and spins on top of 2 people to try to just a show of dominance on that side. So interestingly enough right there, couldn't wipe them without the help of the Cordy spin right there. XQ's trying to push the fight onto the point. Tengu, for what it's worth, does get an initiate on the point with 10 members on the point right now. Obviously, I believe that this is going to get snuffed out, especially with Brawley pushing people off the edge on the backside of the fight right there. And again, Animal Crackers with the overwhelming numbers. Mink is going to get wiped off as well. Certainly the cap will stop, but Tengu, I think, with a good showing right there to at least initiate the cap.
Yeah, and I mean, Tengu, they do get the cap off. We're seeing scams on the side of Animal Crackers as well, playing that Steelheart. And again, Steelheart is just able to control a huge amount of area for free. So that backside of the stone is just like absolute danger zone. And we kind of saw that happen where people were getting knocked off, pulled off.
No. Arc gets interrupted. They're trying to kill him before he can get the spin off. They're trying. Oh, everyone's on Arc. You're absolute trash. Holy moly. That is what you get for honestly Tengu right there. Arc trying to come in and get this monster kill feed on Tengu, basically with just his static, and Tengu responding really well onto that corny crossbow right there. Now look at them rotating around the side of this fight.
Sneaky,
Arc,
sneaky.
absolute dog water. Try to attempt to spin right there, but again, Tengu, great response. Look at these little roaches. X-Gold scouts it though, and again, they're going to take X-Gold down. He's a little too far forward. Shoot the messenger in this case, as again, Tengu gets a pretty solid kill feed right there.
Yeah, and I like the strat to kind of try to wrap around here this backside. Unfortunately, they do get spotted, but look, they're able, because of that, they pulled the entire main ball of Animal Crackers to that backside. They're able to get some members of their guild actually onto the stone, and now reinforcements have a little bit of an easier time to kind of regroup and come through. But now as the cavalry returns on the side of Animal Cracker, it's going to be a sea of yellow. But let's not forget the embarrassment that Arc brought his guild by that failed spin.
I'm just saying, bro. It is what it is. You know, for what it's worth, Tengu's showing so much resilience. We've actually never seen guilds group up, try the cliffside engagements, go around, try to get flankers. They're stopping Cordy spinners from coming in and just spinning freely on their ball like that. We didn't see Hiki able to do that in their match earlier. So again, I think that Tengu's showing that this group of guys definitely knows what they're doing. They're grouped up, they're moving around. Their shot caller is definitely really organized, and these guys are here to have a good time. Jenna doing a really solid job on the back backside of this one as we take a look. Let's take a look at who has the most heals in the matchup. It is Jenna right there with the top heals of the lobby, 8.1 million, overstacking that healing right there. Periet and Think Goody, Valen Bussy. Alan Bussy from Pandemonium coming in at number 5 right there. Damage taken. And again, we're seeing damage taken pretty dominated by Tengu right there. Damage dealt from Quack, Yennefer, and again, Arc, as much as we can, has been a very impactful player in the lobby. Relix, the top player. Wow, damage dealt. Relix, number 3 for Pandemonium right there. Let's take a look. Where's the first one for Tengu? Looks like DLJ's Luna right there is the top one, and that is a Spell Blade on behalf of Tengu right there. But yeah, you can see definitely one-sided towards Animal Crackers, but honestly, Tengu look like they having more fun.
They're having a blast. And this is kind of, again, I heard you mention this in a previous tournament, but your job as a shot caller is not to win, is to make your guys have fun, right? That's your essential main role as a shot caller. And I feel like Tengu shot caller, whoever it is just putting in overtime right now because they look like they're having a blast.
They are having a blast right now. Like these guys, Arc on the redemption. Oh, duh, please do it again. Please do it again. No, it's not Arc static. There he is. He brings an extra static this time as Tengu rotates. They're actually just going to run away from Arc as he tries to desperately sprint after
they're
him.
turning back on him.
Here. Yeah, they turn back on him. Arc does manage to get the spin up, but gets knocked up immediately. Gets no kills on the Cordy crossbow with the flank of a lifetime. What a complete... I'm just kidding. He's still doing a good job. It was a good attempted flank right there, but Tengu, again, with a good interrupt on that spin, doing a great job right there. T-Dun doing a solid job for Animal Crackers with that Blood Devo and making sure that everybody in his party has that buff running basically as frequently as they possibly can. Right now, Hanzo, the GM of Tengu, right now in the middle of everything on a staff greatsword. Once again, that's the second staff greatsword I've seen in just this lobby. We saw one in the last lobby too. Oh my goodness, they're trying to heal him back up, but he is ultimately going to go down to Arc. Literally had to spin on him. Finally ended up going down right there. But staff greatsword is not a super common thing that you see. But again, it just shows you Tengu's having more fun, man.
Yeah, Tengu's out here winning smiles, and that's all that matters, right? You're going to show up with 37 people. I don't think they realistically thought they were going to win this map. So they picked a fun map, and now they're just going to brawl for the next 7 minutes. Gives you time to humiliate the opponent, because everyone knows if you die to having 2 statics up, you should just uninstall the game, right? That's the word on the street.
Yep, that's just how it is. Welcome to NA on this one. Cappuccino actually trying to initiate a cap on the point right now as Tengu sent a covert ops unit, a PsyOps unit to try to get in on this cap on the backside, but sadly they all got interrupted. They're going to get taken down. Mink's going to go down too as well for his guild. Escanor running through the fight on that Cordy right there. Going to go ahead for a big spin right there. Getting a solid amount of damage done as Tengu tries to regroup on this one. I'm curious. We have Tier versus Released is our next match of the day, and then we have Velocity versus Infamy. So 2 honestly bangers to look forward to on the second half of today. Tengu has respawned up on this one, but showing again, we're gonna go ahead and get grouped up. And again, they only had 12 people the first time they played in this tournament. Today, they're showing up with 37, which is a feat of God right there, to be able to show up like this with that many more people the second time you come out. So W Tengu, as they are all regrouped right now. They're all talking to each other. It looks like they must have been going over the shot caller's plan here. Looks like they're going to try to rotate around. Here comes the dive down from Ash Ketchum. Got to catch them all as he dives down into the middle of everybody here. Can he get any kills? No, he's absolute dog water once again. Must be an Arc static. Speaking of Arc, here we go. He's going to drop down. He's got the buffs, but they're all running from him. He's going to run out of buffs before he's trying to pull people back. There we go. He finally gets a spin. Gets 2 kills on that one. So a solid flank coming in on that one. But Animal Crackers picking Tengu apart before they're able to get the push through this time.
Yeah, and again, all of a sudden, I go back up to the stone just to like periodically check on it. I see red. So like, it's not like Tengu's just running around with their heads cut off. They're still trying to put pressure on the stone, and I respect it. They're going to get wiped when it's full main ball versus full main ball, but they're still able to create some space and almost dictate tempo a little bit in this Chernobog Riftstone, which is very impressive considering they're down 2 statics of players. But like you said, right, from 12 to 37 players, that's 3 times more attendance over 1 week of just trying to figure out what to do. So Tengu having some fun. Obviously, animal crackers, unless we have some, you know, catastrophe of a natural disaster that happens, animal crackers should be advancing and Tengu will be eliminated. But I think that the Tengu roster is having a blast right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Zygons from Tengu right here, the spear dagger on the side of the fight, and a 1v1 with a tank. It's not going super well right now, I will tell you. But he might be able to pick off Relix on this. Oh, gosh, never mind. He's cooked. That's the end of him right there's the rest of Tengu just gets mopped up on this one. Oh my goodness, is that just my eyes deceive me? Opia with the wand dagger on the point right now, and this is exactly what how are you alive? Why are there 20 people hitting Opia and this dude is still cooking right now?
Opia the goat.
What a goat right there. Holy moly. The only person, and it actually allowed a lot of Tengu to respawn and get spread because they know that these flankers are going to try to fly down Xerox party, waiting on this high ground up here. YFAB as well, waiting to try to flank this. And it looks like Tengu's trying to respond with one static of their own as the main ball static runs to the right. They're trying to distract them. Here come the flankers. And honestly, the flankers on the side of Animal Crackers landing and going the wrong way. The main ball engaging right now. Escanor getting a really solid spin on that Cordy right there as Animal Crackers comes down the hill and engages it. Very crisp, clean engagements for the most part on the side of Animal Crackers. Their flankers clearly know what they are doing basically on every engagement. Their main ball understands how to play front to back. Jenna leading the tank leaderboards. The healer leaderboards right in the middle here, doing a great job as the best healer in the lobby. She sets the tempo basically for Animal Crapper. Oh my god, Animal Crackers. Oh, I have just doomed them. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Oh god, that if they lose their next match, it's gonna get spammed in chat. I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't mean it. Legendary Dasu over here is a healer on the side of Animal Crackers. Trying to do what they can. Just take it, Gritton.
Listen, sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, you know? It's all good, Blue. I just watched Unum get absolutely sent into Narnia off that back of the stone, and I'm just trying to figure out, okay, where is... oh, there they are. They're still just brawling on the low ground. This is like it's like a battleground situation where, like, you just realize and you're just going to have fun for the last, 2 minutes of play, and it's just a war happening here where actually the OG Chernobog spawns. This is his arena, not the Riftstone, but we're just kind of seeing individuals just go back and forth, trying to find some kills. And Animal Crackers, Blue, say that twice as fast, are just gonna now start swarming the point.
Yeah, Rice over here is the front line for Animal Crackers, not having to do very much with 2 minutes left on the clock. It is going to be Tengu getting knocked out of the tournament. Animal Crackers will move on. If I look over at the bracket, they're going to end up fighting the loser of match 33, which is tier versus released. So whoever loses the next match, again, tier versus released plays next today. So whoever loses that match is going to fight Animal Crackers in the losers bracket of this tournament here. And I think that Animal Crackers is certainly the favorite of the losers bracket down here, in my opinion, based on what I've seen from them so far in the tournament here. So doing a great job cleaning this one up and being good sports about it. Tengu, though, I'll be honest with you, the story of the tournament, the underdog story of the tournament, and with the correct mentality when you enter a tournament like this, I cannot emphasize how many leadership cores backed out of this tournament at the very last second because they didn't want to lose. They thought it would look bad for their guild, or we didn't know we could pull enough people. We don't know. These pansy leadership cores unable to basically even just show up for their matches. Tengu just said, you know what? We don't really care whether or not we have enough people for our match. We are just going to show up anyway, and we're going to have a great time. And you can see just how good of a time they had in this match, despite how one-sided it was. We saw the different things they were able to try. They were able to thwart certain engagements. They showed up with 3 times as many people they had last time. Big W, Tengu.
Yeah, I'm still laughing at your reenactment of guild leadership because
look, bro,
it couldn't be more accurate is all I'm saying.
I have stayed quiet this entire time about how many guilds have pulled out of the tournament. Well, we just don't feel like we can pull over 42 people, and it would just be a bad look for our organization in gaming as a whole. We're not going to be able to show up today. In fact, we had one guild do that today, which backed out of their match. Wagon is moving on in the tournament because Supple actually dodged them today because they couldn't pull enough people, and they said, well, if we can't pull 48, it might as well just not show up. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, this lobby, though, is going to go over to Animal Crackers. You can see them leading the leaderboards basically across the way. Relix with 64 kills on that bow staff. Again, we talk about it being a win more weapon, but I'll be honest with you, I actually think that class is still, that Liberator class is still very, very good. Dominating all of the leaderboards right here. Damage dealt 2 million for Relix right there. Yenfra and Arc down at number 2 and number 3. Damage taken. Ulendort, Mink, Hanzo, TK, and Opia. And again, Opia on the Wand Dagger. 4th highest damage tanked in the lobby. W Tengu right there, bro. That's crazy.
W Opia.
That's crazy right there.
Yeah.
Amount healed DLJ 17.3 million for them. The top for Tengu looked like they're at Oracle right there. Let's see. Damage dealt top for Tengu would have been, I see Serenity is Vampoon. DLJ as well, I believe, is also Tengu. That's Escanor. Actually, I think DLJ might be allied with the side of Animal Crackers. Yeah. But Tengu's Wumpelfug, interesting name. Top damage dealt for them, but good fights to both teams here.
Yeah, absolutely insanity. I think, again, Tengu looked like they had a blast. They're in our alliance, apparently, as of I don't know when. I just pressed G and I see them there.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I could have sworn they weren't in our lobby, our alliance, like, yesterday, but okay. Sounds good.
Like you said, they had some alliance stuff in the last 24 hours. You were obviously working on your tournament stuff in the last 24 hours. I was hibernating in my coffin for the last 24 hours, and I've now risen to cast with you. So here we are. And I think we have 2 matches left in the night tonight.
Yeah, and good fights to both teams there, but the next one's going to be a banger. We have not seen Released actually been able to play yet in this tournament as they've been dodged to this point. But Tyr showing up to fight today, not going to dodge anyone. Tyr, hailing from the Ivory server, rank 2 in their alliance with Hellowing, Exodus, and Corrupt. Their alliance might go on. I believe that they're the rank 1 or 2 alliance on the server next to maybe Supple over there. And again, you see, again, all 4 of the guilds in this alliance showed up for the tournament. Supple's alliance, again, Supple has 2 guilds in that alliance. They couldn't show up. They didn't have enough people to show up even with a second squad today. So again, it shows, I think Supple maybe is trying to consolidate people into their top squad. Maybe it's a strategic thing, I don't know. But Tyr just saying, screw it, everybody go out and participate is very interesting. Every single one of these guilds able to put 48, basically all on their own. Rank 1 on their server, despite the fact that they lost Siege. At least, well, actually, I think Supple transferred off their server, so I think maybe they may have won Siege. I'm not sure. Their best in guild T1 finish was 4th as they lost to Press W in the 3rd place match there, and they've won 5 Sieges so far. Certainly one of the favorites in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Tyr is one of the OGs for sure. One of the, if we talk about like the behemoth alliances of TL in its past and current, Tyr was always part of, the underdog or the dominant one. They were never far behind where they needed to be as an individual guild, and they were never far behind as an alliance either when they weren't playing from ahead. So Tyr is definitely, I think, the favorite to win. Almost this like entire, if the lower bracket stayed the way it is now, I would have Tyr going through the full way. Obviously, there will be guilds in the upper bracket that are going to get bumped down, and then they'll have to play, etc. But on the other side, we have Released, which is on the Stellarite server, which again has almost now became the new mega server. They're in the Cobra Kai Hailstorm CPQ alliance. We saw CPQ actually get eliminated earlier today in the lower bracket. So Released trying to fight for their alliance, integrity or ego, whatever word you want to use. They think they're the second strongest on Stellarite, first being the Supple alliance. Their finish in the Tier 1 best in guild was top 10, and they're predicting that they're going to end in the top 12. So very modest predictions. By the way, chat, Tiny Tim's tanks are recruiting. I just wanted you to know, I don't know why I thought of saying that right now, but I just wanted you guys to know that. But we're going to be going to a pretty fun second to last match here. And then I think the last match is going to be a doozy as well that we have absolutely. Up on the docket.
Absolutely. I see Vert is playing on the side. I was going to have Vert on as a shoutcaster during the tournament. And he said, no, I need to be able to game out with my boys every day. So he backed out in favor of trying to be there for his guild. He is streaming the tournament right now. And he is streaming his perspective of tiers. They're already standing on the Riftstone of choice today. Let's talk about pick ban. Tier 1, the pick ban, it looks like. Or I'm sorry, released one and chose to pick. Tier banned Morokai, Kawazan, Manticus, and Daigon. Interestingly enough, the choice on the side of released was Talus, which should tell you, honestly, that release thinks that they can absolutely win this thing.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking at the roster of released, and I'm seeing some names that I actually played with in Korea before NA was even out, and I think their shot caller used to be one of my shot callers in Korea, who is playing Templar with a Tevent wand. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Obviously, on the side of tier, I'm going to shout it out because it's going to tilt you. Zeet or Zeit, who apparently I'm friends with, has Delulu daggers and a SNS equipped.
Stop it. Yas Queen. Okay, chill,
Yas
bro.
Queen. We have obviously Invulns up here with tier. You got the BDO, the BDO squad. You got Crunk God. Like you said, you got Vert that's going to be up there as well. So I fought against so many people in this lobby, Blue, in Throne. I know you fought against like 90% of this lobby in BDO. So I'm just excited to watch these guys duke it out.
Yeah, I am super excited as well. It looks like the lobby is ready on both sides. There are 2 Cordy crossbows on both sides of this fight. Vera and Giga on released. And Dogwater and Strictex on tier. Honestly, I don't know if you want to have a really big name. If you're the Cordy crossbow, you want to make sure that people can't find you or click on you. Big name like Dogwater. We'll see. Either way, we are in the lobby. Over here is both guilds spawning. Oh my gosh, it's a clown fiesta, Gren. Both guilds spawning. There's Vert on the outside of the fight with his static blood devo goes down, and tier is on a rampage at the start of this fight. Look at that kill feed. Released in a lot of trouble in this one. Oh my goodness. And that was just about as crazy as it's possibly going to get in this matchup. And we just saw how one-sided that first match was, or that first engagement.
How long have I been away for that? Vert is playing Dark Blighter.
What is happening? What
timeline are we in, Blue?
Why are
I don't think I've ever seen Vert without a greatsword or a spear in his hand.
I was about to say wand dagger. The choice for my boy Vert on this one. I'll see if I can find Massilis as well. But tier certainly putting on a clinic, as right now released is just running into the jaws of the shark. We talked about this, guys. The momentum when you lose the first engagement that hard. Everybody on the side of tier is standing with their statics, communicating hard with their statics. Basically, the entire time they're all grouped up with one another. And then on the side of release, everyone is basically getting run down so quickly that their statics can't group up and fight with each other. I saw XQC, at least the name of XQC was on the side of released over there. So maybe he's just a big XQC.
That's the real one. No, that's the real one.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Tweet it out, dude. That's the real one.
Yeah,
All right, so we have another, again, this engage has not even like been in spitting distance of the stone yet, Blue. They're just brawling here, again, testing each other's offense, testing each other's defense, trying to see how the main balls move, how the flank squads move. And the front line here on the side of tier is just doing such a really good job. I mean, there are some just OG players who've been playing since day one launch. Invon, Phobias, competitive. They're just doing a really good job of just creating space for the side of tier. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like Release is really able to find their footing. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see with the final 2 minutes, minute and a half left here on the side of Release. I wouldn't be surprised to see them just let themselves get wiped, or fully regroup, try to take a push to get stone control so they can at least maybe try to get that first cap off.
Yeah, finally Release gets ready, set. They're all grouped up with one another. You see them huge push into tier right there, as tier I think got a little bit over aggressive right there, and they do manage to find some kills, but Massless coming back the other way. Rixar, oh my gosh, huge kill feed on the side of Tier right there as they start to break through the released front line and basically wipe out those priority targets on the back line. You have Cinnamon Roll back here doing what they can as a healer, but immediately gets pulled in. Look at that target acquisition on the side of Tier right there. Cinnamon Roll doing what he can. He's like, oh, I got out again. No, we pull him right back in. And again, pulled in again, because you're just not allowed to go anywhere. The pulls on the side of Tier show you how dominant that guild actually looks. Oh, Tier rotating the other way now, and this is what you want to see out of release. They're starting to spawn up at the other side over here. XQC on the low ground right here. Pog, real XQC, and he's a healer, honestly, just like XQC in real life, playing that bottom role overall in the MMO right here, but honestly could be one of the better healers on the side of release right now, getting spun on and immediately killed.
There's Doodoo Dogwater.
Yeah, Doodoo Dogwater taking down XQC right there. Fox on the back line on that Spellblade gets pulled in once again. Every time I lock on to a release member, they get pulled in and just get blasted.
Yep, and I mean, that's just the classic Tier experience. I've watched a lot of their war games, obviously Invuln streams a lot of it, and they just have a lot of reps playing together, so I wouldn't put it past them to just... They have this stone figured out to a science, right? So like they know what they want to do, they know where they want to engage, how they want to engage, and it's going to be up to release to kind of just try to throw a curveball in at them, because otherwise, like you just saw PRX and Doodoo Dogwater just absolutely demolish 2-3 statics worth of players. It's going to be very difficult for release to get any sort of real footing into this Riftstone, and we might just see, you know, 15 minutes of almost what we saw last game against Tengu, except it's a 48v48. So I'm curious to see how release decides to approach the stone, as we are approaching the final 15 seconds of quote-unquote warm-up, where now the stone will become active, and we should see the fight kind of centralize around that location.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Vert running third on damage done as a Wand Dagger is the highest I have seen a Wand Dagger actually perform in the NA tournament so far. Normally you see that it's a very popular choice on EU, and the players that play it on EU really make that class look really good. But honestly, this is the first time I've seen it, especially in the NA East tournament, look just that good on this one. Invuln streaming, I believe, his perspective as well as the frontline for Tier as he dives in. Invulnerable GG, I did give him a shout out before as well, but he does not have very much to do on Crusader in this matchup. You see, actually, wait a minute. Released got the stone before Tier did. Interestingly enough, and there's the first crack in the Tier armor that we're seeing right there, as Tier has been basically a solid wall of yellow, and now we're starting to see release. Look at that kill feed on the side of release. They also were able to get that. They activated their stone first. They have 9 people on the point right now. Obviously 40% Tier still in favor right there, but again, showing life on the side of release to push the fight back onto the point right now. Cinnamon Roll doing what they can from the back line, trying to heal as much as they can, but a lot of Tier members on the point, but a lot of release members on the point as well. Oh, Timothy down here, interesting name right there on the, looks like SNS Spear. Interestingly enough, standing on the point, gonna get wiped down off the point though, just as I lock in on him, and it looks like Tier is going to go ahead and take over. I do think that release is gonna get knocked down, but a great effort, Grenton.
Yeah, and I mean, release, this is what I was saying earlier, right? You have to kind of do something different if you want to even get any sort of footing on the stone, and that's exactly what they did. They say, hey, we're getting our, you know, pushed in here at the south of the stone. Let's just send a squad or two, get a cap off, see what happens, right? So that's exactly what they did. It looks like the cap here is going to be closed out on the side of Tier in the next 2-ish minutes. Tier's doing a really good job of just letting that cap elapse. They know they have stone control, so they're not really worried about getting the cap. Now they're going to start bringing people back as they approach that 90% cap mark, as they're continuing to wipe the side of release. Now their regroup is going to be coming in from the south side, that portal 1, as we have Timothy trying to get a cap off, and no one's even looking at him. Finally someone does at the end, just not enough collision resist maybe to get that off. And then again, now we have Tier capping it with 12 minutes and 40 seconds left, and now they just got to hold, right? And we've seen a very dominant performance here on the side of Tier. I don't really think they're going to have a lot of difficulty holding the stone from release unless we start seeing maybe some more unorthodox pushes, unorthodox strats here on the side of released. As I say that, Timothy does enter another cap phase.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I was locked onto Strikex for a while on behalf of Tier right there. That's one of their Cordy crossbows, and I expected a lot more out of that player, but he basically just ran around, waited for his opportunity to spin, and then he spun, he got no kills, and then again, he's just dancing around. And so the Cordy's really not being very impactful on the side of Tier, at least in this lobby. It might be just because maybe their targets are dying just a little too quickly, but I'll be honest with you, not as impressed right there. Bop out in front with his guild, or with his static as well. Raikou out here getting a good pull in on that Crusader right there. Vert under some pressure on the backline. Raikou, the first one to enter into the backline of Release right there, but realizes he's just a step too far, and that's good presence of mind, good heads-up awareness as a tank to realize I'm too deep. So many tanks would just stay in, they die, and then they said, we're no team follow-up, team's fault. I did my job, I tanked. That is not your job as a tank to just forehead in and die like that. You need to tank meaningful damage. And now he's out in front, and the engage actually happens. You can see him doing a lot of disruption for the front line of Tier right now. There's the pull coming in right there to pull those DPS targets back towards the back line, and so that on top of his static and his DPS targets. Beautiful job right there. Great tank formation on the side of Tier, mopping up basically the entirety of Release as they dove into everybody. Gorga, one of the best frontline tanks that we saw in the T1 tournament right now, still playing that Crusader, an absolute menace of preventing people from getting caps on the point here as Tier is grouped up waiting for Release to push in one more time. Gren.
Yeah, this is exactly what you kind of need to do here if you're Release. You got to take a breath. You're not winning the grind fight, right? You're not winning the just, hey, let's waterfall in, let's win over time, let's whittle them down. So you have to take a more coordinated push, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. Is they're all going to spawn here at pin number 1. They're going to be making their way up, just a linear push. But look at this flank squad coming in from the side of Tier as they're going to just try to push it. They do get caught up. They're not able to really engage with the main ball, but they are able to get a couple kills now. As Release is going to try to swarm the point, and this is a really nice engage from Release Blue.
Yeah, that sandwich was absolutely clean on the side of Release, and they do manage to get a cap off on the point while it's going on. They actually have 6 people on the point right now, which is 2 times as many as their opponent. They're climbing pretty quickly right now. That was a very, very good engagement on the side of Release right there to come at it from both sides, showing just how coordinated their guild can actually be by standing, contributing to the point. This is what you want to see out of your DPSs. Oh my goodness, never mind. As he gets pulled in right there. But honestly, he was in a great position. He was DPSing. He was also contributing to the point. That's exactly what you want to see on the side of Release right there. As the rest of his guild sadly just gets wiped off significantly. Win over here, ironically not winning right now as he's trying to keep heals down on his static group, but gets locked down by Tay. Oh, look at Tay shoving him into the middle of everybody. What a tank right there. That Crusader just finding that healer, says, hey, I found this, as he pushes him in to the other DPSs and kills him. And now he's out here tanking a lot of people. This is meaningful tank damage because it's allowing his guild to have time. He's interrupting the regroup on behalf of Release right now. What an absolute goat. The frontline tanks on behalf of Tier have been the most impressive so far in this tournament for me.
And it's because they're playing tank the way it should be, right? They create space and they put their forehead into clumps just for the engage, and then instantly they don't get bloodthirsty and push farther and try to find kills. They turn around and they control the neutral between them and their main ball. They peel when they need to, they'll lock down targets when they need to, and it's just terrifying to play against because if you try to push them, you have to get past that front line, and then once you get past that front line, you're still not technically past it because they are going to turn around and hook you back to them.
Absolutely. Chipotle Burrito is my lock-on target of choice right now. Crossbow Dagger, such a hard class to coordinate in a 48v48 lobby. You can see this. They can certainly put out a crazy amount of DPS as a mid-range DPS, so to speak. You see him jumping onto the backline right here, but the moment that anyone targets you, you are so squishy. You cannot afford to get focused down, so you need to be using that stealth and your very high mobility to constantly be moving around the fight, repositioning so that people can't lock you down. And you see him pick up yet another kill there. Beautifully, masterfully played, if you will. Crossbow Dagger from Tier here.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing every role that we lock into on Tier is just being played effectively. And that's what's terrifying when you fight a guild like this, is not only is their shot caller good, not only is their macro good, but each individual player has put so many hours into learning their role that it's really hard even just to win the 1v1, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing. We're just seeing tanks lob people into the point, and they're just getting put into a wood chipper at this point. They come in, and then there's a huge refresh of yellow kills on the kill feed. They get pulled in again, and another huge refresh of yellow kills on the kill feed. And it's just an extremely one-sided match here from Tier. 7 minutes left, and if we take a look at the kill feed and the damage done, it's all Tier in the top in the entire first page except for 2. And again, Vert on Darkblighter, 3rd on damage currently.
What is happening?
He's playing the Giga Ray of Disaster build. He is just shooting beams out.
What an absolute unit. Now take a look at his build right here so that the people at home can see just why this is doing so much damage. Those daggers, man, he's making full use of them with Deckman's Baleful Scepter right there as well. And you see the damage taken over here, released. Strikex, we locked onto him for a while. That's the Cordy on behalf of Tier, taking the 5th most damage in the lobby. Again, I'm not entirely certain that that's what you want to see out of your Cordy crossbows. But the amount healed, Edmund, Massive, Alpaca, Tiger, Kyle, Green Velvet, Shonks, and please do not redeem. Okay, I know that reference. Ma'am, do not redeem. Do not redeem the card. Okay,
why did you redeem it?
That was such a good reference. I love that. That's crazy. I love it. Do not redeem on this one. Vert, ooh, catching a good heal. Oh my goodness. Gets one shot down to nothing right there. And all that's left is a tombstone. But again, released. Able to actually get a lot of kills. Tier is one of the favorites to potentially even win the tournament or place very highly in the tournament overall. So to see Released actually getting caps off on the point, they're climbing over 30% in some areas, and they're able to take kills off of Tier, shows you just how strong this guild is. Again, these guys are going to go down and fight Animal Crackers in the next round. I think Animal Crackers is going to have their work cut out for them. Those are like the final bosses of the losers bracket right now.
Yeah, and it's definitely not going to be you're going only to fight 37 players, right? You're fighting 48 battle-tested gamers, who some of which have been playing the game since Korea, since before you even knew the game existed, right? So if you're Animal Crackers, you're watching this, you're trying to establish weaknesses or anything you can really exploit, and maybe you're kind of like, maybe we choose Talus, because it does look like while they're able to get some good full engages, they're just caught in that same loophole that I feel like a lot of guilds are caught into. When they lose on Talus, they just tried to trickle in Waterfall, and that just doesn't work against good guilds. So I feel like if you can kind of force a guild to do that, you're just going to win when it comes to Talus.
Yeah, absolutely. We see a big spin from Judo Dogwater right there, but again, just not getting a tremendous amount of impact right there. Released, getting a cap on the stone. They have 13 people on the stone to the 20 on the side of Tier, so certainly running behind, but again, you can see them consistently trying to cap the point with 4 minutes left on the clock. We look over here. I want to see just where the Cordys are performing. Strikex at number 4 here on kills. Damage dealt, though. Doo-Doo Dogwater barely makes the front page. Strikex way down here at the bottom as well. So again, Tier's Cordy crossbows, maybe not the biggest threat in that guild, and that's probably what makes them so potent, is I think that their front line actually might be the craziest part of their guild.
Yeah, I mean, again, front lines, while less important than they were in Tier 1, are still very important if they're able to disrupt. Obviously, making a clump for your Cordy spinners is important, but when you have a guild that has so many different strong DPS players, you have Shadow Dancers who are good. I mean, hell, you have Vert on Darkblighter right now. You can't just focus on making clumps. You got to really focus on playing that neutral after you crash into the enemy. So Tier is their tanks are doing a phenomenal job of that. And I always thought that Tier had one of the strongest frontliners. That was before they've absorbed players and stuff from other guilds. So I mean, now they're just even stronger.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is why it's so important to have such a good healer when you're playing crossbow dagger, such a volatile class like that. You can see just how many times he got low before he ultimately went down to being one shot there, but his healer basically kept him alive for like minutes right there as I followed him around, basically pumping down a crazy amount of damage consistently, but the healer just honestly hard carrying him. It allows your DPS just to be so aggressive. Timothy gonna dive forward with that spear debuff, gonna go for another cap on the point for a release with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. They might get interrupted off the point. No, he's not. He is going to get it with 11 people on the point. I think the time is running out for at least a statement is being made on the side of tier in this first match for them.
Yeah, and you kind of have to, right? You gotta make sure people know that you're coming to play. You can't just show up and expect to have a walk in the park against tier. You're part of one of the strongest alliances in Throne and Liberty, so you gotta show up, right? I mean, I think their whole alliance, right? You have Helloing in the Exodus in the tournament, you have Tier in the tournament, and I forget who their fourth is. But I mean, at one point, you're probably going to end up fighting your alliance in this tournament, and that friendly competition is good. But there's a lot of Lucent on the line here, and that's going to help your alliance in the grand scheme of things too if you guys win, because that's just going to allow your guild to kind of push forward in terms of gearing. So I'm not surprised to see how seriously Tier is taking this matchup, even though for the last 14 minutes they've been absolutely dominating. They're not taking the foot off the gas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that chat is like, no one cares about the Lucent. That's not necessarily the case, but I'll be honest with you. Most guilds, the Lucent on the line, the 1.3 million Lucent on the line is what encourages guilds to join the tournament. But ultimately, the glory it's all about ego. It's about the ego. That's right. Ultimately, yes, the Lucent is amazing, and that's again a big selling point to get people to come participate in the tournament. But the guilds that are most competitive are like, yeah, we want to just show that we're better than everyone else. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. But it certainly is a lot of Lucent, 6,000 Lucent to every single player on the winning team of the tournament. The second place team getting 3,000 Lucent in each region as well. So certainly a big prize pool like that. As well. And then the squadron commander title goes to everyone as long as you watch the grand finals of the tournament in the final week. So big W. If we could get some W's for AGS for supporting the tournament in that kind of a fashion has been absolutely great. To make sure that they support such a large community event like this has been amazing to watch AGS do that. And I know that AGS does get a lot of hate for a lot of the bugs and things that do happen with Throne, but ultimately that looks a little bit more like it's NC Sauce fault. It's their job to fix the bugs. Amazon can only report those, and I believe that they're doing a great job for us, communicating with us, those Tico talks every week, and then supporting big events like this. I think that Amazon is doing a great job trying to manage this game overall, and I appreciate their support for this tournament here. Tiger Kyle on the outside of the fight, picking up some extra kills right at the end of time remaining like this. Tier is moving on in the winner's bracket. And again, to the surprise of almost no one, but Released honestly showed up and had a great showing in this matchup. Defeats PRX, Eternal, and Raykar at the top three right here. A spear dagger, a bow staff, and a gladiator spear greatsword right there. The top three competitive in at number 4 on that crossbow dagger. We talked about how competitive he was. Strikex picking it up towards the end at number 5. Right there, the assists actually going to a bow staff is Eternal at the end of time there. It looks like you know what? Let's take a look at damage dealt for Release. Giga Fire looks like the Cordy crossbow on the side of Released is Giga. The top damage dealt for them. Top defeats for Released. I scrolled down here again is Giga as well, and then the big Chew down here, another Gladiator. Damage taken. The best tanks in the lobby are Parmingdia, R2D2, Strikex, and Druin. And again, Strikex, the rank 3 on the damage taken there on the Cordy is pretty crazy. But as long as he's able to stay alive is good. 40, almost 5 million damage healed. That's the highest in the tournament so far in North America right there for massive Edmund, Alpa Kapal, Tiger Kyle, and Green Velvet. I'm sorry, bro. Like when you name yourself, it's okay.
We're in the last couple matches of the night.
Yeah, whatever. Please do not redeem, ma'am. No, do not redeem. Do not redeem. Kid Boga reference coming in down here. If we look down at the top Release dealer is Ano and Gilix and Cinnamon Roll. The top dealers on the side of Release. Good showing for Release. They're going to go down, and I think Animal Crackers versus Release could be a banger.
Yep. I think that's going to be a fun one, especially depending on the map. I feel like that's going to be a really, really fun match to cast, because Animal Crackers definitely seems like a very aggro guild. I mean, granted, they were fighting against people who were playing 11 players down, but even so, I mean, we saw, I think, was it Ash, their name, or Ark? on the side of Animal Crackers, super aggro with that Cordy crossbow. Released, super coordinated on their pushes. So I'm super pumped to kind of see what strategy pays off. Is Releases kind of more methodical engages going to pay off, or is the I'm just going to punch you in the face approach from Animal Crackers going to do more work? But we're going to have to wait a bit to see that one because we do have a pretty intense match to wrap things up here tonight, Blue.
Yeah, we have Infamy versus Velocity. Good fights to both guilds there. We will see both of them continue to compete in the tournament moving forward here. But Velocity, I think, is the favored one in this match right now. Velocity on the Snowburn server, rank 2 in their alliance with Take Care and Dwagon. I believe that was probably a typo on my part. I think that the 4th guild, I forget what their 4th guild actually is here, but rank 1 alliance on the server, best in guild, T1 finish. They got 3rd with Press W. I think they've just played alongside Press W, so some of those boys represented in their guild. Their prediction for the tournament is 3rd to 6th. They're up against Infamy, though, who is no Slash.
Yeah, I mean, Infamy on Ivory, they're in the CPQ Flex Dwagon alliance, but again, we have double Dwagon here, so who knows? But they don't know where their alliance kind of stands on Ivory anymore, but their prediction is in the top 10. And Blue, you hate to hear it, but they do strongly believe that thigh highs belong on guys.
Stop it, bro. You're griefing me as a leg man myself, a man of culture, as
Sure.
it were. Let's take a look at the pick ban here. I'm going to let you cover this. It's first time we've seen this map today.
Ooh, I'm excited. So Velocity won, and like most guilds that win, they chose to pick. And Infamy then decided to ban Manticus, Leviathan, Talus, and Digon. So Giga Chad on Infamy to ban Talus, so we didn't have to see that again. And Velocity then decided to bring it to Morokai.
Yeah, Morokai the goat. I love Morokai. Oh my gosh, you're gonna poop your stop. No, God, please, no.
What's better than one SNS dagger on a roster, Blue? How about 2 SNS daggers? D-Bones finally, I've been telling D-Bones since Korea that SNS dagger's good, and he's finally playing it. And then Purple Chicken, who has been on SNS dagger for, I'm pretty sure, almost all of NA being out. So 2 SNS daggers on the side of Velocity, which means I automatically want Velocity to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they have 2 SNS daggers on the side of Velocity over here. But again, Velocity, I've heard some crazy good things about what this squad is capable of doing. There were some people that messaged me, they were like, they need to be the rank 1 seed for the tournament, which is never happening because Supple won the last tournament. I'm absolutely giving them the rank 1 seed in this one. I think that I gave Hellowing, I actually don't know who I gave the rank to. I think it was Take Care, actually. Yeah, either way, they ended up on opposite sides of the bracket. People feel that Velocity could end up taking the entire thing here because their guild is really just that strong as we look at this.
I'm looking at the roster. There's people like, I mean, I played with Tom Book. Crossbow dagger questionable. The guy would spin in Narnia with no enemies around. But he's on Darkblighter, double Tevent, which is going to be terrifying. Purple Chicken is a menace on SNS dagger with Queen Bellendir SNS and Delulu daggers. D-Bone has Queen Bellendir SNS and Tevent daggers. So not only are these players probably able to play their class pretty well, but they also have an ideal comp when it comes to like the actual weapons that they're holding. I've seen people in chat saying Velocity's winning the tournament, which is kind of crazy to say considering we're so early, and currently they have to beat Infamy. Like, that's step 1, and then we can talk about winning the tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, the spectators spawned in Narnia, so we have to kind of move to get over here. Velocity in the red, Infamy in the yellow. Hopefully, both guilds have not started clashing quite yet.
Oh, they are clashing.
No, they are already clashing, and oh my gosh, it is back and forth. What is going on? Look at red and yellow in the kill feed right here. It's an all-out brawl on the spawn right now as both guilds are vying to see who can be at the top of this lobby right now. Gretton, I'm not sure who's on top.
Yeah, it's so back and forth right now, and we're seeing that the healers are just, again, doing insane work keeping their their individual members alive. It's so back and forth. We finally see some yellow push through. That's infamy. But again, as quick as I say that, we see red respond, and it's just going to be some back and forth. They're fighting very close to Portal 1, which is here next to camera 6 on your map, which is the direct west of the stone, and that's going to just allow for constant combat, which means that if they don't pull away from this, the team that is slowly winning this initial fight is going to ultimately lose because they're going to be waiting on cooldown. So we're actually seeing that Velocity kind of realizes this, and they're going to be pulling back towards the tent area. But now we have like 3 different pockets of fights going on.
Bro, this is so close. The kill feed is back and forth. A nail biter, and it's on Morokai of all maps. This map is all about strategy. D-Bones giving us the emote in the middle of everything right there. D-Bones, I'm not sure that you want to do that. Honestly, he's just taunting. He's just standing as that SNS dagger in the middle of everyone right there, standing and trying to AoE taunt everyone with that emote. I'm not sure it worked super well, but look at that kill feed. So back and forth. Take a look at the leaderboard very quickly, just to take a look at this real quick. Infamy on top, Velocity very consistently on the bottom half of the leaderboard, though. Damage taken back and forth. Velocity on top of that one. The amount healed, this one's back and forth. Cozy's trying to hard carry for his guild right now in Infamy versus Velocity. Has more healers on the leaderboard, so we'll see who can come up on top in that one. But again, super back and forth for both guilds right now. We have a match on our hands right here, Grenton.
Yeah, and I'm so excited. We've seen some of the I'm talking about the season 1 tier 1 best in guild tournament. We saw some of the closest matches ever on this Riftstone, so I'm super excited to see 2 guilds who seem more or less even when it comes to how they're engaging, at least right now in the warm-up stage. That's just going to be absolute cinema for the next 15 minutes of play once that stone becomes active. But it's going to come down to not only who has the better punching power, but who's able to actually own that real estate around the stone. And right now it's looking that, even though it's a back and forth like you were mentioning, Velocity is doing a really good job of owning the stone, and then look, all of a sudden, boom, right off the back of the stone, that little hillside, we have a slight push coming in from Infamy. They do get kind of caught with their pants down, so to speak, because they got all pulled off by the tank squad of Velocity, and they're just caught on the stone with no support, but they are somehow just living. Fat Deck, Reaction, Akaru just living in enemy territory right now as their entire main ball is going to push through that southern gate, and they're going to try to reinforce them by splitting between the low ground and the high ground, which is a beautiful play here by Infamy.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm locked on to Shaky right now. It's a great sword wand on the side of Velocity over here. Interestingly enough, and I'll be honest with you, I think that D-Bones is not taunting with that emote. I think he's using it as a way for everyone to see exactly where he is in the fight, which is if that is the case, that is a Giga Chad alpha male move right there. You can it's usually not a problem because you can mark your shot caller in the lobby and stuff with your guild, but you can see maybe they don't have that in here, but they can always see exactly where D-Bones is based on where that emote actually is, because it pops up very prominently on your screen. Geechee firing from the high ground right now on this bow staff gets immediately hunted down by the Velocity flank squad right now, and again, another big engagement right here, but I think that Velocity gets the upper hand of this one because their flankers are just absolutely going to town right here. Viola in the middle of everyone trying to keep his static healthy and just trying to keep up. Honestly, if you are a healer in this match, you need an inhaler to try to keep up with everybody because the match is just moving so quickly. You're just trying to keep everybody healthy to the best of your ability. 1-2 on the outside of the fight for Velocity right now, getting flipped around and immediately picked apart on the side of Infamy right there. And again, super back and forth. 5 seconds before the Riftstone opens up, it does look like that purple chicken is ready to take this Riftstone on the side of Velocity. There it is. We'll see if Baiba or anyone can interrupt him. It looks like they're diving toward, they're going to try to stop him. No, he gets it off right there. And now on the side of Infamy, so it is Velocity that's the first ones able to initiate a cap on this one. Now Big Tanky going to try to initiate on the side of Infamy. The high ground guys, interestingly enough, I wanted to wait to highlight this. The high ground does not contribute to the Riftstone overall for the most part. You can see the green line right there. You need to be standing inside there. So you can either choose, do I contribute to the Riftstone or do I benefit from this high ground? Now, if you're a Giga Gamer, you can stand right over here on this rocks and do both, but it's a little hard to do as people generally lock that down pretty quickly right there. It does look like, again, INFAMY does join the Riftstone battle right now, but already at 50% is velocity and climbing right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of work here being put in on the side of INFAMY. I'm actually locked in here to Waylon, who is playing kind of the same build that we saw Vert playing earlier. He's running the Deckman one, which allows you to run that kind of like AoE Ray of Disaster to allow some like AoE pressure. And now he has to pull back. I'm assuming he's waiting for cooldowns here. But when he actually goes in, if you take a look at the scoreboard, he is doing a ton of damage. Not a lot of kills, but he's just softening the blow here for the side of INFAMY, which is just allowing them to create some pressure. But right now, a lot of the INFAMY side just pulled back for some odd reason. And now it's going to allow Velocity to get this first cap. But again, mmorpg is the biggest throw stone is what I'll call it, where you can lose this in the blink of an eye. And I believe it was Press W in season 1 who actually won it with like 5 seconds left.
Yes, they did. It was super sick. I love those boys. 99% on the cap. It does look like that Velocity is going to close it out. And now I think that was planned from INFAMY because they were in position waiting for that cap to go off. I think their plan is to counter cap this, so like recap this now that Velocity cannot gain contribution on the stone anymore. Big Tanky's going to go for it. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. Moshi at the top of the leaderboard. No, that is not the VTube streamer. A Spellblade at the top there. Daikon Soup, Wiz in Flux. Again, Velocity owning the top of the leaderboards now as things start to settle a little bit, but damage dealt. You can see INFAMY, JDMXD right there on that Cordy, hard carrying. Moshi doing what they can to try to keep up in DPS, but Aris right there on the staff bow doing really well for INFAMY as well. Damage taken, very back and forth. Here is the answer of the lobby. The Velocity healers are absolutely destroying the INFAMY healers, and that is not good as D-Bones is crying in the middle of everyone right there. INFAMY doing what they can to try to cap the stone, but they've been interrupted over and over and over again. It does look like that Velocity was ready for this kind of a play. They capped the stone early, and now they're basically just running around. You can see Purple Chicken constantly just keeping... They have a squad specifically designed to keep interrupting the cap on the stone. This is going to make it increasingly difficult for INFAMY to start the cap, and now we're under 12 minutes. Again, time is ticking down. INFAMY needs to try to get this cap down so that they can take their time reverse capping this, but look how many people are firing from the high ground from INFAMY, trying to basically reinforce Purple Chicken, doing what he can from the low ground. You go Night gets the interrupted on the cap. He's up at 80, 90. Can he get it? He does get it off with some help from Pendragonite, shoving Purple Chicken into the wall, making it so that his teammate, that's good teamwork on the front line there for INFAMY. Good teamwork. 20-18 on the stone. INFAMY starting to climb now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want. I mean, this is such a close stone, and it's a close matchup as well, that you don't care if you cap in the 10th minute or in the last minute, as long as you cap, right? So figuring out ways to get through. Big Tanky doing a really good job of just testing the water, seeing, okay, where do I need to stand to get a cap off? How do I gotta go about this to actually be able to get a cap off to let INFAMY get back into this? But if you take a look right now, right in front of this stone, INFAMY is getting blendered. So they're getting a lot of good information here of where they can't stand, because if they try to engage and try to stay here, they get absolutely decimated by the side of Velocity, which means they got to kind of swarm the stone a little bit better and play a little bit wider. You highlighted a high ground position that you can contribute to stone cap. I need to see INFAMY's range score and even their healers start to actually leverage that, because it's going to put them a little bit out of danger, because right now they just touch the stone and they're all dead.
Yeah, Tarnished Maiden jumping down onto everyone, getting a big Cordy spin right down there, but I only saw him get one kill right now. Clearly a Dark Souls fan with a name like that, but again, that was not the Cordy spin that they were looking for. Shutting that down is Velocity. Velocity shutting the door on INFAMY. They're forced to cap one more time with under 10 minutes to go. As close as this match is, Velocity is just, they've got the edge in this match. Their statics are working better together. They seem to have the coordination. Their front line is working together to try to consistently stop INFAMY from getting the stone. And as I say that, caster curse, no, they do get the interrupt off on the stone. That was D-Bones himself making that interrupt right there. Big Tanky steps forward again. You see Purple Chickens and D-Bones there coordinating back and forth to stop that cap. Once again stopped. He's gonna keep going for it, but now you see the DPS starting to come through. Can they interrupt it again? Yes, they do. D-Bones say cry about it, loser, as he emotes consistently on the stone like that. Again, I think he's really doing that to try to give his position to his alliance right there. Not that it's not necessarily that required, but it did look a little BM.
It's D-Bone. He's just being toxic.
Yeah, it's just, it does look a little BM at that moment. It says, Purple Chicken says, my rock, as Big Tanky keeps trying to, oh, is it your rock though?
It is. He almost ate his words.
Rock. It's we're laser focused on this cap attempt right now. Purple Chicken consistently stopping Big Tanky. He needs help right now. Again, last time he was only able to capitalize on this because Pen Dragonite came over to help him. Now finally Pen Dragonite is here to reinforce right now. They're all trying to stand on top of each other. They're pushing the enemies off of him. He's at 50. No, he's gonna get interrupted again. INFAMY running out of time though. 8.5 minutes. They can certainly pull this back based on how the match is going so far, but they've got to initiate this. They've got to get the ball rolling, Grenton.
And it's crazy if you actually look at the healing in this matchup. Usually we have a couple healers over 10 million. Right now, Velocity has 10 healers over 10 million healing done, and some are pushing close over that 15 million mark as well. They're putting in overtime to keep this this Velocity squad alive. Not only are the tanks doing so good on the point to control a space, but these healers are just making them feel like absolute gods. There is no better feeling in the world, and this coming from a tank player, of having a healer that you just feel immortal playing with. And that's honestly the entirety of Velocity right now, is their healers are just putting in insane overtime. Big Tanky is able to get a cap off again, but only because Velocity was just spread out fully around on that southern gate. Now they're going to kind of try to lock in and come back, but did they maybe bite off more than they can chew? I'm seeing a lot of yellow now come in, and this is where it's Velocity's map to lose. If INFAMY can stabilize here, Blue, this is the shift in momentum that they need.
Yeah, we're seeing Tom Book here on my screen. Wand Dagger putting in a crazy amount of curse bomb damage to the low ground. If we look at his weapon loadout, I fully expect Tevin daggers. Actually, double Tevin right there. Holy moly, you were not joking around. That guy is a gamer. As it turns out, if you spend $6,000 on the game, you can still die like a complete loser on the high ground because they catch you out of position. Good fight, loser. That's just how it goes on the side of INFAMY, locking him down. That is just how it goes, man. INFAMY, honestly, gonna run out of a cap one more time, and man, dude, they have to recap again, Gretton. This is not what you want to see on the side of INFAMY, although again, the target acquisition on the side of INFAMY is quite good, but they just can't plant their boots on the point the way that they want to. And you see Pen Dragonite gonna go for it. Is he gonna? They are spread a little thin. He is gonna get it. Yeah, uncontested. There we go. INFAMY, another shot at this. 6 minutes to go. They have got to flip the switch. Stop fighting off the stone. Everyone needs to come forward and contribute.
Yeah, and this is actually kind of insane that he was able to get that cap off completely uncontested, but no one is contributing. Like, the entirety of INFAMY is just, you know, they're playing patty cake by the tents, and that's not where you got to be if you want to win. I know it's scary. I know there's a big wall of red on that stone, but guess what? This is not team deathmatch. This is, you know,
that's
capture a point, and you can't capture the point if you're playing patty cake by the tents. This is a really bad spot to be in. They lose the cap again, and I'm going to be completely honest here, Blue. I don't think if they let that time tick below 4 minutes without actually getting over 30-40%, I just don't think they have enough time.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I gotta lock in on the Cordy crossbows a little bit here on the side of INFAMY, because they are just not performing super well right now. Tarnish went in for a spin there. I don't think he got a single kill. Maybe he got one kill in the kill feed right there, because they're like, normally when you have a big clump of people on the point like that, you're gonna count on your Cordys and your AoE damage to knock that down and kind of pave the way for the rest of your spell blades. There's Bald King, interestingly enough. I wonder if he's referring to me or your half-bald self in this particular case. But again, normally you rely
like
on
70%.
Okay, yeah, 70 copium. You're just still pretending to have hair. It's okay. He's got that toupee on nice and tight.
It's CGI.
Yeah, it is what it is. You're 30 now, okay? You're over the hill. You have
No,
no
not
help.
yet. 23 days. Give me a break.
Shave it off. I'm not bald, Purple Chicken says. Well, that is true, and you do own a rock currently. You go Night Night trying to go to interact with another point right now, but again, JDMXD in the middle of everything. I was gonna click on him. He was standing right there, but I just couldn't click on him in time. Again, those Cordies on the side of Infamy just not coming up the way that they need to here, as they do get it and initiate with just over 4 minutes left. Now's the time. I think you basically need to pop Guardians and try for a big swell onto the point here, because like you want to pop Guardians before your opponent does in order to get this through. I'm wondering if this Shaky over here is actually Shaky Bay, the notorious, infamous Black Desert Online guy. I doubt that it is, but if it is, interestingly enough, again, playing that Greatsword wand, we don't see that weapon combination loadout very often on this one, but we see Might as well in the middle of everything. There's the Cordy crossbow on the side of Velocity right now, and he is doing what he can, but again, none of the Cordies I don't think are really being all that impactful at the moment. There's Infamy piling onto the point. 24 people, 27, 28
This
people
is what
on
they
the
need,
point.
the rally.
There's the swell. Over twice as many people on the point for just a moment there as they swell forward right there and wipe off the rest of Velocity. But now Moshi goes to work. He says, grouped up, you say. I'm on top of this right now, and a lot of Infamy are getting wiped off, but they are huddled in that corner over there, huddled together for warmth on the backside of that of the Riftstone over there, as Velocity starts to collapse down from all directions. My goodness, Gretton.
Yeah, both SNS Dagger players just nosedived into that clump, and the amount of oppression that you have when you're getting double Bellendir sucked by two SNS Daggers who just appeared out of nowhere with Shadow Strike, that's what happens. And we're just seeing only red now happen on the side of, in this war game. And I just don't think there's enough time left for, wait. No, he didn't. Okay, there was a UI bug. I thought Purple Chicken just like G quit on the spot in this war game.
Yeah, it's a UI bug. Yeah,
it's a UI
that
bug.
happens from time to time.
But yeah, 2.5 minutes left. I liked the push there from Infamy not too long ago, but I wish they would have done that, 3 times as much and like twice, like sooner than just waiting for the last few minutes to do that, because now they're just going to trickle away. And if you're Velocity here, you are feeling good. But I will highlight something. I don't think Infamy's a bad guild by any means, but this was surprisingly closer than I thought, given how much people were hyping up Velocity.
I completely agree. People hype up Velocity a tremendous amount, and you can see in their first match here, we're seeing Infamy go toe-to-toe with them. Yes, Velocity definitely on top of this match, but they arguably had one of the toughest rounds of the tournament. Obviously, you look over at tier versus released. That did not go Released's way, but you look at this, who's stronger, Released or Infamy? I think Infamy might have that edge there, but again, gonna get knocked down to the losers bracket of this one, and they are like Terminators of the losers bracket at this point. They're gonna move down, and I think they're gonna fight Doom. Yeah, so the loser of this match is going to fight what could be the last Latino guild left in NA East, and I think NA West put together, but I could be wrong about that. But I'm fairly certain they're the last Latino guild left in the tournament. And again, Doom had a dominant performance today too, so that losers bracket is starting to heat up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm actually like, Doom is probably the guild that I want to watch play the most. I'll be honest. Like they really impressed me. So seeing what looks like in the final minute is going to be Infamy that goes down to fight Doom. I think they have their work cut out for them, and they need to pick a stone that they can funnel Doom into chokes and use the environment, because otherwise I feel like Doom is just going to run a circus.
Circus is an interesting way to put that on. I don't know if I would want to describe my match as a circus on that one if you're trying to win. White Range trying to dive into the middle of everyone as a healer, doing what they can. Infamy piling onto the point with only 25 seconds left to go. It is going to be Velocity moving on. This was a very close match, despite Velocity being favored, despite Velocity showing up in a big way. I do think that Infamy showed just how strong they can actually be. Barbie in the middle of everything. I wonder if that's a healer right there. It is a healer. I'm a Barbie girl. in a Barbie world, but honestly, is it a Barbie world? There's a lot of red health bars around you right now. Manages to stay alive all the way to the end of the fight. Top defeats of the lobby going to Daikon Soup, Moshi Moshi, Rhythm, Wiz, and Flux. Spell Blades and Spear Daggers. So all the way across the board. Geo, the top Cordy Crossbow, coming in at number 6 right there. Top assists of the lobby, again, the same usual suspects, with Corsynth making it an appearance in there on the Liberator right there. Looks like damage dealt, 6.6 million damage dealt by Daikon once again on that Spellblade. And look at this number 2 on Waylon with that Wand Dagger loadout. Is it double Tevin? It is not. It's Burkhant's daggers with Deckman's Balin's scepter.
I'm telling you, that's like the AoE build. You just send out rays. You send out beams.
Yeah, honestly, let's go ahead and compare that to Tom. Where is Tom? Oh my God, I almost didn't see Tom all the way down there. I need a different list for the people that have spent this much money. Look at that double Tevin loadout right there, but all the way down at number 16. And I'm sure Tom is probably not very happy about that one. Damage taken, infamy for Pikuni right there. Look at that on the Great Sword Wand. There's no way, right? There's no way. He swapped it. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Where was Shaky at?
Dude, let him cook.
Stop it. You're trolling me.
Dude, let him cook.
Where is Shaky's all the way? There's no way. I refuse. I'm out healed. Looks like 27.4 million for Joshi right there, the top healer in the lobby with Breezy, Fuzz, MT, Sin, and Viola right there. Looks like the top healer for Infamy is Cozy's, and this was what told the story of the match, is the Velocity healers just cleanly far and above outplaying their opponents. You see that just a block of Infamy healers down here after all the Velocity ones. So basically every Velocity healer outperforming their opponent in this match here in the final match of today. What a good match that just was.
Yeah, really good match to end the day. I had a lot of fun casting that one, and obviously we saw some heaters. I mean, we were in the lower bracket for the better part of today, but I mean, I think we get more passionate gameplay when guilds are up against elimination. So we saw some really interesting games. We saw some guilds just having fun because they knew we're only fielding X amount of players. There's no hope. We're just gonna have some fun. But I think we saw some really good stuff from our upper bracket as well. Tier looking as clean as always. Velocity looking super strong, and Infamy, even though they lost, I do think that they're a very solid roster, and I can see them doing work in the lower bracket as well. Like you said, I think they're gonna go crazy in lower bracket. Doom is gonna be a hurdle. I don't think it's gonna be a walk in the park for any guild in the lower bracket that fights Doom. But I do think if Infamy kind of locks in and tailors their strat to the over aggressiveness that is Doom, they're gonna have a pretty easy time to kind of thwart that a little bit. If not, it's just gonna be a bloodbath.
Bro, I'm telling you, this tournament, this NA East tournament is really heating up. I mean, these guilds, a lot of these guilds have been dodging each other for quite some time. Been basically poop talking each other and chat PvPing back and forth consistently. But as we progress through the tournament, we're starting to see these guilds meet for the first time. Some of them are getting knocked down to the losers bracket. Again, even the losers bracket has been very close and fun to watch in this one. Guys, remember, on my YouTube, if you miss the live broadcast every day, it is Throne and Liberty every single day. And if you miss the broadcast, you can always watch it on my YouTube channel. It comes out the next day, or the next morning rather, so that you guys can always keep following the action there. It's NA. Tomorrow we have NA West up, I believe,
Nice.
because it is Thursday. Then Friday it's back to EU. Saturday is back to NA East again. Sunday is the out day because that's usually Siege and stuff. We don't want to interrupt that for guilds. And then again, Monday through Saturday, every single day of the week, we see matches in this tournament. Let's get some W shoutouts. First group I want to thank is AGS, Amazon Game Studios, for making this event possible with their support, guys. The 1.3 million Lucent prize pool, the unique drops every single week of the tournament, the social media shoutouts across the board. With the tournament just would not be possible without their support, because there's no way I could front all of that. There's no way I could front all of that money on my end. So that made me able to run multiple tournaments at the same time. And we're seeing, I can't believe that my tournament staff is able to do this, but WAGS, and now I'm going to look at my tournament staff. I'm going to give a big shout out to Senior Chief Dragon. If everybody could wave hi to Senior Chief Dragon and Lucy. And then again, my moderators that helped moderate chat today as well. Everybody could wave hi in the chat to them. Thank you so much for your service, keeping the production moving, getting the matches set up. And again, a huge shout out to all of the guilds that came out to play and didn't just back out of the tournament because they couldn't pull the full 48 numbers or because they didn't want to lose face as a guild. All of those guilds are absolute giga chads. You come out to play in a tournament like this, you're automatically better than everyone that didn't show up to play. Tengu showed that today, as they only showed up with 37. That's 3 times what they showed up with before, and they probably had the most fun today overall. And the final shout out I want to give is to my boy Gretton. Dude, what a shoutcasting duo we have going on here. The back and forth, absolutely crazy, buddy. I appreciate you. Where can everybody find you?
Yeah, I mean, I stream on Twitch, not granted in the title. Thank you for the shout outs, Note and Blue. Blue, thank you for having me on. Obviously, I've been, big fan of Throne Liberty since it was in closed beta in KR. Took a little bit of a break now with the raid and stuff coming back. Definitely going to be coming back to check out more TL. I mean, I was in Supple, now I'm in the guild with Blue. I'm having a ton of fun playing the game and seeing all these people who stuck it out and continued to grind in PvP, and seeing the community still being this pumped up, about PvP is super sick, because some MMOs, when the player base dips, everyone jumps ship, right? So I want to highlight this. Remember when I said I think it came from that like YTV game show? It was confirmed by that's where they got their name from.
Really?
So I have the third eye open. I see into the future. But I do want to take a moment to do 2 shout outs as well, if you'll permit me, Mr. Blue Squadron.
Absolutely, goodness.
The first one is to you, obviously. Huge shout out to Blue, W Blue in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, for putting on this this tournament. I spoke with Blue after his first Best in Guild tournament, and I have never seen a guy like more stressed about a tournament, even when it was over. So the fact that he decided to do it again, but like ×3 in other regions, either speaks to how clinically insane this guy is or how passionate about the community he is. So huge W for Blue. And then the bigger shout out, because like, yeah, Blue, you're cool, is to chat and everyone watching at home, because without you guys, there's really like no point in streaming this. We could just run this out of a Discord. So thank you everyone in chat, the banter, the people talking trash to each other. That's what it's all about, man. I had someone calling, like, this is my first time back in TL sphere in a while, and then someone came out of nowhere saying, Grenton, you suck, your takes are trash. And I'm like, yes, this is what I missed out of Throne and Liberty. So W chat and W the Throne and Liberty community. I'm so excited to see the rest of the NA East bracket kind of move forward and close, because let's be honest, hold these L's, NA West and EU. NA East is the best region, the most competitive region. It is just, you guys wouldn't stand a chance if you came here. NA West, you'd lose in 2. EU, I'll give you some slack, you'd lose in 3.
I hope that AGS runs after the Best in Guild tournament concludes. I hope the immediate announcement is the cross server NA versus EU. Would be absolute cinema.
AGS, I'm going to put this out here right now. If you run a LAN, I will cast it free of charge for you.
What? Yo, I will not charge you. Bro, what? What are you doing to me right now? I'm right here too. Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough,
you'll have to pay Blue, but I'll cast it free of charge. Get Blue his money because he deserves it.
I'm not getting paid for this tournament, believe it or not. This is like 500 or 600 man hours of a tournament right here. And again, there's no sponsors. It is literally just, I'm just doing this. It is for free. I'm losing money in the assets and everything, and the tournament directors I'm paying and stuff. But it is really, really good for the community. And obviously, the viewership looks really good because you guys come out and watch this. It's a really good event for the community. I'll be honest with you, this is the coolest event I have ever gotten the opportunity to put on. So, you know, if I'm not getting paid, it's not the end of the world. I can look at the player numbers for Throne and Liberty and say, wow, I'm actually having an impact. That's probably the coolest thing I've ever been able to say as a creator. I will say it's had a dramatic impact on my ability to play the game because you know, you spend 500 hours making a tournament off stream and stuff and building the production every single day. You don't have very much time to play the game, but you know what? It is what it is. Everybody's having a great time, and I rely on excellent casters like yourself, Grenton, to come in and give that game expertise that we all need so much. So big W's right there.
Yeah,
Guys,
I'm gonna put my head in a freezer, I think, because we're at 91 degrees in my room.
Okay, all right, okay. Guys, I'm going to throw it over to Invulnerable GG, who is currently running War Game lobbies for North America East right now, and just setting up some super fun matches. If you guys want to get involved with those, you guys can keep getting your drops with him. Remember, guys, to check out my YouTube if you want to see more Throne and Liberty content, especially like the tournament content, very consistently coming out. We're also covering other games as well, so you can check that out as well where you need to. I'm going to throw it over to Invuln, who competed today and did a great job for tier. All of you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll see you guys tomorrow for NA West. Actually, I'll be live twice tomorrow. I'll be live in the morning playing a game called Black Desert. And then, yeah, I'll play Valhalla in the afternoon. We're going to try the guild raid for the very first time. We're going to try that as guild. We'll give it a go. We'll see what happens. And then we're going to be streaming NA West tournament in the evening, guys. So you get a double feature from me tomorrow. I love all of you. Have a great rest of your night, guys.
Bye.
Stop talking. They can hear you. You're ruining my outro.
Bye.
Stop doing that.